Okay, it should start now. Yeah, just let me say a few words. I want to welcome everyone at the last day of our conference, Asian Philosophies, History, Methodology, and Intercultural Approach. We've had full 3 days of philosophical discussions of various Asian traditions, of Chinese philosophy, of Japanese philosophy, Buddhism, Indian philosophy, mostly in Russian, but we've had a wonderful round table with our beloved Dr. Elizabeth Woolley presenting her paper, and we also had Professor Meller and Professor Gokhale from India, and from our side, it was our Professor Victoria Lysenko. I think it was a very engaging discussion, and well, I have seen some of you guys there, so obviously uh, I think you would agree with me as well that it was very enlightening. And now our final and one of the most important panels begin. So I'm not sure how we are going to do this. Do I give the floor to you, and then we will give the floor to Mr. Kagabolov, and then perhaps I will say some remarks from my side as well, or what our order should be?
You're in charge, Oleg.
Okay, so yeah, sure. Then I would like to give the floor to Dr. Elizabeth Woolley for her opening remarks, please.
Okay, so it is a great honor and privilege for the Sinological Development Charitable Foundation to collaborate with the Institute of Philosophy, the Russian Academy of Science, supported by the chair, Professor Victoria Lysenko, in Philosophy in Dialogue of Culture. Thank you so much for your generosity. Our joint panel at the third annual international conference, Asian Philosophy, History, Methodology, Intercultural Approach in Moscow created a great opportunities for our scholars and lecturers to interact with academics from all over the world, and especially from Russia. In these past days, we have learned much about Indian, Japanese philosophies, as well as Buddhist studies. The theme and focus of the intercultural understanding is urgently needed in today's multipolar world. The theme of our panel, harmony without uniformity, is a key aspect in the intellectual tradition of the Chinese classics, or one can say philosophy. This theme represents the importance of a harmonious balance of the body, the family, the society, the nation, and therefore all under heaven, leading towards order and truth, to use familiar Western philosophical concepts, must start with harmony. I would like to thank Li He, who is not here today, completing his PhD thesis at Xiamen University, and Oleg for their, Oleg Koshevrov, it's hard for me to say, for their contribution to this theme. On the 6th of November, a question posed at the intellectual roundtable regarding the key theme in Chinese philosophy. I hope today we can answer that with the importance of harmony in the world. It is extremely touching that our panel of presenters are made up of mostly scholars from our past summer program from 2016. Leading the charge is 2025, where 3 participants from US, Mexico, and Germany, China. And from 2024, 2 participants, and 2023, 1. Proudly, we present Edmund from Macau, who was a scholar and now a lecturer for the last 2 years. We are happy to see our friend from Israel from 2016, the first year Oleg joined us. Oleg, of course, is legendary. No other scholars had ever participated in so many of our programs, both physically and online. We're so very happy that we are able to create this joint platform of intercultural exchange, which is a huge milestone for our foundation on our journey to disseminate Chinese classics and tradition. We thank the RAS Institute of Philosophy, the UNESCO Chair, Philosophy in the Dialogue of Culture, and the Department of Eastern Philosophy for your hard work and support putting this event together. Now I have to find my last page, which I have just lost. Oh, it is. Without further ado, I would like to introduce the Counsel General of the Russian Federation of Hong Kong, the Mr. Anatoly Kagalov. It's okay. And we are pleased to have his Deputy Counsel General here, Mr. Vadim Savin. How's my Russian? They have been most generous in supporting our foundation for many years. We are most grateful to be invited each year to your Victory Day reception with many of our friends also being invited. His presence here today is a heartfelt statement for the support of our collaboration. May I present Mr. Kagalov for his speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Elizabeth Li Wu, Richard Ho, Professor Victoria Lysenko, and Dr. Oleg Kocherov. I'm honored to be invited to the international panel, Harmony Without Uniformity, a key aspect in the intellectual tradition of the Chinese classics. Organized by Russian Academy, Institute of Philosophy, and the Sinological Development Charitable Foundation. I would like to emphasize that the conference is being held with participation of UNESCO Chair, Philosophy in the Dialogue of Cultures. This international panel is taking place against the backdrop of extremely dynamic development of relations between Russia and China. The leadership of our 2 countries states at the various meetings that these ties have reached the highest level in history. Economic relations between Moscow and Beijing have achieved an unprecedented level. Since I'm speaking from Hong Kong, a global financial center, I cannot but mention that last year, mutual trade set a new record, 245 billion American dollars. At the same time, Russia and China, being the world powers with rich cultural and historical heritage, pay special attention to cultural and humanitarian exchanges. The communication between our scientists and researchers goes back through the centuries. In the 18th century and 19th centuries, Russian scholars studied Chinese medicine, philosophy, and mathematics, while Chinese thinkers showed interest in the achievements of Russian science and philosophy of the Age of Enlightenment. In the 19th century, interest in Chinese philosophy and Confucianism arose in Russia. The text of Confucius and Lao Tzu were learned in depth by Russian scholars and philosophers. In the 20th century, Chinese scholars were interested in the works of Russian philosophers, Berdyaev, Shestov, Frank, and others. Today, we have a dynamic exchange between academics. On a regular basis, we hold joint scientific conferences on the study of Russian philosophy. Chinese scholars attend congresses of philosophy in Russia. I hope in future, Hong Kong will see many interesting bilateral events on various topics which can enrich understanding between our peoples. By concluding, may I wish you all productive discussion and success in all your endeavors. Thank you for your attention. Once again, wish you good work today.
Thank you, спасибо.
Пожалуйста.
Oh, that's Russian. What's that thank you in Russian? How do you say?
Спасибо.
Okay, so can I first say a few words before we officially start our keynote speakers session? A few introductory remarks. So I would like to share my screen first. I have just a couple of slides. I hope that you can see them. If yes, please note. Yeah, I think you all note, guys. So I take it as yes. So I just wanted to say really briefly a couple of things about our conference and the concept behind it, and you know some of the people behind it. Yeah, so as you guys have already heard, we are the Department of Eastern Philosophies of the Institute of Philosophy of Russian Academy of Sciences, and we are also the UNESCO Chair, Philosophy in the Dialogue of Cultures. And one of the key people who designed the conference concept is Professor Marietta Stepanans, who is a Chief Research Fellow at the Department of Eastern Philosophies, and she's also the founder of our UNESCO chair. And 2 weeks ago, she turned 90, so you can all retroactively give your birthday wishes to her. And she's still a prolific researcher and an active member of our organizing committee. And she also was my PhD supervisor. Her main areas of research are Muslim philosophy, contemporary Indian philosophy, and intercultural philosophy. And the second key person in organizing this conference concept and organizing the conference itself is Professor Victoria Lysenko, who is currently the head of our department and the head of our UNESCO chair. And she is also a leading research fellow here. And her areas of interest and academic research are Indian philosophy and intercultural philosophy. So what exactly is intercultural philosophy? That, as you might have guessed, is one of the main topics both in our department research and in the conference concept. I think that most of you might have heard the term, but just to clarify, this is a concept and this is a field of study in philosophy which originated at the middle of the 20th century. It was proposed by a diverse group of scholars from different countries and different academic backgrounds, in Austria, in India, in Latin America, Cuba, for instance. And it arguably differs a bit from the comparative philosophy in its emphasis on not just the comparison, but the engagement of different philosophical traditions in order to discover something new about each other or try to find some solutions to long pressing issues in each philosophical tradition. And we also developed this approach here at the Department of Eastern Philosophies. So here are the couple of monographs that have been written during the last 5 years. On the left, you see the monograph Intercultural Philosophy, Origins, Methodology, Problems and Prospects by Professor Stepanans. And we also have the collective monograph From Comparative to Intercultural Philosophy. I have a chapter on Chinese approaches to intercultural philosophy in this collective monograph. And obviously, our conference is also the extension of this concept of intercultural philosophy and our interest in this concept. But our conference is quite young. As you can see, it's only our 3rd year, but we have already had very good and productive discussions, and we have published a lot of papers in our journal Questions of Philosophy, which is Scopus Q1. And we also have had some international participation in the conference. The first year we had an international panel on intercultural philosophy. We were mostly joined by scholars from India, but I think it was a very good discussion. And the second year we had a round table on Indian cognitive taxonomies. And now this year we have both our round table on the issue of what philosophy is, what its boundaries are, and now we have our wonderful panel with very good international participation. And yeah, just to sum up, I think that the concept of intercultural philosophy is very deeply intertwined with the principle of harmony without uniformity. Obviously, we are all very different from different philosophical backgrounds, but we can engage with our traditions. We can try to feel what it's like to be from other cultural and intellectual tradition, and to preserve this intellectual unity and plurality. So yeah, this is just my brief introduction of who we are and what we do. But yeah, to sum up, I would like to say a huge thanks to Sinological Development Charitable Foundation and to Dr. Woolley for making this panel possible, and obviously a big thanks to all of you guys, participants of our today's program and our keynote speakers. So yeah, thank you. I think that now we are good to start our keynote speaker session. Professor Hall, we would really like you to enlighten us, as you always do during our SDCF sessions. So please take the floor.
Thank you, Oleg. Consul General, Dr. Lee, or more appropriately, Professor Lee. My friends in Moscow and my friends outside Moscow, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Elizabeth Lee on choosing this wonderful title for this conference. The phrase harmony without uniformity is both concise and forceful. It is cosmic, poetic, and axiomatic.
Này free cho mình. Could thấy một cái lúc. Okay, that's fine. Okay. All right.
Okay, if I may continue. Harmony without uniformity is an ingenious rendering of the phrase 和而不同. If we stretch our imagination a little, it can be used to describe an ideal world, or a serene state of mind, or an artistic appreciation of nature, or even tipsiness after a few alcoholic drinks. That is how this phrase, harmony without uniformity, is seen out of context. In context, 和而不同 has a humbler and more mundane existence in the Confucian Analects. Incidentally, there is one not too obscure scholarly interpretation which takes 和 to mean to agree and 同 to mean to echo. Therefore, the sentences 君子和而不同，小人同而不和 in translation become the gentleman or superior man agrees with others without merely echoing. The small man or inferior man echoes without actually agreeing. This may mean that the small man is incapable of rational thinking, or that the small man is only interested in self-gain. So if echoing can bring him a bigger gain, he won't even bother to agree or disagree. However, the more traditional translation, which I like better, is the gentleman is in harmony with others without being always in agreement with them. The small man is readily in agreement with others without ending up being in harmony with them. Here, 和 has to do with harmony or to be harmonious, as in 礼之用，和为贵 in the Analects. Sorry, I'll finish my speech first. Forget about the coffee. That's a philosophical cup of coffee. I'll leave it till after my speech. Where was I? Yes, I was quoting this 礼之用和为贵 in the Analects, a translation which I can provide is in practicing the rule of propriety, it is harmony that is prized. So I think harmony is the more appropriate translation. And here, 和而不同 shows that the gentleman is peace-loving and unselfish and stays in harmony with others, although their opinions may differ at times. The relationship is built on the absence of selfish interest. It refers to a gentleman's relationship with other gentlemen. The small man's relationship with others is built on selfish interest. He readily agrees with others, at least ostensibly, in order to secure self-gain. But self-gain is exactly what causes the seemingly lasting harmony to crack. Now, there is a significant difference between the mundane version of 和而不同 in the Analects and its poetic version in today's conference. The former, in context, deplores selfishness. The latter, no longer fettered by the images of the gentleman and the small man, emphasizes respect for diversity. Only if or when we are not controlled by selfish interest can we appreciate and respect and even admire diversity as we admire art. We're all influenced by self-interest, if not selfish interest. But all of us do have tranquil moments in our daily lives, and it is during these moments that we can truly appreciate diversity, whether in physical features or in opinions. Harmony without uniformity, taken out of the Confucian context, is a timeless truism that can be embraced by all major schools of thought. It is this transformation that, from its humble and mundane origin, that has attracted so many academic papers, which have made this conference possible. And I look forward to seeing many more equally inspiring titles from Dr. Lee's foundation. And on that sanguine note, I thank you all for your indulgence and wish this conference every success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ho, for your most inspiring speech. So I think that we can still have a short Q&A session, even if Professor Ho stated that there is no need for a proper Q&A session, but I think that some of us might have some questions regarding Professor Ho's speech, or we might just have a friendly chat. Why not? So if there are any questions from our online participants.
So I actually have a question for Professor Ho. Thank you very much for your very inspiring speech regarding 和而不同. I'm just curious because you mentioned there are two versions. One mandate word and the other one is more poetic word. Okay, so for the mandate word, what's the tradition you are referring to? So who actually interpret the line according to that word? So, yeah, what's the tradition behind that interpretation? I'm just curious about it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was shaking hands. Now I can come back to you. You were talking about the, so to speak, two versions. There are two versions as regards interpretation, at least two. And then there is a version which is seen in context of the Confucian Analects. The other out of context, like today's conference, right? Let's talk about 和而不同 in the Confucian Analects, where 同 really is being the same. 和而不同, of course, is to be in harmony with others without always agreeing, 就是同意的同, but out of context, you can do a lot of things. And that is why they've chosen without uniformity instead of without always agreeing. You know what I mean? But out of context, you can really make it very poetic. You can make it a lot of other things too. That is what I say. It is axiomatic. It sounds like an axiom as well. So this is conference version. The other mundane version is the analexis version. All right. As regards the meaning, there are lots of interpretations really, but the traditional one is taking he to mean to be in harmony with, and tong meaning to agree. But there is a more avant-garde version which takes he to mean to agree and tong to mean to echo. You can see if you take the translated works, get hold of a couple of translated works, you will see this interpretation in English, mostly in English. But in Chinese, I'm a traditional person. I like the Chinese version better. So I personally like to see really he being taken to mean to be in harmony with. I don't know whether I answered your questions. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Sip of coffee. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions to Professor Ho? Okay, so I have a small question, which is I would also consider a rather cursed question, because it has been plaguing me for some years. So it seems that he is some kind of good harmony, and tong is not a very good harmony. But why then do we have the Daton, the great unity paradigm, not the Dahe? Why do you think is that?
Well, if one word in one context means one thing, and in another context means another thing, although not the meaning shouldn't be too different. Da Tong, of course, is very good. Even Tong can be very good. But when Tong is placed alongside He, and He is definitely good. You agree, Oleg? So if He is definitely good, Tong has to be not definitely good. So by deduction, Tong is something, as far as meaning is concerned, and in this context, should be inferior. And the traditional interpretation is agreeing. But agreeing itself is okay. A gentleman doesn't really mind not agreeing with others, all right? As long as the not agreeing comes from really his mind. There is no self-interest, no selfish interest concerned. Though that is fine. That is fine. But it has to be put under the umbrella of He, as at least in this case. All right.
Yeah, thank you. So, if I may, I would also like to continue with this Datong concept. I think that its first use in the Chinese texts is in the Book of Changes, when it describes the results of divination and coordination of different agents who are supposed to interpret the results of divination. So maybe you can say a few words about the connection between the harmony and the changes. Or what is the classical Chinese interpretation that unites them together?
Well, harmony, of course, is the ideal for everyone. And as far as the Book of Changes is concerned, the goal is still harmony. The interaction between yin and yang produce harmony, and that is most important. But we all know that harmony cannot really be acquired all the time. It is something ideal, but human beings being what they are, it's hard to be in harmony with everybody all the time. But the Book of Changes, which of course you know very well, also aims at harmony. Yes, that concept links the classics together. Yeah.
So can we then say that harmony, as described, say, Confucianism, it is not a permanent state. It is something that we should always strive for by doing some things as agents, by morally self-cultivating, by trying to cultivate others. So in a sense, it's like a Western concept of democracy, when we are supposed to perform democratic actions in order to maintain the democratic spirit. So can we say that it is the same about harmony in the Chinese context?
Well, certainly that's life. You have your ideal, but you don't always get to have that ideal in life. Even the Book of Changes, for example, talks about harmony. But we know that even nature doesn't get harmony all the time. You have thunder, you have lightning, whatever. But then gradually it has this balanced state, right? And you get the balance, and therefore you get harmony. But it's not guaranteed that the harmony, the harmonious state will last forever, right? And human beings being not all good, may actually may spoil the harmony. But inside ourselves, we do have an ideal, and we're capable of trying to cling to these ideals. So we work very hard. We've been working hard for thousands of years to get to that ideal, but we have not been totally successful, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't need this conference. You wouldn't need Dr. Lee. She can continue her traveling.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry
I
for.
may,
Yeah,
if I
Professor.
may.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please.
Well, this is William Ming from Taiwan Normal University. I'm so glad that you hear about the presentation by the keynote speech by Professor Ho. And what I think is when I listen to both this interchange between both of you, I think that the most important thing is the differentiation between harmony as interpreted as a static stage, whether or not you take it as a ideal which can never attain or not. And the other way of interpreting, as I see it, as is a kind of process. Is, for example, the interchange between the yin and yang suggests a procedure or a process of growth. And it is in that growth that defines humanity, and it's in that growth that make us change, make change possible, and thus that change may make opportunity for adapting from the others, absorbing others, and that make a kind of harmony. And it's also is a process towards a kind of ultimate harmony, 太和. That if you put it into that context, if you allow us to interpret according to the principle of intertextuality, that may make sense as well. That's my humble two cents. Thank you so much.
That makes sense, of course. But of course, again, is an ideal state. Human beings are influenced by self-interest. Where there are self-interest, there may be conflicts, and the conflicts may destroy the harmonious state, so to speak. But still, we know and we still strive to attain that state of being. whether we're successful or not, we do know what we are looking for, right? And that's why we're here, looking for solution.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Ho, and thank you, Professor Ng. Are there any other questions from our participants? Or maybe not questions, but just remarks or comments?
They're in harmony.
Oh, that's great. That's great to know, yeah. All right, so yeah.
So I actually am curious about the difference between two related concepts, because Professor Mo just mentioned Taihe. There is a similar one called Zhonghe, right? So does that mean there are different degrees of He in traditional philosophy? He is not one. It's different degrees of He, right?
If it's harmony, there has to be harmony. Whether it's Taihe or He, it's still harmony. The lesser harmony is not really harmony. In the Book of Changes, of course, we see the phrase Taihe. All right, it's still He. But then, of course, you say, oh, Taihe may be the big He. It concerns nature itself. No, I don't think. We're also part of nature, right? Sometimes it's for the sake of balancing the sentences. There is only one state.
Okay, so if my understand is correct, you mean there's only one state which is considered as He, that's Taihe. Lesser than that is not considered as He, right?
It also means that He and Taihe are really much of a muchness.
I see.
They are.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Hello, Professor.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm a participant in this summer workshop, and I listened your literature in that day, and I have very deep of your literature. And today I listened to your literatures about harmony, 和而不同，和。And I have a question. It seems that the term of 和 is more related about the relations of 君子. It seems that I don't know if I understand right. It seems that to agree or the relations with different people, and I want to know the term of 和. The difference of term and 和 with the difference of 天下, because I also think that 天下 sometimes means that a relation with other country, but not all the times as harmony. Is there some differences or there is some connection? I think maybe I want to listen the professor's ideas about that.
About what?
天下.
天下.
Yeah.
And 和.
Yeah, because I think they are all the relations of the one is a person, one is a country, maybe.
But it's still the same.
What's 天下 got to do with?
天下, well, the person is under 天下.
Yeah.
天下,
Yeah.
all under heaven, right?
That's right.
So
whether we're good or
bad, yeah.
yes.
So her question is, how is that related? Well, 大学 tells you how that's related. So
I'm not sure if I can answer correctly, but we're all under heaven.
We're all under heaven.
Good or bad.
Depending,
all right.
Yeah, the level.
My relationship with you may be harmonious. My relation with him may not be that harmonious, but harmonious that feeling, that state of whatever mind is something we can all feel. But because we all have self-interest, we do have self-interest, the harmony will sooner or later crack. But whether it can be repaired, can be mended, all depends on the people concerned, right? Some may start fighting and killing. Others may try their best to understand what the other party really feel, and they will really do the reparation work. All right, that's her. And talking about Tai He, just now, Tai He, of course, is the complete harmonious state, which I don't think will ever happen. But these small pockets of her can exist all the time. Like my relationship with this is her.
Yeah, Tai Chi, does that answer you? I mean, can you be more specific in your question?
Yeah, because it seems that we talked about 天下 before, so I'm curious about the harmony. Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Huh?
No, Tianxia is now a global sort of discussion of all under heaven in politics. And I mean, that's
I know,
what
but
terms.
what has it got to do with
The
harmony?
harmonies, well,
I mean, under heaven, you have all sorts of things.
yeah,
You have conflicts. You have harmony.
right.
All right. You have hatred.
So are you asking how from the individual it goes to the groups to the 天下, and you just go to 大学, they'll tell you. I mean, if that's the question. What is your question? Oh,
She's supposed to be the one asking.
yeah.
And
well,
now she's in trouble because you are asking her.
You have to ask her.
Right.
But William wants to say something. William, your mic is not on. Your mic is off, so we cannot hear you.
Well, thank you for letting me to share some of my pieces of thought. And if we are talking about, we are pointing upon the relationship between the her at the individual level and her at the national level, as interpreted in the concept or under the heavens. I think one possible ways to see it is the to take the individual by referring to individual state or individual country. So that means that her in this context could be interpreted as the harmonious international relationship. So that is another level of discussion beyond just personal personality or moral growth. So that could be one way out. So my 2 cents. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's possible, but that's a fake her. That is just a truth for the time being. For the time being. But what was I thinking? Yeah, her is interesting. I was saying that her in the context of the Confucian Analects means one thing, but in your title, your conference title, really means something bigger. Because without the confines of the gentleman and the small man, this her can be very big. It's nature. It's nature's her. And uniformity, if you put her 不同 in context, uniformity doesn't appear. But without the gentleman and without the small man, you can use uniformity. And that is really the bigger her, right? Whether in real life you can have that sort of attainment, I'm not sure, but certainly you know what I mean.
We can strive.
Yeah, you can strive, of course, yes, but that is very impressive. You mean harmony without uniformity is very impressive, but it's taken out of context. In the Confucian Analects, it's not like this. It's a bit it's a cheating a bit.
Yeah, it's a
But the
Professor,
outcome is good.
it's a Professor Ho's very polite way of saying that we're cheating, but it's okay because
But
we got the panel name.
As long as we have harmony, it's okay.
Okay, okay.
I haven't answered the lady's question, but I think she'll forgive me.
Cai
All
Jing,
right,
are you
right.
okay? Are you okay, Cai Jing?
Yeah, I get it.
All
She
right.
got it, she got
The
it.
most important thing, harmony prevails here.
Harmony.
So that even if you don't agree with me, I can still leave this room in one piece.
Harmoniously. Thank you very much,
Right.
Professor
Thank you,
Ho.
Professor.
Thank you. You're most welcome.
Okay, Oleg, should we take a 5-minute break or what is the situation?
Yeah, I think we can have a 5-minute break. So once again, big thanks to Professor Ho. And thank you, Professor, for answering all our questions. It's been a long time since I was able to ask you questions, and yeah, it feels good. Yeah, it feels good to see you, talk to you. So yeah, let's take a short 5-minute break, and we will continue with our second keynote speaker. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, everyone, so thank you so much for the presentation and the discussion. But some urgent matter in my family just come up, and I need to take care of it. I need to leave for maybe one hour, right? I will join you all later. Sorry for this, and may I be excused?
Thank you.
Okay.
我都走㗎啦。
Sure, Professor. We will see you later. Thank you.
Are we ready to start, Oleg?
Yeah, I think so. So should we be starting now?
I think everyone is probably here.
Okay, so with my great pleasure, let me introduce our next speaker, who is Dr. Aglaya Starostina, Senior Research Fellow at the Department of China at the Institute of Oriental Studies, Russian Academy of Sciences, hopefully on the way to her successful professorship. And the title of her presentation today is Uses of Harmony in Lunhang by Wan Chong. So please, Dr. Starostina, I will give you the floor to enlighten us.
Thank you. I'm very glad to take part in this conference. I'm afraid that my presentation is purely a history of philosophy, but still. Okay. So today I will speak about one thinker whose views were often provocative, and his views on harmony were not an exception. But they still were deeply rooted in the earlier understanding of this concept. Though the term harmony appears frequently in texts that are classical for Confucianists, such as Shijin and Shujin, both in musical and social meanings, early Confucians use it not that often, both as a verb and as a noun. And during the Zhangguo period and the Han Dynasty, there was a notable surge in the use of the term he within Confucian discourse. Earlier Confucian thinkers, such as Kunze and Manzi, employed this term sparingly and occasionally. So you can see that, of course, it was very important for Confucius, but in Lunyue we have just 5 paragraphs mentioning harmony, 4 emphasizing its social significance, and 1 exploring its musical meaning. Similarly, in Manzi, there are only 2 paragraphs, and they focus on the social implications of harmony, and they highlight its importance in ethical relationships and in society. But in later texts like Xuanzi and certain sections of the Li Ji, they place greater emphasis on harmony and regard it as a fundamental philosophical concept. From that time onward, harmony remained one of the defining elements of the Confucian worldview and of the Confucian ethical system as it is. Of course, Junyon is one of the central texts here. The concept of he in the Yin-Yang school is rooted in the idea of musical harmony. In ancient texts, like the Shijin and Shujin, he often relates to the harmonious blending of sounds, which was seen as the perfect state of balance. So this Yin-Yang school took this imagery further. Musical harmony in this context symbolizes the ultimate connection and unity among diverse sounds. It represents how different elements can come together and to form a whole. This idea of harmony, of course, was not limited to music. It served as a powerful metaphor for social and natural order. Just as different musical notes merge into a harmonious tune, so do various social forces and natural phenomena align in orderly way. This conception of harmony, seeing the universe and society as interconnected and both striving for balanced stance, it was highly influential. So it was eagerly embraced by both Confucian and legalist scholars who used this metaphor to explain how order and stability could be achieved through proper alignment and harmony among different elements. So we can achieve the harmony, we can attain it. We just have to do all the proper things, and we can get the harmonious society and the harmonious universe. This view was hugely influential. I just want to talk about a little about this book. Here we see a fragment from the table of contents of the 1990 book, Cosmos, Music, Ritual, Myth and Aesthetic in Liu Xu by Tkachenko. This work is a good study of the philosophical and cultural ideas surrounding harmony, music, and ritual in ancient China. Of course, it starts from the Liu Xu text, but it explores also its implications in other texts like Huainanzi and earlier texts like Guoyu. So for our Russian tradition, it is maybe the main book on history, on philosophy, that deals with this view on harmony in the period of Late Zhengguo, Qin, and Han dynasty. Notice the titles. They range from cosmology and rights to the cosmic resonance theory. These sections highlight that ideas of harmony, ideas of order, and the universe were intertwined in this tradition. This book emphasizes the importance of music as a fundamental principle of cosmic and social harmony in the Yin-Yang school. It underscores how music and rites and ritual served as main tools for aligning oneself with the cosmos, and it reflects a sophisticated view of harmony that influenced Chinese thought for centuries. One citation: the harmony discovered by natural philosophers, that is, in Yang school, the perfection of musical harmony manifesting in specific tunes is capable of exerting a beneficial influence on all living beings generated by it, provided that the particular music follows its perfect prototype and that it is not a distortion of this prototype. We enter Han Dynasty with this predominant view on the connection of harmony on different levels of the society inside one person and in the universe as a whole. So the harmony, as first formulated by Yin-Yang school, and then as it was accepted widely by virtually all the others, is a social, cosmic, and human quality, an essence of some kind of aesthetic order. The notion of qi in connection with the harmony is present in some chapters of Li Di, where it is all from Li Di, as you can see. And there it is mostly mentioned within the framework of seasonal changes. The third example is the human dimension, where he means the harmony of blood and breathing or blood of inner energy inside people. So this is the background for Wang Chun. Wang Chun, as a philosopher living at the beginning of the later Han Dynasty, it's the 1st century, predictably also valued harmony highly, whether as a natural, ontological, or ethical concept. despite his reputation as an angry polemist and frank opponent of compromise, which might initially seem somewhat counterintuitive. But for him, harmony was very important too. In his collection of essays, Lunhen, he employs the word he in a variety of senses and contexts, and he demonstrates a complex usage of it. And I will talk about just some aspects of his understanding of this notion. Here we shall talk about its use as a noun and not as a verb. So Wang Chun, an influential Chinese philosopher and critic, he really was very outspoken, criticizing prevailing ideas and superstitions. He challenged traditional beliefs and often questioned accepted norms. He often expressed strong opinions that were designed to anger his opponents. His approach aimed to provoke rational thinking and inquiry, and his courage to speak out and challenge dogma contributed to the overall development of scientific and philosophical discourse. So I said that Wang Chun valued harmony, and it was a value and a good thing in itself. The cosmic order, for him, it was primarily the cosmic and not the much more the cosmic order than the order in the society. However, he disengaged harmony from, in one sense, he disengaged harmony from people and makes it independent of the human actions. And of course, he mentioned the harmony in his polemic passages too. Some examples of his polemic stance. When Wang Chun discusses harmony, he uses the term he when speaking of the natural world. He believes that the good crops, good harvest, are dependent on the harmony of yin and yang, of course. It's the common knowledge. So the overall well-being of the people, the weather, the stability of society, they all are linked to the natural harmony. However, Wang Chun is clear that this harmony is beyond the influence of individual human actions. A person, an individual, cannot affect directly the cosmic balance of yin and yang or the natural order. Instead, Wang Chun sees harmony as a property of the universe, something that must be observed and understood rather than manipulated through rituals or music. In his view, the focus should be on the understanding, on the rational understanding and proper actions, rather than relying on magical notions that music or rites can directly command the natural world's harmony. Like here. Also, right actions of the ruler. His benevolent attitude towards people. It's all very good, of course, but it cannot change the stance of the natural balance. It goes for the musical and cosmic harmony too. Lady says that the harmony of great music and great ritual are akin to the natural harmony, and so they play a role in the way in which the cosmical harmony is attained. But Wang Chun disagrees. He says that if the music could disturb yin and yang, so then it could also harmonize yin and yang. And if so, why then should the ruler need to cultivate himself and practice benevolence and righteousness? Because he could just play tunes that regulate yin and yang, and the harmony will naturally arrive, and the great balance will be established on its own. Of course, he's being sarcastic here. It's not possible for him. So neither the writer's actions nor the music and rituals can help the natural harmony. And I add the social harmony too. So yes, we have something about inner harmony here. Так, no, here. Sorry, Van Schoon expressed skepticism about the idea that music could serve as a universal tool for achieving peace and social order. So for Van Schoon, the music doesn't possess any magical power to influence the cosmos of human affairs. So his emphasis is on the importance of harmony, but sometimes it is here and sometimes it just isn't, and we cannot do anything about it. So about the inner harmony of a human being, of a person. He argues that achieving inner harmony within an individual does not necessarily contribute to the betterment of the order and to the order of the world. He has here an example, Huan Di, the yellow ruler. If he dedicated all his energy to cultivating his inner harmony, maybe through meditation, some spiritual practices, or moral self-cultivation, he just could neglect his responsibilities in governance or his duties towards the society. He illustrates his point by referencing the legendary Huan Di, suggesting that if Huan Di abandoned his political responsibilities to focus solely on spiritual cultivation, then he could have a very good inner state and a very good physical state. He would be fat, but it wouldn't have helped in guiding or stabilizing the state. Van Schoon emphasizes that the mental and the physical harmony of an individual, while of course it is valuable and good in itself, is fundamentally different from the qualities needed for effective rulership or social leadership. So he further explains that the qualities required for governing are different from those for personal cultivation. If the mind and intention are harmonized and the body is strong and vigorous, that is different from the qualities on the Yao and Shun and the legendary Yao and Shun. They, of course, are perfect rulers. They are sage kings of ancient China. They exemplify rulers whose virtues and abilities were rooted in their moral judgment and sense of duty. These qualities for Van Schoon transcend mere inner tranquility. Therefore, Van Schoon's point is that personal inner harmony, while beneficial for individual well-being, doesn't automatically translate into effective leadership or social harmony. The skills and virtues necessary for ruling a state are distinct and must be cultivated separately from personal or spiritual practices. In fact, there are very few instances of his using the word he while speaking about the inner world of a person. Just a couple of them. So we can see that he thought that Yao Yishun could influence the world and they could be good rulers, but of course they couldn't go against the fate and against the common order of things, which means that sometimes the harmony cannot just be sustained. It comes and goes. This has something in common in with the theory of Sunzi about the way of heaven. Heaven goes like this. Its way is just like this. It is not dependent on our human actions. And the Wang Chun here continues the thought of Sunzi, but using also this word harmony he. Okay, I shall summarize the approach of Indian school as reflected is later Han Confucians and legalists and Wang Chun's approach. So Indian school views harmony as a cosmic and social principle that can be achieved through rituals, music, and through aligning human actions with celestial forces. So if we do the right thing, we acquire the ultimate power and we can control that all that goes in our society. They see harmony as something that can be cultivated or manipulated to restore balance in society and nature. As to Wang Chun, he sees harmony as an inherent natural property of the universe that cannot be directly influenced or engineered through rituals, music, or human efforts. He disengages rituals and music from the harmony. And as he speaks very little about the harmony in the society, he speaks virtually nothing about the harmonizing role of rites and music. They do have such a function, of course, but he seemingly wants to play it down somehow. So Wang Chun emphasizes understanding and observing natural laws rather than trying to manipulate them. It would be futile because they are governed by laws greater than ours and can be controlled. So in conclusion, Wang Chun's perspective on harmony underscores a clear distinction between personal inner tranquility and the order in society or in universe. Instead, he emphasized that harmony exists as a property of the natural world beyond human manipulation, and that it should be understood through rational inquiry and through proper conduct. If you behave as you shall, as you should behave, you can understand the harmony better. Moreover, Wang Chun asserted that qualities essential for effective governance, such as moral judgment, wisdom, duty, sense of duty, are different from personal inner tranquility and harmony. Therefore, achieving individual harmony alone is insufficient for the stability in the society. Responsible leadership and social order require specific virtues, cultivated through practical and ethical means, rather than reliance on the ritualistic practices. It is interesting that Wang Chun rarely uses the word he while speaking about the society, about a man. On the nature, yes. While he acknowledged the value of harmony as a natural and aesthetic ideal, he was skeptical of the notion that the individual inner harmony of musical rituals could directly influence or restore the broader order of the universe or society. I'd argue that his attitude, while it denied the human beings the extreme power to control the universe and to attain global harmony all by themselves, just by doing right ritualistic things, this attitude did in fact give more freedom to humans. If harmony is a measure of the ruler's or a person's success, then it puts a huge pressure on the government and on the person. Because if you do not have a harmonious society or a harmonious life, then it seems that you are at fault somehow. So you should control it. And if something is out of control, it is your fault only. It is really huge pressure. But if harmony doesn't, in fact, depend on us, then we are free. This attitude, in some degree, paved the way for the teachings of Xuanxue in future. I think it is one of the reasons why Wanshun was popular after the downfall of the Han Dynasty. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Starostina, for your wonderful presentation. I think it also ties very well with what we have been discussing with Professor Ho earlier about different degrees of harmony and different states of harmony, so to say. Please, are there any questions from our participants? Yeah, please.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm Marina Kravtsova, one of Russian sinologists. Professor Starostina, thank you for your so good presentation. And I have one question, maybe a curious one, I don't know. But you see, harmony here also means harmony between male and female beings with love connotations. Can be so that in Lunhen, not harmony as music in these musical senses and so on is mentioned, but as a harmony between the cosmic powers, not without any musical connotations, but more so can be said love connotations. They are in proper in interaction.
It is certainly possible, but I just cannot say definitely. Of course, for Wanshun, the heaven and the earth are like father and mother. He doesn't believe that they are personal, but he repeatedly compare them with the father and the mother. For example, he says, if a person is killed by a thunder, then it means that his father killed him because the heaven corresponds to his father. So if someone's father kills him by mistake, the mother surely will cry. Does the earth cry when the person dies? No, it doesn't. So it means that the thunder is not the anger of the heaven, of our Father. Yes, there are those connotations, and he surely sees the heaven and the earth as mother and father, but
not earth and heaven, but in yang, yeah, certainly.
Yes, heaven and earth, yes, but this connection with yin and yang, I think I do not remember such context. Of course, it should be in his mind, but I think he didn't talk about it explicitly.
Thank you very much. But I'm going from the Chinese traditional love poetry, you see, and he often means all kind of connections, proper connections of male and female beings.
Oh, yes, I think it can
And
be.
also in poetry of the later Han Dynasty. That's
Yes.
why they appear such a question, maybe very curious.
I think it can be viewed like this. It is just that he doesn't say about it explicitly, but the view on the universe as like a divine combination of the energies of yin and yang.
Sure.
Of course,
divine, such kind of divine combination.
Yes, yes, I think he knew about it, of course, and maybe it is such such an accent, so we can see that this cosmical love, this cosmical connection, can be reached by our humble human attempts only. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kravtsova, for your question and for the discussion. Are there any other questions? Okay, so then I would like to ask some of my questions, if you allow. I think that as far as I understood Wang Chun's position, he says that our actions of rulers, our actions of the populace in general, they cannot lead to natural harmony. But what about, say, preventing disharmony? What about preventing natural disasters like then rulers prohibit to cut wood, so then they try to protect people against famine. So can we say that he still accepts that we can have this negative idea of harmony, that we can contribute to harmony by protecting ourselves against disharmony, or he doesn't talk about harmony in this way?
In fact, he is being very ultimate when speaking about the things that human beings cannot influence the universe. Of course, in fact, if we look closer at his writings, we see that he, in fact, believes that we can affect the harmony both in positive and negative ways. It is just that in the big picture of things, we cannot change the big natural disasters like floods or droughts so we can do something, but we can change. Cannot change the big things. Of course, we can and we should. And like when he is talking about Yao and Shun, he says that they were doing the right thing. They were exhausting themselves. They were always tired, and it had some result. But it is because they lived in a time where the conditions for the efforts were rather good. If it wasn't like this, they could try, but not necessarily succeed like this.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that clears things a bit. Thank you. Are there any other questions? So can I continue with my questions? Yes, please. Wendy, please.
Thank you, Professor. I don't know much about Wang Chou. Based on your presentation, it seems that Wang Chou thinks that the harmony cannot be bring about through our inner cultivation, and also the Confucian way of Li and Yue also feels like rituals of propriety, and the music also feels, and but you still say and uh you mentioned that Wang Chong claim it seems that human actions, natural harmony is not connected with the action of human. It seems to separate human from the cosmos, the natural things, like a human society. But you still mentions that we can still achieve harmony through wisdom, in the conclusion part. But if we can still achieve harmony through wisdom, isn't wisdom equal or still similar with the governing of Li and Yue, because they're all seems like a set of like regulations, like how you should behave in certain social positions. If yeah, yeah, because I don't know much about Wang Chong, and I'd like to ask if Wang Chong gave any idea of how this wisdom he mean that could help achieve the harmony with our humans' effort. Thanks. Okay.
Okay, thank you for your question. It is, in fact, that we can achieve our inner harmony if we use self-cultivation. We cannot achieve the harmony in the society or in the world. We just can be harmonious inside ourselves to feel good. But for one Chong, in fact, it is not really very good thing, because he says if Huan Di, if he cared about his people, maybe he shouldn't think so much about self-cultivation and about his inner harmony. It is like this. Of course, it may be, well, maybe so that he told these things just to provoke his opponents, because something he just argues, he's just as argumentative in order to make some of his points more visible, and sometimes he contradicts himself.
Oh, thank you, Professor. Thank you.
So I actually have a question. It's related to Wendy's question, because I believe, based on your presentation, you show us a slide where want to list out certain conditions where harmonies, morality has nothing to do with real
Yes.
harmony, right? But the last quotation you presented to us, I believe Wang Zhi mentions the cosmical harmony could only be achieved through Shushu. If my memory serves, it seems that's what he meant. He put emphasis on Shushu instead of morality. So I think if I don't know the context of the quotation, is he criticizing that kind of view, or he's actually raising that point?
Okay,
Shushu,
wait.
his emphasis on Shushu.
Okay,
Yeah, can you show the slide?
okay, I should look for it. Wait a
Your
minute.
previous slide, there's Huang Di. The
Not,
last one is
not here. Here, yeah.
yeah, here. So he's criticizing this view, or he is actually making a point here. If he mentioned 阴阳调和, then is 术数所致，非道德之所成. So he's actually emphasizing this kind of 阴阳调和, you can call it this kind of cosmical harmony is achieved through 术数. 术数 is technical stuff, right? Instead of your moral cultivation.
Oh no,
yeah, yeah.
it's not
So what's the
moral.
context for this line? What's the context? Is his criticizing this will, or he's making a point here?
Oh, you see, this shushu in this context, it seems to have some relation to fate. It is just, I understand this passage as the allusion to fate. He says that we cannot cultivate ourselves well enough to achieve harmony. It is achieved like by itself, like Zizhan, because it is fated. I understand this passage like this.
Okay, so he's not arguing against that line. He's actually supporting that idea. Is due to shushu, right? The harmony is achieved through shushu instead of one's moral cultivation. Then the question is, what does shushu mean? You mentioned shushu means fate, something similar to fate in this context.
Yes.
So
So
shushu actually, I believe,
we can manipulate it. Yes, you are right.
It's a
We
technical
can manipulate.
manipulation. Yeah, it's not the fate. It's actually you deal with the fate. It's not you not passively following the fate. It's a set of techniques you utilize to deal with your perceived fate to achieve the desired result you want. Okay.
You know, yes.
So you still see we have agency. So basically, Wang Chun is saying we do have agency, but the agency is not about moral cultivation. It's
or music.
Shushu. It's shushu.
Yes, of course. Yes, I overlooked this passage, and it is really very important, of course. So we can do something, but of course we cannot change the. Still, we can change the big picture of things. But if we know the fate, and we act according to this fate, we still can achieve something. Yeah, thank you very much. It was a mistake. Thank you.
For the discussion, yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from our participants? Okay, can I ask one more question about the reception of Wang Chun? So you have mentioned that this line of thought that can be, summarized as the Sunjian and Wang Chun line, a naturalist approach to heaven and harmony. So it has been somewhat well received by the Xuanxue teaching, but what about its fate in later China? Like how it was approached by the Neo-Confucians? Would they follow the same line of thought, or would they criticize him?
They even wouldn't criticize him. He almost didn't exist for them. But he influenced them indirectly through those Xuanxue and other philosophers who were influenced by his thought. But he wasn't included in the line of real Confucians. He was, of course, he was very interesting, but just too maybe polemic for them, and his exotic view, even for his time, exotic views couldn't be received as some orthodoxal for Neo-Confucians. So I think they were acquainted with his texts, but they couldn't think that he was orthodoxal. So they preferred not to notice him, just like as he didn't exist.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That makes sense. And just to be quick, one more question, as I have already mentioned Sunzi. So, does Wang Chong reference Sunzi in his work? Does he quote Sunzi's understanding of harmony of tea or stuff like that? Are there any references to him?
Many times, yes. Sunzi is among his favorite philosophers, along with Ludia, for example. In fact, though Wan Chun often criticizes Dong Zhongshu, he likes him too and values him highly. So he acknowledges Sunzi as one of the influential and good thinkers. There are not many of those for Wan Chun, you know.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so then I think we can thank Dr. Aglaya Starosina for her wonderful presentation and very good discussion. And to sum up, I think that both our keynote speakers were wonderful in their contribution to our overall topic of harmony, and we have witnessed different aspects of harmony, different shades of harmony, if you will. And I would like to thank them once again. And I'm really looking forward to our further discussion of different aspects of harmony that we have touched upon here in our keynote speeches during our next sessions. So now we will have a short coffee break for about 25 minutes, I think. And at 3:20 p.m., we will start our first session, Harmony in the Classics. So let's keep in touch for this 20 minutes and we will see each other soon. Thank you for your contributions to the discussion. Okay, I think we can start with our first session. I hope that our panelists are here. So just to clarify the format, I think I will be the moderator for all our sessions. And each panelist will have up to 20 minutes for their presentation. Then you have 5 minutes and 1 minute left. I will inform you. And after each presentation, we can have a couple of very brief questions, like 1 to 2 minutes. But generally, we have a Q&A session after all the reports in the corresponding section are finished. So I think that's it about the formal moments. So I would like to give the floor to our first participant in this session, Professor Zhaoyan Zhang, who is a professor at School of Humanities at Shanghai Jiaotong University. And the title of his report is On the Happiness of a Fish, Zhuangzi, Huishi, and CCMAR, which I think stands for Center of Marine Science. And I think that this is a very intriguing connection. So, Professor Zhang, please enlighten us.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Can you all see my slides?
Not yet, I'm afraid.
Not yet? Please give me a second. Let me see. I'm actually sharing the slide. It's not.
Yeah, I think that we can see it now.
Oh, you can see now. Okay, great, great. So thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity for me to share my recent readings concerning Zhuangzi, particularly a passage in Zhuangzi. Okay, so I'm Zhaoyan Zhang from Shanghai Jiaotong University, and my topic today is, do we know the happiness of fish? Okay, so my presentation consists of 3 parts. First, we will review the classical debate between Zhuangzi and Huizi taking place in 4th century BC China. Then we'll turn to modern scientific research on fish emotions. And at last, we'll try to explore Zhuangzi's idea of the unity of all beings. All right, so understanding fish happiness. Can we understand the feelings of a fish? And what does it matter? So my presentation investigates the famous and intriguing dialogue between ancient Chinese philosopher Zhuangzi and his friend, his rival, Huishi, concerning whether humans can know the happiness of a fish. I hope by introducing the most updated scientific research on animal emotions, especially regarding fish, into this ancient debate, we can at least try to review the overlooked parallels between Zhuangzi's concept of the unity of all beings and modern evolutionary theory, while exploring how ancient wisdom and modern science can mutually inform our ethical relationship with nature. Okay, so the famous debate between Zhuangzi and Huishi, it goes like this. I believe we all know who these 2 persons are, right? Zhuangzi, famous Taoist thinker in Warring States period China. Huishi, famous logician in the same period of Zhuangzi. So they are only 1 year in between. So Huizi is 1 year senior than Zhuangzi. Okay, so they are very good close friends, walking along a riverbank and observing fish swimming freely. Zhuangzi remarked, "The fish swim about so leisurely. This is the happiness of fish." Huishi challenged Zhuangzi, saying, You are not a fish. How do you know the happiness of fish? To this challenge, Jones replied, you are not me. How do you know I don't know the happiness of fish? And it's keep going, okay. But let's pause here to reflect upon Jones' perspective. So this witty exchange highlights the divide between logicians and Dost thinkers on one hand, and it reveals a more profound issue on the other hand, I believe. Jones' perspective on the unity of all beings. So basically, of his debating skills, and there are many stories about him recorded by Jones, emphasized logical rigor, insisting that knowledge requires strict correspondence between subject and object. However, Jones, a Taoist thinker, advocated transcending subject-objective duality through intuition, where the self emerges harmoniously with the world. Okay, so let's keep this debate in our mind. And now we turn to modern scientific research on fish emotions to see what science can offer to this debate. Actually, recent studies in biology, especially those by CCMAR, Center of Marine Science, Portugal, seems to defend Jones, confirming that fish possess complex emotional capacities. Their findings are amazing. For example, emotional contingent. One of the most astonishing discoveries is the phenomena of emotional contingent, which actually is regarded as the most ancestral form of empathy, observed in zebrafish. And certain modulation, zebrafish demonstrate the ability to mirror their peers' fear responses, which is a behavior strikingly similar to mammalian empathy. Beyond these initial observations, researchers also found clear behavioral parallels between fish and higher vertebrates in both stress response and social interaction contexts. They also reveal that fish develop what scientists dub psychological fever, which is a measurable rise in body temperature when exposed to stressful situations. Okay, and the key behind all these behaviors exhibit by zebrafish in those experiments is this hormone, oxytocin, in fish is responsible for empathy. This is the chemical structure of this hormone. I'm not a scientist. Okay, anyway, don't ask me what this structure really means. Okay, I simply don't really know. But we know oxytocin is similar to the role of oxytocin to mammals. In addition, the same regions of the brain are involved in zebrafish and in mammals. So we know the mechanism and the hormone responsible for this kind of mechanism is very similar between fish and the mammals. So it suggests that this most basal form of empathy could have evolved many, many millions of years ago. So this is an interpretation of fish emotion from evolutionary theory. So happiness. Okay. There are studies about fish happiness as well, more specifically in a study published in August of 2025, just 2 months ago. Yeah, researchers found that a butterfly fish preferred to stay in the part of the tank where they had previously interacted with the cleaner Russell. So the context is they did an experiment. They put these two fish in the tank, right? And these two fish had a kind of symbolizes relations. So basically, the clear ruffle ate the parasites of the butterfly fish. And so when butterfly fish passed through the part where they had such an encounter in the tank, he showed something which could be interpreted as happy memory. Okay, so happiness. Yeah, humans do know the happiness of fish. Now let's return to Zhuangzi to review, to explore his idea of the unity of all beings. So when Zhuangzi refuted Hui Shi by saying that since Hui Shi is not Zhuangzi, how could Hui Shi know Zhuangzi does not know the happiness of fish, right? Hui Shi quickly pointed out Zhuangzi's logical flaw as such. I'm not you, and though indeed I do not fully know you, you certainly are not a fish, and the argument is complete against your knowing what constitutes the happiness of fish. This critique turns Zhuangzi's own reasoning against him. Okay, how will Zhuangzi respond? Albert Einstein would say this: logic will get you from A to Z. Imagination will get you everywhere. Zhuangzi, of course, is not a scientist. He simply responds by saying, well, I know it from our enjoying ourselves together over the whole river. What does this mean? Okay. This response to Hui Shi's critique is a demonstration of Zhuangzi's idea of the unity between humans and nature, or the unity of all beings. So as we can tell, rather than engaging in a logical debate about whether you can know the happiness of fish, Zhuangzi shifts the focus to the experience of being together with the fish. His statement, well, I know it, from our enjoying ourselves together over the whole river, suggests that his knowledge of the fish's happiness is not based on external observation or logical reasoning, but on a shared experience. Yeah, but on a shared experience. So the knowing is intuitive and emphatic, not analytic. Emphatic, not analytic. Okay. So now behind this enigmatic assertion lies Zhuangzi's belief in the unity of all beings. We know this belief by reading his essay, 齐物论. Yeah, Zhuangzi argues, heaven, earth, and I share the same root. All things and I are one. So it emphasizes ontological equality and the fundamental unity between humans and nature. He dismantles dualistic thinking by stating, all things are not other, all things are not this. He also critiques human arrogance and arbitrary in labeling things, arguing that the sky is one finger, all things are one horse. This very strange line actually is a metaphor for the illusory nature of categories. Okay, we shouldn't take the surface value of this line. Okay, so Zhuangzi's very unique perspective, unity perspective. From this perspective of unity, Zhuangzi did not see the boundaries between himself and the fish are fixed. Instead, he believed those boundaries are fluid, with himself and the fish united in a process of continuous transformation. This belief is best reflected in his famous butterfly dream. So let's go inside Zhuangzi's dream. This is a very famous story. I believe you must have heard about this story. Formerly, I, Zhuangzhou, dreamed that I was a butterfly flying about, feeling that it was enjoying itself. I did not know that it was Joe. Suddenly, I awoke and was myself again. The veritable Joe. I did not know whether it had formerly been Joe dreaming that he was a butterfly, or it was not a butterfly dreaming that it was Joe. But between Joe and a butterfly, there must be a difference. This is a case of what is called the transformation of things. Okay, in this dream, as we can tell, there are two key factors. One is the idea of transformation. It's actually very important, but I will not talk about it here. The other one is unity. This one I would like to highlight, as it shows that the butterfly and I are not separate. We are intertwined in a way that dissolves boundaries. It hinges on my own perspective. I cannot tell whether the butterfly exists within my dream or if my dream is the butterfly. What makes this experience so profound is that it forces us, it compels us to question the separation between me and others. So the dream suggests that unity is not just a philosophical idea, but a lived experience, at least in the dream, right? When I'm the butterfly in the dream, there is no I or other conceptually. There is only being. And this unity is not about merging into a single entity, since I and butterfly are different, but about recognizing that our existence is deeply interconnected. The dream invites us to see beyond the apparent separateness and to embrace the ideal that we are all part of a greater whole. So what's the implication of Zhuang's idea of the unity of beings, right? Why bothers us? I believe Zhuang's idea here offers a profound and unique perspective that challenges conventional boundaries between self and others, inviting us to appreciate the unity that underpins all existence. This unity, empirically verifiable or not, serves as a bridge to greater empathy, which is a capacity to dissolve the facade of separation and recognize the interconnection of all beings. Through this heightened empathy, Zhuang could instantaneously know the happiness of the fish in that moment, not as an external observation, but as an intimate experience, as if it were his own. So, in conclusion, the ancient debate between Zhuang and Huishi about whether fish are happy transcends disciplines and time, foreshadowing modern empirical inquiries into non-human perspectives. Well, Zhuang was not a biologist. His ideas, as discussed above, stemmed from his intuitive wisdom in perceiving interconnection between humans and other beings, right? Not through scientific research, not through experiments. Interesting scientific breakthroughs in understanding animal emotions appear to have reinforced the philosophical appeal Zhuang's non-human ethics, non-human-centered ethics. His ideas thus deserve further exploration to cultivate a more inclusive framework for promoting human nature symbiosis in the technological age. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Zhang, for your very interesting presentation. We have a couple of minutes for quick questions. So if there are questions that you think are quick to respond, please take the floor. Yes, Professor Kravtsova, please.
Professor Zhang, thank you very much for your so wonderful presentation. I was really impressed by it. It's not a question, but maybe some additional notes. I don't know. Do you know that ideas of happiness of fishes was rather typical for Chinese love poetry, where we can see such kind of strokes as "we were happy like a pair of fishes." So this is typical not only for philosophy and philosophical ideas, but also for poetic worldviews or Chinese worldviews. So such a little note on this
Thank you very much.
very
This
amazing
painting,
presentation.
this theme is very common in traditional Chinese painting. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kravtsova. So if there are no more questions, then we will have a more general and thorough discussion at the end of the session. So once again, thank you, Professor Zhang. And now I would like to give the floor to our next participant, Professor Edmund Eyre, who is an assistant professor at the University of St. Joseph, Macau. And the title of his presentation is Confucian Philosophy as a Way of Life, the Pursuit of Harmony in the Zhongyong. So Professor Eyre, I hope you are here with us. Oh, yes, indeed you are. So, yeah, I give the floor to you, please.
Good afternoon from China. Yes, I'm based in Macau. Thanks to Dr. Lee, Dr. Kocherov for accepting my paper. I am grateful for the opportunity. So today's paper is By the way, I just shared my lecture handout on the chat. So in case anybody wants to have a look at it, you can download it from the chat room. Right. So today's paper is based on two research questions that I've been thinking about for some time. Namely, what does classical Confucianism look like as spirituality? That's the first question that I have. And then the second one would be, what would the pursuit of harmony look like in Confucian philosophy as a way of life? So those are the two kinds of research questions that I'm trying to answer in this presentation. Right. So the first part of the paper is about philosophy as a way of life, and then the second part of the paper is about how we can begin to look at the text Zhongyong as a spirituality, right? So probably we are familiar with the work of Pierre Hadot, a French philologist, and he wrote a very useful text, Philosophy is a Way of Life, from Socrates to Michel Foucault. And so I take inspiration from the framework presented to us from Pierre Hadot. All right. So according to Hadot, in the classical period, philosophy was understood as a way of life, in the sense that when the sages pursued wisdom, it was in terms of a spiritual path. Right. So when a teacher chose a direction in his life, then in practice he lived it out, right? And so this can be called a life option. So, and this life option, in fact, decides the kind of guidelines and the theory. Right? And so, according to Hadot, how philosophy develops is that it begins from praxis and goes to theoria. So it is a practical component of a life option, the lifestyle, if you like, that produces the theory of philosophy. And so for Ado, there are two important concepts. One is discourse, and one is spiritual exercise. So it is the practice which guides the development of a theory. So we are accustomed to think of philosophy as a more deductive kind of process, meaning that there's a theory and then we live according to the theory. So Ado thinks otherwise, that it starts from a way of life, and then the way of life produces the theory. Right? So let's start with discourse. So discourse refers to an expression using speech or using writing, and it expresses discursive thinking. We can call it argument if you like, right? And then discourses have theoretical and practical aspects. And so philosophy contains a discourse which enables a way of life. And in this way of thinking, right, the way that we would evaluate a discourse is by referring to the philosopher's practice or the philosopher's way of life. So how would we know that a discourse is good? Well, it would seem that we should refer to whether the philosopher is living a good life. Okay? So that's the idea, a general idea behind philosophy as a way of life. So the lifestyle expresses the discourse, right? And that's how a philosophical discourse is created. And so on this account, philosophy is about pursuing a way of life, and that is connected with a discourse. So the next concept would be spiritual exercise, right? And so spiritual exercise could be a practice that is physical, discursive, or intuitive, right? So a spiritual exercise can be practiced by the body. So for example, fasting is a spiritual exercise, right? Physical practice, right? And then a spiritual exercise could be intellectual, so study, argument, so it could be discursive, right? And then the spiritual exercise could be intuitive, so that includes meditation, right? Or prayer even, right? So practice can be intuitive. So spiritual exercise covers these three dimensions. Right? And so the purpose of a spiritual exercise is to bring about some conversion or some change in the practitioner. And so, according to Ado, philosophy is the type of spiritual exercise that enables self-cultivation, or if you like, in our modern day, we call it self-help or self-improvement. Right? So with that in mind, then let us look at this text in the classical tradition. There is the Zhongyong. So I'm using Andrew Plucks. He's the translation. He's a translator for the Penguin edition of 大学 and Zhongyong, right? And Andrew Plucks uses this translation called "On the Practice of the Mean." I think that's adequate. It brings out one of the meanings of Zhongyong in this text. Zhong meaning center, and Yong meaning ordinary, right? So another possibility is what Tu Weiming suggests: centrality and commonality. Right? So Zhong refers to focusing on the center, and then Yong is the ordinary affairs of life. Right? Okay. All right. So Zhongyong was published in 1190 as one of the four books. Right. So I'm sure that we already know that. Right. So what is special about Zhongyong, these two characters? It captures, shall we say, a Confucian ideal and it's meant to be applied to our relationships and our ordinary activities. So when Zhongyong is practiced, it means many things. It's very inclusive, right? It could mean being moderate, being objective, being truthful, or behaving in a proper way, or equanimity, having a sense of cultivating a emotional state of equanimity, calm in all our activities. Right? So Zhongyong can refer to emotional balance, right? So whether we are in grief or whether we are in joy, we should not go to excess, because happiness that is unregulated is harmful, just as uncontrolled sorrow is also harmful to our ability to live life and manage our relationships. So now let's look at Zhongyong as a discourse, right? So the very long first chapter of the text, right? So we have Zhong and He. So what is here termed the mean, Zhong, constitutes all-inclusive ground of being of the universe, right? And the term harmony, which is He, right, refers to a path of attainment, right? So in connection with our panel, right? So the Zhongyong proposes a discourse, right, of how focusing on the center can produce harmony, He. And so the idea behind the Zhongyong is that the world that we live in and our relationships are dynamic. They are always changing, right? Yin and yang. So darkness becomes bright, brightness becomes dim, right? Our relationships are also dynamic. They are changing, right? I grow from being a son to my parents, and then later on I might become a father to my children, and so forth. The world is dynamic, and so the practice of Zhong is to create adaptability in the human person. Right? So human perception and evaluation brings focus to our daily affairs. And through the practice of Zhong, human beings find some emotional stability, or we could say equanimity in dealing with others. So the next part would be Zhongyong as spiritual exercise. So I'm taking two ideas from Zhongyong chapter 1 and Zhongyong chapter 13, right? Just for our consideration today, right? So following from Zhongyong chapter 1, right? Nothing is more visible than what appears to be hidden. And so the Junzi, the man of noble character, pays great heed to the core of his individuality. Right? And so in the text, right, in the very first chapter, we have what is presented as a spiritual practice, that is Shen Du, right? So Shen means alertness, awareness, or attentiveness. Yes. Tu means individual or solitude, right? Our individuality. So Shen Tu, well, Andrew Clark translate as to pay great heed to the core of one's individuality. And so this could be an indication of how Zhongyong is a spiritual practice, right? So in the text, right, the idea that we get is that spiritual practice begins from self-knowledge, right? So to understand one's own individuality is the starting point to understanding what is the interior of other human beings, right? So the Jinzi, the person of noble character, goes deeply into oneself to get to know my own emotional life, my own thoughts, right? And so that I can follow the way, which is the following of human nature, right? So spiritual practice begins from self-examination, right? And is fundamental to self-cultivation. Yeah? But at the same time, this knowledge is naturally extended, right? When I understand my own nature, then I begin to understand other people's nature, because human beings share a common human nature. All human beings share a common human nature. So Shen Du is presented to us as a spiritual practice. And then there are two virtues, shall we say, call them virtues, that are a part of the spiritual exercise, right? So I get this from chapter 13 of the Zhongyong, right?
5 minutes.
All right, thank you. So the man of noble character effects the moral transformation of others, right? One is both single-minded in his devotion to duty, that is Zhong, and mindful of the concerns of others, that they will not stray far from the way. So here we have the two virtues, Zhong and Shu, right? So Zhong can be translated as devotion to duty, or you want to call it dutifulness. And then Shu is awareness of other people's concerns. It can also mean something like empathy, right? So the virtues that are encouraged in the Zhongyong include faithfulness or dutifulness and empathy, right? And so on the reading that I present to you today, I propose to you today, is that the two virtues, Zhong and Shu, give us a way of spiritual practice that includes the dimension of interiority and exteriority, right? So Zhong can be seen as the virtue associated with the interior dimension of human experience, right? The Jinzi, the noble person, is working on self-cultivation and is faithful to this task. So, and being devoted to self-cultivation requires a kind of perseverance and a kind of honesty with oneself. Very Confucian idea, right? And then Shu on this account can refer to the exterior dimension of human experience, right? So after working on one's self-cultivation, then one develops a knowledge of how to treat others and to be concerned for others. So Shu is cultivating the knowledge of how to serve others and to work for other people's good. Right? So the spiritual exercise begins from the knowledge of what is good for oneself, and then advancing to working for what is truly good for others. And so the the two virtues of Zhong and Shu bring together the two dimensions of human experience in ordinary life, right? And that is what we learn from self-cultivation can greatly help in cultivating healthy relationships with others. So I should stop here and just share some of the sources that I've worked on. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. We have time for one short question or a brief comment, if there are any.
Yeah, I do have a question. Just can you actually explain your interpretation of the concept of Shendu a bit more? I think there are many different ways to interpret this term Shendu. Besides your presentation, you basically interpret it as to work on your individuality. What do you think about other interpretations concerning this term? For example, it basically means you need to be mindful about those moral duties when you are alone, instead of paying attention to your individuality. It's still about conforming to the moral rules, even if nobody is watching on you. Okay, it's different from individuality. Yeah. So, what do you think about other interpretations concerning this term? Yeah.
I I tend to think of it, yeah, 杜伟明 suggests this thing, right? Suggests this meaning that 慎独 means that the Jinzi is always watchful of his own thoughts, his own actions, even when nobody is watching. So I think that both readings are possible, right? I think that self-cultivation is a way of becoming more mature, right? Or advancing in one's humanity. So, in order to become mature, one needs to grow in self-knowledge, to understand my own emotional state, my own reactions to people, and how to improve those relationships. But maturity is also self-governance, right? So that even when nobody is watching, I should be vigilant about what I'm thinking, how I'm feeling, what I think of others, and it's a kind of maturity and development in self-cultivation. So I think both are possible. We don't need to choose either one, and both meanings could be included in this in this idea of 慎独 as spiritual exercise.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will have our next presentation. So I would like to give the floor to Dr. Yathun Ronnie Leung, who is a lecturer at the Department of Philosophy, East China Normal University. And the title of his presentation is Harmony as the State of Affairs Being in Accordance with the Principle Li. So Dr. Leung, please.
Yeah, could you hear me and see my PowerPoint slides?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm very grateful to be here. It's a great pleasure to share with you my thoughts on the topic of harmony in the Chinese tradition. And yeah, today the topic is about the Confucian conception of harmony. And I would like to contend that, in fact, the Confucian conception of harmony is one that denotes the state of affairs, right, as being in accordance with the principle Li, right. In fact, to a large extent, this project is motivated by my disagreement with certain existing interpretation of the Confucian concept of harmony, right, which I think have neglected or overlooked the important element of the anchor in the concept, right? You know, the anchor, right? So with the anchor, right, you know, we kind of fix the thing or to hold the thing a little bit. So it's not the case that everything, anything goes, right? And without such an anchor, I think harmony will become a kind of too much a formal concept that will sometimes make it too arbitrary or too willful, right? And I will explain the problem we will see. So particularly, we will see that if we lack such a kind of anchor, we will be forced to regard some problematic cases as harmony or as harmonious, right? Which will be unacceptable, right? Both in Confucian, from the Confucian perspective or from our commonsensical think. So I will first introduce the account that I would like to argue against. That is Professor Chengyang Li's account. And then I will try to say that, in fact, for the Confucians, that very account is, that very anchor, right? The anchor is involved in the Confucian philosophy, right? In the concept of He, right? And that candidate is Li. And I will look at Zhuxi's philosophy particularly, and I will explain it a little bit in 2 sessions, and then I will explain how Li is related to harmony and how you can do the job of anchoring the harmony, right? That makes it a more plausible conception as a harmony, right? So Professor Chengyang Li, who is an emeritus professor at the Nanyang Technological University, he investigates into the Confucian conception of harmony for many years. And he suggests that according to Confucianism, right, harmony is a continuous process of adjusting differences and reconciling conflicts. So as we mentioned, right, it can be taken as a process, right? It's a harmonization. And we can also look at it as a kind of ideal, right? Or the ultimate good of Confucianism. Then we expect that the concept of harmony, right, is action guided. That is to say, right, the He is the good thing, right? And the 不和 is the bad thing, right? And the 和 action is good, the right action, and the 不和 action is the wrong actions. Or we can say there are 2 states of affairs. One is good and one is bad, right? And the Professor Li said that it should not be understood as a mere conformity, or as we mentioned, it's not as the same as 同, right? And we should not understand it as an unprincipled compromise, nor the unprincipled accommodation, right? Because it is a deep harmony with difference and creative tension. And he pointed out 5 key characteristics of the concept of a harmony. So the first is heterogeneity. That is to say, right, the 2 or more parties that come into interactions, they are not the same, right? And then there may be some tension because, right, they are not the same, and when they come to interact, there may be some tension. But this tension, right, while it may place constraints on the parties, but it will also generate energy, right, to advance coordination. So it's not totally useless, right? This tension, they may lead to some further cooperations, and gradually there may be some transformation of that tension, right? So the conflicts may be reconciled, and then the parties will flourish, right? And even more, there will be some kind of renewal. So harmony is achieved as a stages in the ongoing processes, right? So these are the 5 characteristics that Professor Li highlighted, right, in the conception of, right, Confucian harmony. But some scholars already find that perhaps this conception of Confucian harmony is problematic in the sense that we find some cases that fulfill or we will have these 5 characteristics met. But we still find those cases problematic, both in the Confucian's eyes or from our commonsensical thinkers. So Professor Fan Ruiping said, let's consider the case of mutually consented incest. Right? If both parties consented and if contraception is practiced, then no harm is caused to other people. 乱伦, right? Then it seems difficult for Professor Li's account to judge that such incest is wrong. Right? I agree with Professor Fan's challenge. So I think that this kind of harmony, right? We have something missing. That's what I call the anchor, right? So my elaboration is that perhaps at the beginning, the father and daughter, they held opposite views on the incest. Perhaps, right, say the daughter rejected it, right? Of course, more naturally they were opposed to it, and then they had an opposite views, and there may be tension when they began to interact in such a way. However, they may start to have or to make allowances and coordinate. Right? Even more, they will reconcile the tension into a favorable relationship. There is the idea of transformation and growth. And finally, they could become more and more intimate, and perhaps they will find it kind of more and more pleasurable. That is the idea of renewal. So I think this is a good example to show that perhaps these 5 characteristics are met, but the interaction is still regarded as wrong, both from the Confucian perspective or from our ordinary thinking. So I think such an anchor, right, is required, such that harmony will not be too willful or too formal, right, as a concept that will allow for too many so-called arbitrary interactions. And then I find that, in fact, such a kind of anchor is present in the Confucianism. And I particularly look at Zhuxi's philosophy. And the very related idea is the idea of Li, right? As we know, the Li is very important, you can say also a technical term for the Songming New Confucianism, right? So the Songming New Confucianism, right, they would like to explain the world, right? Explain the existence, as well as how we should live, right? And it is the very single concept of Li that provides with them the answer, right? Because it is Li that grounds existence. And it is also Li that represents the norms of things. That means the ways the things should exist and the ways we should act, right? So this the Li, right? So the Li, as the ultimate reality, it penetrates everything, right? It grounds existence, and it is also inherent in things. So it's different from the Christian picture that God creates, but he is not inside the things he creates, right? But this Li penetrates everything, you can say. So very loosely speaking, we can say that the Li is outside there or over there, right? When we talk about Tian or Dao, but it is also inside ourselves, right? Especially when we talk about human nature, which is revealed through our moral heart mind. We have the heart mind force props, as mentioned said. We have the morality, right? 仁义礼智, and those are the contents of the Li, in fact, right? So we can say Li, in fact, it has benevolence or Ren as its core content, right? So it can boil down to the idea of life-giving vitality. When we talk about Li, as represented or manifested by Tian, it is Tian's incessant creation, right? That is the guarantee of existence, right? 生生不息, right? So it is the opposite to the Buddhist worldview that the existence is not guaranteed, right? Because for the Buddhists, the things just come to exist in this way when the conditions are present. When the conditions are gone, then we no longer have those kind of things or phenomena. But for the Confucians, there must be some guarantee for existence, right? Even though we have the cycle of life and birth, but there must be the ground of existence, such that things will be here, right? We will have the world, right? And when we talk about this Ren or Li, right, in our human beings, it is our moral actions that help sustain and nurture lives, right? So we can say Tian and the Ren, they are the same in the sense that we share this Ren, we share this Li. So it is in fact the profound sense of the phrase 天人合一, right? We share this moral capacity and moral tendency. So it is the idea of Li, right? So when we have this Li as the, you can say the norm, right? Which is to say that we should be benevolent, right? That means we should promote life, nurture lives, sustain lives. We have the guidance of action, right? We have the norms for action. So this is what I call the anchor, right? And of course, I think most of us will know the Mencius explanation of the idea of Ren, right? And it is explained in terms of 恻隐之心, right? The heart mind of commiseration. That means we cannot bear to see others suffer. So it's related to the nurturing of life, right? So the Neo-Confucians put forward the idea of 礼义分殊, right? There's only one Li, that is the Ren, right, as we have just been mentioning, explaining. But there can be many manifestations of this very Ren. That means there are many ways to achieve or to implement, right, benevolence in different cases. So here we have the idea of flexibility or context sensitivity, right? That means, right, there are many ways that you, for example, you serve your parents, right? Perhaps in one particular historical era, right, we have different conditions, right? That in that particular setting, there are some better ways to serve your parents, but in other periods, perhaps we have better technology or different conditions, then you may change the actual way to kind of serve your parents. So these are very brief example, right? And that is to say, the core value is always there, right? That is the benevolence, but there are many ways to achieve them. And then we also we're also familiar with the dilemma cases, right, where it is allowed to break the ritual rules, right, to kind of save lives, right, as the Mencius case of the sister, the drowning sister, right, in law. So you need to see how best to achieve or to carry out the core value. That means the one principle that is written, right? So the case of consented incest is wrong in that it is unbenevolent, 不仁. But of course, there are many reasons for its being unbenevolent, and you need some explanations for that, right? But the main point is that all possible reasons, prudential or not, must aim at the benevolent concern for both parties, right? Because, right, for example, the mutually consented incest may damage the daughter's family relationship, right? Or will make her confused, right, with the future romantic relationships. Those are kind of damage to her, right? So this is only some examples of the reasons for why that kind of interaction is wrong, right? Because it is unbenevolent, although it may look smooth, right, in a sense, right? So this is how I try to say the lead, right, is important, or the anchor is important when we talk about the rightness or the wrongness of the action. So here we come to the further explanation of the linkage, right, or to say how to link the idea of Li, right, with the harmony. And in Zhuxi's philosophy, we will see the idea that the He in fact means being in accordance with principle, the Li.
5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And then, in fact, we have some more obvious passages from his disciple, Chen Cun. And in fact, we can see they share the same rationale, so I just quoted here. So Chen Cun said that harmony means that there is no contradiction. Right? 中文 in the Chinese it says 和事无所怪力. Right? But of course, we will ask about the lacking subject here, the object here, right? According to the context, it means the contradiction between the emotions, 情 or 情感, right, and the principle, Li. So there are no contradiction between these two things, right? And he also said, hitting dual measure is simply attaining principle. That denotes what should be the case, without any excess or deficiency, and not in conflict with principle. That means, right, 喜怒哀乐, those kind of emotions, they are not contradicting the emotion, the principle. 不相符理, right? So harmony means no contradiction between emotions and principle. 和就是说与事理不相符理. So this is one passage. And another passage also from Chen Chun, it says, the doctrine of the Minzongyong only lists pleasure, anger, sorrow, and joy for an outline. In fact, what manifests from the inside as a matter of course, without disobeying principle, is also harmony. 无所无于理, right, is also taken as harmony. So we can say that being in accordance with Li and He, they are mutually implicating, right? Of course, here the sentence is incomplete, but what being in accordance with Li, right? So I would like to complete the sentence. I will say that in fact you can fill in these things, then they are in fact mutually implicated, or they are just four aspects of the same scenario. You can say that it is the individual's heart mind, or his emotion, or his action, or himself being in accordance with me. Because if you have the response, we can take it as emotion. As very naturally, it will lead to some action, right? So you can say this person himself, right, is being in accordance with this. So they are just four aspects of the same scenario, right? And we will look at it finally that we can also refer it to, right, as this generally the state of affairs, 事, the 事情 or 事态, right? It is in line with or in accordance with principle, 合于理. And then we can take it as harmonious, as 和. That's why I think it very intriguing here is that that's why 和 can be talked of when one is alone. But Juicy said, when someone asks Juicy, right, many people will explain 和 in terms of 和羹, right, mingling of the soup or the harmonious soup. And the Juicy said you don't need to limit harmony to something other regarded, right? Just as a gentleman, Zunzi, is naturally harmonious when he is alone daily. So there is some background as we read, also mentioned by Professor Li, right? Originally, or in the ancient sense, the term 和 is used as a verb, right? As to mingle the soup, right? You need to have numerous different ingredients, right? Water, vinegar, salt, sauce, right? Plum, right? Those kind of things to cook fish and meat, right? 和羹. So this is a soup which is delicious, that it has many different flavors. When we say that, it's also balanced, right? It's 和. So here, Zhuzi said that we don't limit the talk of 和 to something, right, other regarded. That means there must be some numerous parties, right? I think if we do use 和 in this way, right, we usually think of at least two parties, right? 2, 3, 4, or even more parties. When they come to interact in a certain sense of good way, then we call it harmonious. But Zhuzi, when we talk about the understanding here, it simply means being in accordance with Li, right? So a person himself can be 和 when he's, for example, his tiny thoughts or whatever action, right, are in accordance with me. Then
1 minute.
Okay, thank you. So I think it's very interesting here. Although we can still say, we can still preserve the normal usage of 和, right? When we come to the things or the state of affairs, for example, human interactions, being in accordance with principle. So as I mentioned, the more common usage of the word, right? So when we talk or more parties interact, right, in a good way, then we will say that it's harmonious, right, in that certain sense. But so I think we can talk of harmonious in different degrees, right? There can be different degrees of harmony, right? So you can say when two parties come to interact, if one party accords with Li, but the other one doesn't accord much or it violates the need. Then this interaction is just partly harmonious. So there can be the talk of degree, right, when we talk about harmony. Right? So I think that this is what I would like to share with you today. That is, by referring to Juicy, in fact, we have the confusion conception of He or harmony as the state of affairs being in accordance with principle. So this He is not merely a formal concept because it is anchored with the principle, and yet it will allow for flexibility or context sensitivity, or there can be ways to achieve the now-ness. So this is the talk today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Leong, for your presentation. We have time for one brief comment or question, so if there are any, please. Okay, then we will discuss the presentation in a general session. And now I would like to introduce our last panelist for this session, Ms. Dun Shuan, who is a postgraduate student at the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies at the University of Macau. And the title of presentation is Order-Based Playing, a Zhuangziang Conception of Harmony Without Uniformity. So, Ms. Wan, please take the floor.
Okay, thank you. Now I will share my screen. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yeah, I changed the title a little bit. Okay, let me. Hello everyone. It's a great honor to present my paper here. Today my presentation is on a Zhuangzian harmonious coexistence of difference through analyzing the concept of you as transformation, interpreting the concept of you as transformation-based roles playing. My presentation consists of 5 parts. Now let's see the introduction. The concept of harmony without uniformity is a classic Confucian ideal in the intellect, which means to achieve overall harmonious coexistence on the basis of respecting differences and diversity. Li as rituals of propriety is a Confucian strategy to bring about harmony in society. It orders the society through getting people performing certain conducts or role ethics according to the specific social positions they contingently reside. Consequently, as is suggested by another key term in the intellect, 思不出其味, over time as it is put into practice, it leads to an undesirable social phenomenon that people can only behave and think according to the norms assigned to the role he or she plays in the society, and any other ways of thinking and behaving will be considered as inappropriate or not virtuous. Such a way just blind the people from fluidity and unpredictability. I'm so nervous. Okay. And from the fluidity and unpredictability of the world, which actually confines their ways of being. It seems that the practice of Li gradually deviates from the Confucian ideal, turning from bringing diversity into a concord to framing diversity for the needs of a harmonious society. Zhuangzi at this time discerns this problem and offers his solution to it. This paper argues that while the phrase harmony without uniformity is Confucian, its core spirit is masterfully illustrated in Zhuangzi's philosophy of you. Current literature on you shi diverge at the point concerning whether you shi is a withdrawal from the affairs of the world or an engagement in them. Many scholars suggest that Zhuangzi's general attitude towards politics is that of futility and aversion. They believe that through the concept of you, Zhuangzi is articulating a withdrawal from the affairs of the world. However, scholars of another camp agree that the text of the Zhuangzi can be viewed as a literary elaboration on the philosophy of the Laozi, as is suggested by Shi Ji. Therefore, it would be inappropriate to claim that Zhuangzi is not engaged in social political discussions at his time. Rather, this paper argues that Zhuangzi concerns about this problem and tries to offer his solutions to them. So here is the structure of my presentation. Through analyzing relevant inner chapters of the Zhuangzi, this paper proposes that the concept of you embodies Zhuangzi's view on the survival of the common people under their different circumstances, as well as the maintenance of order by the ruler in turbulent days. In section 1, I examine how the concept of wuhua existentially necessitates you as a survival strategy for all beings within the fluctuating world. Then in section 2 and 3, I introduce how the strategy of you is practiced by both the common people and people on top, respectively, with concrete examples drawn from the 人间世 and 阴帝王 chapters. Based on the above analysis, I develop and propose the idea of transformation-based roles playing as an effective way for the maintenance of a harmonious coexistence of differences in a society. Now this part, I try to argue that wuhua serves as an existential foundation for the practice of you. Wuhua, as a manifestation of the movement of Dao, refers to the ceaselessly mutual constituting and mutual becoming of the myriad things in the universe. In the Qi Wu Lun chapter, the piping of heaven comes through the great clump, blowing its breath, throwing the 10,000 hollows and producing the piping of the earth. The 10,000 hollows correspond to the customary expression for the myriad things in the world, and the different voices through the different holes stand for the diverse becomings of things, including people in the world. The holes' differences in shape stand for people's different circumstances, which constitute part of them, and thus play a crucial part in their diverse ways of self-unfolding. Moreover, the voices are made through the interaction of the blowing breath and the holes, which signifies the mutual becoming and the mutual constituting of the myriad things. In other words, everything blows itself or unfolds itself through accepting and interacting with its own transforming circumstances. So this passage discloses that the myriad things' differences, their mutual constitution through interaction, and their perpetual state of becoming are key features of wuhua. Let's see another example of wuhua in the Zhuangzi. This passage is from Dazongshi chapter. Confucius and his disciple Yan Hui talk about the death of Meng Sun's mother, by which Zhuangzi conveys the idea that in the midst of a transformation, we have no idea about what we will be or what has already transformed away. We temporarily get involved in something or other and proceed to call it myself, but how can we know if what we call self has any self to it? With our being in the world being fluid and provisional, it would be problematic to cling to any fixed idea of self or identity in the human world, nor should we hold on to any specific modes of thinking and behaving in one's encounter with the forever fluctuating world. Instead, Zhuangzi suggests us to drop away each transformation as it goes. That is, to depend on or ride on the changing situation. This paper holds that this idea of riding on transformation of things is the core of the strategy you, which contributes to a Taoist approach to harmony without uniformity. The concept of you literally means swimming or floating, which conveys a sense of effortless movement, of going with the flow of a larger current like Tao, rather than struggle against it. In the Zhuangzi, it refers to a state of mind or a way of being that is unconstrained by rituals and conventions. Metaphorically, it signifies the Taoist sage rides on the transformation of 10,000 things without attaching to any specific identity under his or her transforming circumstances in the human world. However, this playful way of being is not a total denial of order or an abandon of the commonly accepted moral values as a whole, but a recognition and acceptance of the order of the ceaseless transformation. Zhuangzi recognized that the world is under constant changes. Consequently, there will never be an ultimate ruling principle which can bring about the harmonious coexistence once and for all. Rather, you is the strategy and ability to continually adapt to and realign our way through whatever potentially emergent circumstances we encounter. This is textual evidence. Let's skip this part. So let's see the next section about how the strategy of Yu is practiced by common people through analyzing examples from the 人间世 chapter. Okay. 庄子recognize and accept Zhuangzi recognize and accept the inevitability and vicissitudes of one's given circumstances, including one's physical form, and their key to a peaceful existence in the world. Through analyzing the stories of Yanhui, Zigao, and Zhi Shu, this paper proposes that this writing on transformation of things in concrete practices can be interpreted as a transformation-based role-playing, which contribute to a Taoist understanding of harmonious coexistence of differences. And this is the first story about Yan Hui telling Confucius that he's going to advise the tyrannical ruler of Wei. Yan Hui, at this time, he's not been granted any official position, but with a great ambition to do this. Confucius does not quite agree with his endeavor. He says that Yan Hui is not in a proper position to do this, considering he might not have ample virtuosity and that his way of advising might be inappropriate so as to plague the ruler of Wei. Nevertheless, the Taoist Confucius still instructs him like how to achieve his goal. Firstly, to fast your heart mind so that you can go roaming around in ruler of Wei's territory without a strong obsession with rectifying his bad conducts. That is to say, Hui shall not over-identify the role of an advisor to the emperor. Since this is the role he wants to play, but doesn't mean that his circumstances just give him this role to play. Instead, he shall empty his heart mind to wait for the presence of a proper situation that helps realize his intention. When the ruler of Wei is willing to hear your advice, then you can speak, but if not, you should just stop. In other words, not to take a step unless the real-time situation brings you there to act. Here we can see that Zhuangzi actually encouraged people to take the role given by our circumstances instead of just holding on a fixed intention like Yan Hui. And the second story is about Zigao. Zigao, as Duke of Shi, is reluctant to complete his task as his designated envoy to Qi. In that, he's too nervous about his own safety that his physical and mental well-being is disturbed even before he had to Qi. This time, the Taoist Confucius give him a completely different advice to Zigao from Yan Hui's due to their different circumstances. We know that Zigao is occupying a social position. The Taoist Confucius says there are two great constraining obligations in the world. One of them is responsibility to your boss. And underling service to a boss cannot be avoided anywhere in this world. So it's better that you just reconcile yourself to them as if they were fitted. By fitted, this paper interpreted as what the role your circumstances brings you there to to play or to take on. And let's see, Confucius further instruct him how to realize or accomplish his task. Let yourself be carried along by things so that the mind wanders freely. Hand it all over to the unavoidable so as to nourish what is central within you. That is the most you can do. the best thing is just to fulfill what is mandated to you, your fate, to go be what you cannot help being. In this passage, we can see that Zhuangzi's strategy of you is not a total denial of any order, but rather a dynamic order based on the transforming circumstances. And that is, he suggests we take on the role we acquire through our interaction with the emergent circumstances, which also implies that this role is subject to change. But anyway, the role given by our changing circumstances still include our social position, as this passage shows. And the third story is about Zhi Li Shu, a physically deformed people. In this case, his circumstances is definitely different from the majority of the common people. But anyway, he happens to have a very joyful and peaceful and prolific life. And because he just accept and follow the inevitability of his circumstances and take on the role that given by his conditions. We can see that although weak as he appears in the common people's eye or under the common value system, he, with his sewing and pounding the divining sticks, he can actually feed more than 10 men. And when the authorities called for troops, he would just present himself among all the others without any danger of being chosen for military duties. And yeah, so he's able to live out his natural lifespan. From this section, we see that Zhuangzi inspires people to take on the role given by their transforming circumstances, the role, and so that like in the previous section, I have mentioned that every one of us are kind of constituted and shaped by our transforming circumstances. So the differences among the common people is related to our different and transforming circumstances. So Zhuangzi
5
just
minutes.
Okay. Zhuangzi just inspire people to take on the role given by their transforming circumstances so that harmonious coexistence of differences could be maintained without much effort. Now let's see how the strategy of you can also be practiced by people on top to bring about this harmonious coexistence of differences. The key to the practice of you for people on top is Wu Wei. That is to respond to the grand transformation as it comes and facilitate things diverse becomings as they are. The Taoist sage ruler follow where the flowing circumstances bring them and play their part based on an interaction with the real-time situations. The first story is about Nie Que asking baby sovereign Wang Ni 4 questions, and Wang Ni's answer to each of them is don't know. Nie Que is very satisfied with this answer and tells Wang Ni's teacher Puis about it. Puis then just say the following thing. A Mr. Youyu is no match for a Mr. Tai. Youyu still harbors human kindness in his breast, with which he tries to constrain other human beings, foisting it on them as the very essence of human. Youyu here represents a Taoist sage ruler who set a pattern of conducts as what people with human kindness would do, and just voiced his own will on the common people. Whereas Tai, on the other hand, falls asleep on the spot without ceremony and wakes to where he is all wet-eyed, sometimes thinking he's a horse, sometimes thinking he's an ox. In this case, Tai represents a Taoist sage. He accepts things and people as the way they are without getting involved with them. So people's diverse ways of developing are facilitated and accommodated. It seems that Tai do nothing, but this paper argues that it is exactly the doing nothing purposefully, but accepting and writing on the flow as it is from the side of the ruler, that the harmonious coexistence of differences could be maintained without much effort. On the contrary, the text of the Zhuang suggests if a ruler produces meticulous regulations and measures derived from the example of his own person, the common people will always figure out a way to avoid those rigid rules or regulations. Therefore, the Taoist ruler wouldn't be obsessed with his identity, fixed identity as a ruler to foist his will upon the common people, but merely accepts the role given by his transforming circumstances and facilitates the common people's self-unfolding. And in this case, the harmonious coexistence is maintained without much effort. This is another story elaborating the same point. The efficacy of the rulers doing nothing purposefully but just accept the inevitability of the transforming circumstances. In Yang Ziju's conversation with Lao Dan, Lao Dan says the sage ruler is one who takes his stand in the unfathomable and wenders his way where there is nothing fixed at all. The ruler of the sage will stop at the point where he's certain of what people and also he himself are capable of doing, but never force people to do things they find hard to do. In conclusion, through examining the relation between Wu, Hua, and You, and this paper interpret You as writing on the transformation of things, and through analyzing relevant stories in Ren Jian Shi and Yin Di Wang chapter, this paper interpret You as transformation-based roles-playing as an alternative way of achieving harmonious coexistence of difference. This role suggested by Zhuangzi is the one. This one is not merely of a social construct, but more of one acquired through one's interaction with its transforming circumstances. So this role is actually subject to change. So rather than a complete denial of any order or commonly accepted moral values, this strategy of You can be practiced by both the common people and the people on top to help facilitate their diverse ways of being, along with their harmonious interaction with their transforming circumstances, while keep them fulfill their social obligations well. Yeah, thanks. That is my presentation. Okay.
Thank you, Wendy, for your presentation. We have a minute for a brief question to Wendy, if there are any questions or comments. If not, that we can move on to our general discussion. We have about 15 minutes for that. So I think that it's quite interesting that we have different perspectives on harmony in our panel, and I think that one of the uniting themes is I borrow this term from Dr. Leung's presentation, is anchor. I think that I think all of the participants in our session has talked about this kind of anchor, what it could be in one way or in others, or be it the unity of experience, or is it this spiritual practice, or is it the principle, or is it this idea of carefree wandering? I think if I'm the one to try to drive this discussion, I think I might be interested in your responses to the question of how we accommodate the views of the other people into this picture. Maybe not even people, maybe animals or living beings as well. So, I mean, for instance, when we say that we know that fish is happy because we share the unity of experience, does this also apply to, say, the situation when we are happily eating the fish? Does it mean that fish is also happy at this moment because it fulfills this role of being eaten and serving as a sustenance for us? Or is it not applicable? Or, for instance, then we apply this to the spiritual practice when we analyze ourselves, and this is converted into some form of attitude towards other people. Can we really be sure that this is something that other people might benefit from? Are we really sure that we understand their contexts and their true potential? I think it's also the same about what Dr. Leon has told us. I think that it is interesting that he has mentioned different degrees of harmony. I think that it is interesting to explore how we can. Is this harmony where all different interests and potentials are considered and transformed into some kind of practice? Is it really achievable in its perfect sense, or we can just strive for a certain degree of harmony where some interests are not taken into consideration? And I also think that this is the same for Ms. Wan's presentation. How can we fit this idea of different perspective into this idea of carefree wandering and just reacting to what life gives us, to this reactionary idea? So I would be really interested in hearing your thoughts and opinions on all that. So if anyone is willing to comment, then please.
Okay. So should I respond now or?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. How? Yeah, because based on Zhuangzi's concept of 物化, everything, how to say, everything in the mirror things are mutually constituting and mutually becoming. Like, we are produced. We are actually we have. We are a product of our circumstances in all the sense, and like the social, political, and also like the food we eat every day, like become ourselves. And so actually there is a say in Zhuangzi, 天地一马也，万物一指也. It just means every person contains everything in the universe. And actually, ourselves is already a product, like shaped and constituted by our transforming circumstances. So we don't need to first know so many different perspectives ahead, so that we shall find a way to accommodate all of them, because we're already a product of those different things, including the perspectives. Like ever since we're born, we're intaking different like language and like the moral exemplars, how they behave, we imitate them. How the education, like the school and our family tell us to do, and we every day we're just intaking these different perspectives. We're already a product of it. So what Zhuangzi suggests is that we don't need to cling to a fixed pattern of thinking and behaving. We don't need to just cling to one specific identity, because the environment, the circumstances are transforming, and we ourselves actually are transforming along with them. So if we over-identify ourselves with a specific pattern of thinking and behaving, it would not be good for our mental and physical well-being, and it will interrupt our carefree wandering around the world. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your response.
Question. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Yeah, about having a fish. Well, that's about perspective, basically. The story in drones, right? Is in terms of its real utility implication. I know there are some kind of research arguing that we should treat a fish humanely. If you raise fish, you should treats raise fish in a human way because fish does have feeling. So and stuff. It's like when you eat meat, right? So when you butcher the cow or the pig, you need to kill them in a human way. So that I think that's something still relevant to real practice, right? Even though in John's story is actually about perspectives, is about is on different he's not concerned with animal well-beings, okay. But it's interesting to know his inquiry actually does lead to contemporary study related to animal well-being. Okay. So I think that's an interesting phenomenon. He did not have that kind of intention, but I think he is so forward thinking in some way. Okay, okay. And then goes back to the question of transformation. Wendy just answered. Actually, in John's idea, we need to first forget ourselves first. That's his initial. We need to have that kind of precondition. First, we forget ourselves. Yeah. Then we can appreciate this kind of interconnectedness. And then with interconnectedness, it's possible for we to imagine we can transform ourselves from a human being into a butterfly or worse. Okay. So this bottom, I think John's is very much is about mental or thinking experiments. Yeah, it's about yeah. That's my take about those stories, those fables. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your response.
Excuse me, may I jump in?
Yeah, sure.
I have some follow-up for Professor Zhang's very interesting lecture. So may I ask more about the knowing, right? Because I think in your presentation, your translation of the Zhuangzi's kind of last sentence is to say that we know the fish are happy by enjoying ourselves on the bridge, something like that. But as we know, the original text does read 我自治好像也 I simply know it on the river, right? So I wonder if you have a further add your interpretation on that, because right, the verb there is simply 我自治好像有 simply know that, right? So I think some common reading of the story is that the Zhuangzi is doing some 移情, right? It's a kind of projecting, 把他的情感投射, right? It's just projecting his own happiness to the fish. Perhaps the fish effect doesn't matter really, or perhaps as you mentioned, he is not a scientist, right? So it's just somehow some kind of perspective taking or even some projection, right, of Zhuangzi's own happiness. I think we usually have this common experience that we are happy, then we look at the world in a kind of more positive way, right? So I think we read the poems by Li Bai, right? The 轻舟已过万重山, because he has a kind of good kind of mood that he find it kind of pleasurable when he kind of look at the views, and he find that the travel is very kind of quick and pleasurable. So I wonder if you will agree with those common interpretation, or you have particular understanding of the very process of 知. So it's not just simply kind of projection, but it's really some kind of knowing, right?
Yeah, okay, thank you for your
Thank you.
question. The translation is not mine. I just took it from some I don't remember the author's name anyway. So, but that doesn't really matter. I do agree with what he translated here. Zhuangzi in the story does believe he truly know the happiness of the fish simply by in this place. And what implied is through this kind of interconnection, because that goes all the way to his previous larger theme, right? The larger the arch of his overall argument, because we have this interconnection and we have this transformation possibility. So it's able for me to know it. And the projection stuff is a very common interpretation for the story. We project our feeling to the animal. This very tradition. That's actually what Hui Shi suggested in his critique concerning Zhuangzi. You didn't really know the fish. You're just projecting your happiness you interpret the behavior of fish as if they are happy, right? So that's Huishi's stance. Zhuangzi actually is arguing against that kind of perspective. No, I'm not saying I observed the happiness of fish. I just know it by standing here. So how do you know it? Well, because we are interconnected. He has a theory, right? And we can transform from one form, one status to another status, right? Therefore, it's possible for me to know it. He didn't make that kind of argument. Just say, well, I know it because you asked me this question, how do I know the happiness of fish? So that means I knew the fish, the happiness of fish. It's kind of playing with this word. Then he said, well, I know it because by standing here over the bank of the hall. So he's actually making a very strong statement. Assertion, you can call it assertion, is a belief, actually. He believes he could know the happiness of fish because he has a larger theoretic framework. In that framework, he could justify his belief. He knows the happiness of the fish. It's not projecting his understanding on the fish. Rather, he is connected with the fish. He feels the happiness of the fish at that moment. Okay, so I think I think in Zhuangzi internal logic, I think that's what he really meant in the story. Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yeah, very good question. Yeah, very good question. Yeah.
Excuse me, can I join in the interesting discussion?
Sure.
Yes, just very briefly. Yes, I also raised my eyebrows when I listened to your interpretation through using that special translation, because the point you made is that by standing on the bridge, 好上, right? And then that suggests a kind of locality. So if I were you, I try to interpret it, why Zhuangzi is justifiable to say that he knows by referring to such a kind of locality. That's the first suggestion. Yeah, that we may discuss upon not. The second one is that, metaphysically speaking, to say that we are connected does not necessarily denote that logically we can know the others. We are connected. I'm connected to my chair. Doesn't mean that I know my chair. So there's a logical fallacy there. How do you respond? Thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Zhuangzi is arguing against. The standing, that's because English requires you put a verb there. So otherwise you can't translate a sentence. I know it by the river, it doesn't work. So by standing on the river. So you need that in the that's how you work with translation. Okay. So the locality is very important because Zhuangzi is saying my understanding of the fish's happiness is associated with this moment, and this moment needs to take place in a certain place, right? So that's a connection in Zhuangzi's internal logic. I'm trying to explain his internal logic. Yeah, you don't really need to agree with his internal logic. Zhuangzi actually thing is he doesn't really feel he need to defend his logic. He's saying, well, logic, I know it because you asked me this question, how do I know the happiness of fish? That means I know the happiness of fish, right? And then the punchline is the last sentence, I know it. 我知之好上, so I know it on over the whole river and whatever. You can translate it that way as well. But I just feel the initial translation give us some kind of standing is give you a more visual image. But anyway, it's arguably could be translated differently. Yeah. I didn't really pay much attention to that standing thing because, okay, anyway, very good question. And then connection. Okay, good. So this is a very good question. So I'm connected, but you connected in what way? That's really important. So I'm connected with this chair externally. That's external connection. What Zhuangzi is arguing is here is we have internal connection. So we have this empathy. So basically, it goes back to this idea of empathy. So since we have this internal connection deeply, so I have this empathy to feel your feeling. Therefore, I know you are happy now. Right. So I think that's the logical chain behind his assertion. He really knows the happiness of the fish by standing on the bank of Hot River. Yeah. So I don't know if I answered your question or not, but I think that make sense logically, right? If this is kind of his construction, his internal logical construction should be like this. This is a structure, his logical structure is here. And then you can question, are you really internally connected with the fish? Modern science shows we do, because I showed you this kind of scientific research. Yeah, and of course, this is through external examination, experiment, right? Eventually pointed to this kind of hormone, right? Hormone in our brain. And this hormone actually is responsible for our empathy. In fish, in mammals, in human beings, different names for the hormone, that's that difference. But the basic function and the locality, almost very similar, right? So Jones, of course, didn't know nothing about this. He just had this intuitive wisdom of kind of realizing this kind of internal connection between human beings and other beings. Modern science try to reveal that kind of connection through experiments, and that's evolutionary theory, common ancestral theory, right? And quantum physics is about cosmos, if that's too big, so we don't go that way. But going back to John's story, I think what interests me is his intuitive assertion, which assertion, claim, belief, somehow is proved by cutting edge science. So that's something really intrigued me. Okay, my interpretation maybe is doesn't really matter, but I think this phenomenon is worth of our reflection, right? Why so?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Yeah, thank you. So we have a couple of minutes. So Miss Han, please, if you have any questions or comments, as you raised your hand. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the literature, and I have a question for Professor Liang, and I am very interested in your topic to put the root of the harmony into the Li, and it is very structured and put everything 天人合一, 理一万数 put in it, but I have a question about that. If you put the root into Li for the phenomenon, if it means that the Li and phenomenon is the same thing, if it is the same or it has some different, because you put the root into Li. And the second question is that there is something just as harmony, but not under the Li, such as some person in give to other people money, they are very harmony, but they not get the Li. And there is also other thing, such as if the people is very harmony but not Li, such as the person is under the control, they under the government, they very respond the Li, but they not harmony. They in the heart they feel angry. I have just these two questions, and I ask the Professor Liang. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Han, for your questions. I think so. As the individual concepts, of course, they have their distinctions, right? Conceptual distinctions. So I would perhaps say the 和 mainly denotes the states of affairs, right? The ideal states of affairs, right? So it is good, right? And I think it is achieved when we, you can say, act in accordance with the principle, or when things just accords with the principle, right? So 和 denotes the state of affairs, and then the 理, right, is that which makes this ideal state possible, right? So so one is the, you can say, the ground, and one is the manifestation. So that's why I would say that we should look at 理 or 仁义礼智的人 as the guiding concept, right? Or the concepts that provide us with the action guidance instead of looking at the 和, right? 和 is, in fact, you can say the final product, right? So I think I would look at it in this way. And then I'm not very sure about your second question. I guess if you are saying that perhaps in our human interactions, for example, for sometimes the people just act, right, as if they follow, right, some kind of instructions or rules or norms, whether it's from ourselves or from the outside, like the government or from the society. But inside, right, when we look at the heart mind, they don't really like it. So can we still say that such an interaction is harmonious, or such person is still a her person? So is it that question? Yeah, I think it's interesting because for Confucianism, I think the judgment is made, you can say, holistically, or even they will look at so-called the internal thing more specifically, right? So they put more emphasis on your intention, on your heart mind, right? Of course, the heart mind and the overt actions, also including your emotions, they are kind of interconnected. Usually when you have this kind of emotion, you will express it and act according to it. So if the 内外, right, the internal and the external, they are kind of inconsistent, right? Confucius already, right, hate it, right? We already criticized it, right? 内外那个不一. And then when we use the word 和 in also the commonsensical way, I think Zhu Xi did mention that there are some cases that 那个口和或者是面和，但是性不和, right? So it is as if your phrasal expression shows that you are good, or you are moral, or you are virtuous, you communicate well, but in fact you have the hatred inside. That is not in accordance with the principle very obviously. So that's why we cannot count this person as a her person, and that interaction is not her, because the whole thing does not accord with principle. Yeah, I think this is my question, my responses. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Miss Wan, do you have a question or a comment?
I have a quick response to Professor Zhang. You just mentioned that Zhang's suggestion, like his philosophy, is first to instruct us to 五丧我, and actually, and that is exactly what I mean, that Zhuangzi suggests us to abandon this fixed identity, maybe as a social construct, like what I perceive, what I am, and this I is given by is an identity given by maybe my social position, like and this kind of stuff. And since it's a fixed identity, so based on Zhuangzi's idea of 物化, everything is just transforming. I am shaped by my environment, circumstances, and I also influence my environment. So everything is changing along with each other and mutually becoming. So it is exactly when I abandon this identity, I as a fixed like principle or 规定, then I can truly like embrace the true not true myself. I can be I can just write on the transformation of all things and just have my diverse self unfolding. And also, I have a small question to Professor Zhang. It seems that you give us some scientific discoveries about that, like the fish have similar construct in the brain with our human beings, so they may have similar like mental experiences and emotional experiences. And then you try to use 庄周梦蝶like 庄周 and the butterfly example to support and to try to to connect these two like phenomena. And we know that in 庄周梦蝶 story, like 庄周 and the butterfly, actually they're mutually ignorant of each other, and exactly because they're mutually ignorant of each other's existence, that they can fully be themselves and transforming along with the circumstances is like the concept of 物化 has suggested. It is exactly because we just abandon what has already transformed the way that we can just carefreely wandering around the world. So I can kind of want to ask you if this example can really support that I and the fish can mutually know each other. Yeah.
So thank you. As I mentioned, there are two themes in the story. One is transformation of beings. The other one is interconnection among beings. So what I'm talking about is the second aspect of the story. You do see this interconnection. You and the butterfly are one in the dream, at least in the dream, right? So he's actually using this extreme case to illustrate this kind of separation is not necessarily rigid or just fixed. For example, in the dream, I'm a butterfly, but when I awake, I don't really remember I was a butterfly in the dream, or I dream I become a butterfly. So this kind of philosophical experiment, this kind of thought experiment, okay, shows us some kind of, he's trying to suggest us, okay, that's what he's trying to suggest to us. There, we are interconnected. Even I drawn to and a butterfly, at least in that moment. Okay, so that's a basis for his another theory, transformation among different things. Things were connected deeply, right? It's possible for it to transform from one being to another being. Otherwise, the transformation won't happen. And he actually mentioned, and I and butterfly must be different here. Yeah. However, we can transform. That's called the transformation of things, right? That's the conclusion of his story, right? The fable, right? So he's actually making 2 points in that story, I believe. So what I'm talking about is his conclusion, but what I am trying to work on is the premise for the conclusion. Okay, expressed through the story. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you to all the participants for your most wonderful presentations and for your stimulating discussion. Unfortunately, we are running a bit late, so we have to stop with our first session here. And I suggest we should take a short break of 10 minutes, and then we will continue with our second session. Obviously, if you want to, you can continue the discussions in the chat here. Yeah, thank you once again, and let's have a 10-minute break. All right, should we start our second session? Is everyone here? Okay.
I guess I'm the first to start, am I right?
Yeah,
I'm the first to go.
Yeah, so okay, let's proceed with our second session, which is loosely entitled Harmony and Interculturality. And it is my pleasure to give the floor to Professor William Ng, who is a professor and chair at the Department of History of National Taiwan Normal University. And the title of his report is Harmony Without Uniformity Reconsidered, Taisu and Ingguan on Religious, Others, and Buddhist Boundaries. So, Professor Ng, we all welcome you here with your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair, for the introducing my presentation. Yes, I'm William from the Department of History, Taiwan Normal University. Well, it's such a great delight and honor to be with you all to share some of my preliminary thought and reflection upon this topic. May I share my PowerPoint? So everyone see the PowerPoint now? Am I right?
Not yet. I think it is still loading. Yeah, it has loaded. I see it now.
Right. Good. Now, sorry. Hold on a second. All right, I need to do it again. Give me a second. Can you all see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
All right. Now, the topic of my presentation is harmony without uniformity reconsidered. Master Taishi and Yingguang on religious artists and Buddhist boundaries. And although this phrase, 和而不同, comes from the analects, its spirit has reached far beyond Confucianism. And it has also been a shared ethical principle in the East Asian thought. So a way to discuss diversity, discourse, and coexistence. So today I'm going to reconsider this principle in a Buddhist context. Now, especially taking the modern humanistic Buddhism as an example to reflect upon this principle. And I don't want to repeat what 和而不同 means since so many of you have already covered. And I plan to do today is to show to the extent that harmony in modern humanistic Buddhism is not to be treated, should not be treated as a call for tolerance, but leaving these disciplines for discernment. Basically, I want to argue that this is a kind of discernment wisdom behind. Now, I'm going to walk you through this course by taking you to consider 5 parts of my presentation together. So after this introduction, so I'm going to talk about briefly humanistic Buddhism and the modern religious landscape, and to explain why they address this principle, and to be followed by the 3 dimensions of harmony with or without uniformity, as I observed from reading their texts. Fourthly, I need to do some philosophical reflection upon these related issues. And lastly, I'm going to do a conclusion. We will be renewing the meaning of harmony, or actually reflecting upon the meaning of harmony. That's better words. Now, okay, without much delay, I will try to introduce 2 leading figures. Now, as we all know that people who studies modern Buddhism in China knows that, well, this humanistic Buddhism become a kind of dominant school of thought in the Chinese religious landscape. Now, I mean the Chinese Buddhist religious landscape. So, and one of the major figure is Master Taixu, and the other one is more or less equally important is the Master Yin Guang. Both of them are leader of what we now call the Renjian Forjiao, humanistic Buddhism, and they both of them show to revise Buddhism uh, amidst the pressure of modernization, nationalism, and interreligious competition. And because of such a kind of interreligious competition, and or in other words, a kind of a pluralistic religious setting. So the issue of how to face different religion becomes permanent, and it is an important issue of these religious leaders need to address. So they apply Herbert with some different ways, and that's why it's important for us to ponder upon how they make use of the content, the concept, and how they, well, successfully or unsuccessfully deal with different issues, including coexistence with different religion, coexistence or with other Buddhist school, and non-coexistence with those thought or religion who claim to be Buddhism. Now, Taixu looked outward, engaging different religions and modernization or modern knowledge with an inclusive attitude. So, and Yin Guang looked inwards, guarding the purity of the Dharma against the pseudo-Buddhist deviations. So their contrast, I argue, will need to address three dimensions of harmonies in Buddhist thought. Now, I'm going to cover it one by one. And their contrast, I try to show, will three dimensions of harmony. Number one, how Buddhists relate to other religions, White Tao. Number two, how they negotiate diversity within Buddhist tradition, 异宗或外宗, and how they confront forced movement that disguise themselves as Buddhism, 复佛外道. So through three dimensions, we see that harmony in Buddhism is not simply agreement. So it's not for a kind of forced or coercive harmony. It is the art of balancing openness with truth, and uniformity and unity are not usually expected. Now let's go to the three dimensions of harmony with or without uniformity. Number one is how they engage with other religion. Now, while Taixu disagree with the idea of personal creator, he admire Christian organization, its moral outreach, and its spirit of service. And after visiting Europe and America, he praised Christian prisons ministry and theological education, and urged Buddhists to learn from them. His openness showed that he is willing to engage with other religions. In fact, he's more willing to learn from some of the practice adopted and promoted by other religions, such as Christianity. This is an inclusive approach. So that's why we can suggest a term inclusive conformity, which show cooperation with our surrounding identity. Taixu believed that harmony could include learning, that is, taking other strains to enrich the Dharma. We talk about process this more in the first section of today's panel, today's conference. Actually, we are talking about a kind of process development in seeking harmony. Yin Guang's tones were gentler but similar in principle. He praised Confucian ethics as a basis of morality and even recognized Christian benevolence. So, thus, both of them saw Wai Dao, non-Buddhist religion, not as an enemy, or not merely as an enemy, but more a moral companion. Harmony here means coexistence in ethical action, not a danger merger. And what's more is that, well, the difference suggests kind of mutual enrichment. Thereby, we can enrich ourselves by engaging with others' religion. Second, within Buddhism, sectarian dialogue, 一中. So harmony also applies to the relationship within Buddhism itself. Taishu's call for promoting all eight Buddhist schools, and he saw each tradition, no matter it's Tiantai, Huayan, Chan Buddhism, as revealing one aspect of the truth. His vision was to integrate their insights through education and cooperation. Now, Yin Guang, those more focused on Pure Land Path, also practiced inclusiveness. He quoted Chan and Tiantai Master freely, saying, Chan and Pure Land are one in essence. Their method differ, but their goal is the same. So this is the second dimension of harmony without uniformity. That is, they allow that doctrinal diversity sustained by Buddhist institutional unity. The third one they mentioned is the guiding the Dharma, that is how to deal with the problem of fake or false false Buddhism. The third and the most delicate dimension concerns the boundary between Buddhism and its counterfeit. Yin Guang saw this as grave dangers. He warned those who borrow the names of Buddha to deceive the world commit a heavy sin. Elsewhere, he lamented when Buddha, quote, when believers abandon truth and faith for ghosts and miracle, the Dharma itself will perish. At that time, actually, he is trying to face the challenge by Hui Dongmen, such as Yi Guandao and others. To him, this is not to to allow to uphold a principle to coexist with this kind of pseudo Buddhism is not a correct way of handling the situation. So to him, compassion must be paired with wisdom. Without discernment, tolerance turns into indulgence. Thus, protecting Buddhism from correction was itself an act of compassion, preventing people from being misled. So, to consider this point of expression or their attitude towards Wai Dao is especially revealing in discussing how they reinterpreted the idea of harmony. Taishu, using different language, share their concern as well. He criticized the superstition and false miracle, urging instead of rational studies of education. He established modern Buddhist academy to cultivate informed teachers who could dispel ignorance by knowledge. So you can see a kind of disenchantment within modern Buddhist tradition, or the pursuit of rational knowledge, or to incorporate rational discourse in enriching the Buddhist tradition is something that they are doing among the others. Both, therefore, distinguish between heterogeneity and heresy, and the difference that enrich moral distortion that destroy. So this boundary So let me repeat. So both, therefore, I argue, distinguish between heterogeneity and heresy. That is the difference that enrich versus distortion that destroy. This boundary drawing was not intolerance, but ethical responsibility for the benefit of the follower. Now, let me turn to the philosophical reflection, harmony, boundaries, and discernment. What do these three dimensions teach us about Buddhism in Buddhism? First, harmony is not passive acceptance. It is an active ethical discernment based on wisdom, knowing when to include and when to recede. Second, boundaries are not the opposite of harmony. They make harmony meaningful. Without clear boundary, there's only the confusion and possible corruption. Third, both Taixu and Yinguang remind us that harmony requires proportional response. With Wai Dao, other religion, harmony means cooperation and shared virtues. With Yizhong, other Buddhist school, harmony means mutual respect within the Dharma. With Fu Fo Wai Dao, forced Buddhism, harmony becomes vigilance, protecting the truth from distortion. So in pervading Western theology, scholars often speak of three positions: exclusivism, inclusivism, and pluralism. Yet neither Taixu nor Yinguang fit neatly into these boxes. Their discernment is context sensitive, exclusivist towards deception, inclusive towards moral kinship, while pluralistic within the Dharma. Then what is the significance of this new modern Buddhist model as exemplified by Taixu and Yinguang? I here put forward several points for discussion. Number one, epistemic responsibility. So discern right from wrong, true from false is part of spiritual cultivation. To refuse discernment under the name of tolerance is a failure of wisdom. Thus, the Buddhist harmony without uniformity is both compassionate and epistemological responsible. Second, ethical realism. Compassion without discernment leads to indulgence. Discernment without compassion leads to rigidity. The Buddhist synthesis holds both prana, wisdom, karuna, compassion, as a complementary virtues, producing harmony grounded in reality, not sentimentality. So it is a reflection of a wise use of the Mahayana Buddhist doctrine of the due appointment of wisdom and compassion. Finally, we should note that Buddhism Buddhism is not a static stage, but a dynamic process of balancing between openness and protection, between reform and preservation. It recognizes the value of difference, but insists that difference must serve awakening Bodhi, not delusion more. Thus, unlike modern pluralism, which often threatens distinction in name of equality, Buddhist harmony in this context preserves a special discernment in which wisdom, compassion, and sincerity remain the guiding principle. Let me come to the conclusion. Both Taixu and Yinguang lived in a times of upheaval, colonialism, war, and rapid change. Yet it sought to renew Buddhism without losing its moral core. Taixu envisioned an open, reforming Buddhism engaging with the world. Yinguang preserved a devout, ethical Buddhism centered upon sincerity and purity. They differ in method, but not in spirit. Both embody Buddhism, seeking coexistence without conformity, openness without delusion. Their insights speak to us today in an age of global pluralism. We too face the challenge of balancing dialogue with conviction. From them, we learn that true harmony does not mean agreement on all things, but mutual respect grounded in self-knowledge. That's what I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ng, for your presentation. We have brief time, 1 to 2 minutes for short comments and questions. Are there any from our online participants?
Hello, Professor. I'm very interested in your literature because your literature talked about that the Buddhism and with other religions, they are, and I want to know if just as you know, they learn something just as a school medicine and just like this to make the Buddhism better than before. And I want to know if they learn something from the thinking, just from the Confucian thinking, the Christianity's thinking, the thinking way, if they learn them to the Buddha to make the Buddhism text different. Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what you asked. What I guess you are trying to say, do the modern Buddhists learn something from other religions, such as Christianity and Buddhism? I think the answer, simply put, is yes. And especially in their religious practice, such as building Buddhist hospital and modern education institution from primary school to universities. And that's especially for education. For Taixu, they actually model upon Christian seminary in Changsha, and they built their first Buddhist seminary in China. So, but I think they also make use of a very wise, make wise use of the Buddhist principle of skillful means and ultimate truth. They call it a two level of truth. So by upholding their basic core teaching, they are referring to upholding ultimate truth of Buddhism. By being flexible and open to adopt other things, they are making use of the principle of skillful means, experience means. So this is called the two level of truth according to the Chinese Buddhist tradition. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. We will continue the discussion after the end of our session. So now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Xuang Wang, who is a research master in history and philosophy of science at Utrecht University. And the title of presentation is Harmony Without Uniformity in Crisis, Late in Reappropriation of Racial Discourses and Methodological Innovation. So, Ms. Wang, are you here?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I need to leave the meeting first to allow my Zoom to use the screen share.
Oh, okay. Okay, so maybe we will then start with our next presentation by Ms. Cai-Tiong Han, who is a PhD candidate in a joint doctoral program at University of Münster and Zhejiang University.
Yeah. Should I start?
Oh, maybe not. Okay, so well, I think as we have the PPT of Ms. Wang here, we will start with Ms. Wang and then we'll continue as planned. So is it all right with you, Ms. Han?
Okay, I know.
Yeah. Okay, so Ms. Wang, please, we give the floor to you. You have up to 20 minutes. Oh, your mic is off. Can you switch on your mic?
The mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So good morning or afternoon, everyone. My name is Yishan Wang from Utrecht University in the Netherlands. And today I will discuss how in the late Qing period, the classical idea of harmony without uniformity was reactivated and reinterpreted when China encountered Western racial discourses. This encounter significantly reshaped the Chinese understandings of people, race, and nation. So my talk is structured into three parts. First, I examine the epistemic confrontation between two systems of understanding human difference, the traditional Chinese Huayi cultural framework and the Western racial taxonomy. Second, I explore the mechanism of adaptation. So how did the classical idea harmony without uniformity enable late Qing actors to translate, domesticate, and reinterpret racial discourses? Third, I discussed the historical consequences. So how this translation contributed to the making of Mingzu, a new rationalized imagination of the nation. So in the 19th century, China suffered repeated military defeats and diplomatic humiliation. What arrived with gunboats and unequal treaties was not only political pressure, but also a new knowledge system, one that claimed the scientific authority to categorize the human difference. This new system, racial science, asserted that human differences were biological, fixed, and hierarchical. Latin intellectuals therefore faced a fundamental question. Are distinctions among peoples cultural and transformable, or are they biological and innate? This moment of crisis pushed the classical idiom of harmony without uniformity into a radically new setting. And there are two epistemic models of human difference. So traditionally, China relied on the Huayi distinction. This framework emphasized the culture and the ritual, whether one counted as Hua did not depend on ancestry, but on whether one practiced the central plane political ethical norms. Differences were mutable and morally grounded, not biological. But the Western model, emerging from natural history and physical anthropology, instead emphasized the innate, hereditary, and hierarchical difference. Race became a naturalized scale of value. And here the tension is clear. Cultural difference that can change versus biological difference that cannot. And the Huayi framework dated to the Eastern Zhou period. Its boundary was porous, so not super clear yet. When barbarians enter China, they become Chinese. When Chinese go among the barbarians, they become barbarians. And this sentence captures the logic. Difference is not ontological. It is a matter of education, morality, and the proximity to the center. There is no racial essence, and thus no biological hierarchy. This long-lasting epistemic foundation created space for later reinterpretation. And interestingly, before the mid-18th century, Western observers did not consider the Chinese as yellow. As Michael Kivek noticed, they were regularly described as white or off-white. Marco Polo, Ricky, and Alvaro Semedo all noted East Asians as similar in skin tone to Europeans. This indicates that yellow was not a neutral description, but a later reclassification. even the global hierarchy shifted when Europe saw East Asia as stagnant and falling behind, did East Asian become yellow? So Kivak argues that calling East Asians yellow was a way to ensure they could not be considered white. The shift from white to yellow was not about bodies changing, but about meaning changing. Yellow became a symbolic color of civilizational inferiority, neither as dark as Africans nor equal to Europeans. Thus, race was not a mirror of nature, but a political taxonomy. Carl Linnaeus, father of modern taxonomy, sought to classify all living things. Asian proved difficult to categorize for him. From Fusus to Goblik to Luridus, the terms shifted over time, carrying emotional and moral undertones such as suspicion or melancholy. This linguistic drift reveals a simple truth. So scientific classification is never value-free. It encodes judgment. And Johann Friedrich Blumenbach institutionalized the racial taxonomy through craniology. He proposed the five races with Mongolian as one. His degeneration theory suggested Europeans were the most perfect, while others, especially East Asians, were degraded variants. But the late 19th century, this hierarchical racial framework circulated widely and gained global cognitive authority. So racial thought entered China through missionary writings, Japanese translations, evolutionary theory, and geography from the late 19th century. And it transformed how Chinese thinkers conceptualized the human groups from Huayi, a cultural hierarchy, to a racial hierarchy grounded in naturalized difference. The arrival of these concepts challenged the fluidity of the Huayi worldview and prompted active reinterpretation. The classical vocabulary had no concept equivalent to Mingzu, the modern nation. When introduced from Japan translation, Mingzu already rationalized. And the new terms emerged during this period: race, yellow, white, black as skin color categories, evolution, survival of the fittest. Mingzu shifted from a cultural community to a racial collective. Hierarchy, white above yellow above black, was partly accepted, but reframed as improvable through self-strengthening to Chinese intellects. This was an important reinterpretive movement. And here we have three examples. First is Yan Fu. So he emphasized the natural selection and warned that weak races perish. He internalized racial competition as an argument for national salvation. And Liang Qichao, he adopted yellow versus white as descriptive language. However, he maintained that political and educational reform can enable evolution and improvement. And they partially accepted the racial worldview, but translated into a program of agency and self-transformation. So this structure is highly resonant with harmony without uniformity, acknowledging difference between while seeking productive coexistence. So, and also 5 races under one union. So it's an idea emerged by the late Qing and the early Republic period. So this model preserved the racial plurality while uniting groups within a simple polity. It exemplifies a political reading of harmony without uniformity under a new racialized terms. Difference were recognized but placed within a shared political structure. So during this time, harmony without uniformity was not abandoned, but was reinterpreted. In the classical setting, harmony referred to the coexistence of diverse cultural practices under a shared ethical order. But in the late Qing, this became acknowledging racialized difference, while insisting that improvement through reform, education, and self-strengthening could create unity. And here we can see the cultural difference versus racial difference, and the transformability versus evolutionary improvement, and the moral plurality versus political pluralism. So in this way, the classical idiom became a tool to reconcile new racial science with domestic visions of community. And to conclude, late Qing China did not simply reject or accept racial science. Instead, it translated through established cultural frameworks, especially harmony without uniformity, and in doing so, reshaped both. And this episode also shows how knowledge travels, not as pure data, but always filtered, contested, and transformed. Yeah, that's my presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. We have a couple of minutes for short questions or comments, if we have any. So I have a short question. How did the Manchurian government use this reframing to fit into the general ethnic picture of the Chinese tradition? Because I think that many Confucian scholars were not really happy with the Manchurian government claiming that they know the Confucian rituals and the Confucian tradition even better than the Confucian scholars themselves. So did the Manchurian government use this reframing in order to emphasize that their understanding of Confucianism is proper, or did they use it in the discourse somehow in order to do that?
Well, thanks for your question. I think this is a very good point of view to combine this with Confucianism. And I think for Manchuria government, they firstly face the problem is their political legalization. And with this notion, like 5 races under one union, they can like get people together and support the government. So I think they use it as a tool. That's why at first this notion, like 5 races under one union, it was firstly prompted by the Qing government.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so we will leave them for our general discussion at the end of our session. So thank you, Ms. Wang. And now, and now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Tsai Chung Han, who is a PhD candidate in a joint doctoral program at University of Münster and Zhejiang University. And the title of presentation is From Iniji to Comparative Hermeneutics, Rethinking Harmony Without Uniformity in Sino-Christian Encounters. So, Ms. Han, you are most welcome.
I will share my slide, but also the same problem. I need to leave the meeting at first
okay,
and
sure.
then shared. Yeah.
Okay.
The microphone.
Sorry for the waiting because my laptop is Apple. It has the same problem with that person. And now can you see my slide?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. And I will share now. And good morning, everyone. Maybe good afternoon or good lunch, either. My name is Tsai Chung Han, a PhD candidate in a joint doctor program at the University of Münster in Germany and Zhejiang University in China. Thank you for being here. And today I will talk about one late Qing German sinologist and missionary, Ernst Faber, and opened away from the classical Confucian ideal, 以义逆志, using intention to meet the author's mind, to what we may now call the comparative humanities. My focus is simple. How can Chinese and Western traditions talk to each other without either side being swallowed up and without falling into totally opposition? My answer is built on the Faber's writing and on a method that aims for harmony without uniformity. And I will make the three moves. First, I will explain Faber's context and why his reading practice matters. And then I will show how he reworked 以义逆志 together with other classical tools, Chinese classical tools, 言不害义 and 精以经世. And the third way, I will use two examples to show how to do that. First is 天人合一, just as Liang showed before, and 礼义分书, to show that harmony without uniformity looks like in practice. Then I end with why this matters for today's cross-cultural philosophy. And at first, I will show who is Ernst Faber because maybe most people don't know who is Ernst Faber. I will give a brief introduction of Ernst Faber. Ernst Faber spent years in China. He began with hundreds of millions work in the South, then moved strongly into writing what he called literature mission. He wrote and sold Chinese tracts in markets and schools. Later, he produced longer commentaries and studies on both the Bible and the Chinese classics. His work, such like 经学不厌经, 近海渊源，自西卒东. This book tried to talk Chinese readers, not over them. And Faber was not only a missionary plus a sinologist. He worked between three parts: biblical studies, and then Chinese philosophy, and then theology, and used this to build a method for the cross-text reading. That is why he is important for this panel. He did not just translate, he tested how interpretation can travel across traditions. And I will start on the first from 以一逆志 to a principal method. How does this do? Let me begin from the famous Mengzi's line about reading poetry. Do not let the wording harm the diction. Do not let the diction harm the intent. Use the intention to meet the author's mind. It means in Chinese word 以意逆志，言不害词，词不害意. We called this 以意逆志. Many later scholars use it as a general rule for reading the classicals. Faber took this principle very seriously. In 经学不厌经, he even called 以意逆志 the best guide for interpretation. He copies it with two spots. And the first is 言不害意. That means do not let word harm the meaning. And 经以经释, it means explain scripture with scripture. That is check one passage by other passages to stabilize meaning. Here is a key step in Faber's innovation. He keeps the classical stress on author's intention, yet he also put the intention from the original, the author's mind in Mencius to the God's purpose in revolution. For him, you first recover the human author's meaning in historical context, and then, within Christian reading, you should ask how this meaning related to God's will. In other words, the Confucius method gives you a disciplined way to seek intention, and the Christian frame gives you a sense of purpose from God. To avoid confusion between traditions, Faber also invested in terms work, what Chinese scholars called 小学或训诂, which can define the term's meaning. He wants two names to be clear, such as the way to translate God, 天, 上帝, 神, 天父, such as these Chinese words, so that words do not harm the meaning. And he insisted on cross verification. Meaning must be checked within a coin, and cross text not left to free imagination. Let me state the method in three short rules. First, seeking intention, follow 以意逆志, and then get meaning with terms, 言不害意, cleaning up words so meaning stays stable. And third, you will cross-check for the comprehensions. 经以经释, it means use the traditional text to confirm and correct your reading. This is what I called Faber's early form of comprehensive humanistics, a structured comprehension that stabilized meaning, keeping boundaries and aims at understanding. And then I will show the application of this method in Ernst Faber's practice. And first is 天人合一. The Professor Liang also used 天人合一 in his text because the 天人合一 is a very traditional term in Chinese philosophy. And Hua Zhian, Ernst Faber also used this term to give a new interpretation. In classical thought, 天人合一 means a deep link between heaven and human life. Faber keeps the idea of original unity but reforms the relation. Heaven is not the final resources. God is the creator of heaven and all other things. To know the way of heaven, you must know the Lord of heaven, that is God. If human being ignores these resources, the link breaks and we lost the order. So he used the classical term 理, the way, the model order, but he put it in the character. He thinks the God created the 理, the way, the truth. And this keeps the shape of the Chinese argument and united it with biblical correcting. The result is a bridge. The moral order is real, but it is reorder. It points back to the God. That is his civilization of unite, and it does not ignore differences. So notice that happens. The intention of the classical text is thought, and then terms is classified. Heaven vs God vs spirit, and then verification is applied. How biblical texts speak about creation. This is harmony without uniformity. Classical structure is written, and Sinological resources is relocated, boundary kept it. And this is the first example. The second example, I want to use 理一分书 that is also Ernst Faber give an interpretation in his work. 宋明 thinkers, 宋明理学 using 理 and 气 to explain how one principle shows itself in many forms. Faber adopts this form and connects it to the Christian teaching of the Trinity. He says, in short, three is one resources and many experiences. 理一分书 and within Christian languages, one helps readers to know the unite of the God, and the three helps them to grasp the distinction persons, Father, Son, and Spirit. The Chinese term remains a teaching tool, and it protects Christianity as a key core from being dissolved. This is exactly the aim of harmony without united form. This does two things at once. It allows Chinese reader to enter a Christian climb through a familiar flow, and then it protects the Christianity as a key core from being dissolved. And then what is Ernst Faber's contribution? Let me summarize Faber's contribution in one sentence. Meaning is symbolized by structure comprehension. Boundaries are guided by careful terms. And contact is get by cross verification. So the differences traditions can speak to each other without losing themselves. So three pairs of follows that. First, a shared public grammar. By lifting 以义逆志 as a common rule, seeking intentions first, Faber create a starting point both sides are concept. Christianity, Confucianism all accept this principle. This helps stop proof taxing on each other. And second, term governance with 言不害义, and he treats the words as a tool that must be cleaned to protect meaning. This prevents fake masked as agreement. And the third is that the traditional text cross-check with 经已经是, he used internal comprehensions to keep reading accountable, not just put together. Because of these three steps, Faber's work is not only historical, it gives us a method tempo that modern comprehensive theology and intercultural philosophy can still use. And I want to also to show the related to our panel. Historically, Faber stands as an early mediator between the Chinese classicals and the Christian Bible in the late Qing, and his writing influenced how later scholars and church thinkers approach both fields. Also, his practice show how Chinese principles 以义逆志, 言不害义, 经已经是 can be relocated as a tools for cross-cultural understanding today. This is a live model of harmony without uniform. Different is real and protected. Dialogue is deep and productive. More broadly, this helps current debates in comprehensive philosophy, in intercultural science, and global humanities. Maybe in a world of many voices, we need methods that can talk with each other. Faber's approach is one method. And as a conclusion, let me close and starting from 以义逆志, Faber developed a way to read across traditions that seek intention, guarded meaning, and cross-checks. This method does not put Confucianism into Christianity, and it does not block dialogue. It structures dialogue with rulers. That is why I called it an early form of comprehensive humanities. And it also has some limits. I want to show that first, because it relies on the term. It can narrow rich Chinese terms into fixed term, which may reduce complex. And second, the step from author's intention to the God's intention, that not all dialogue to all the partners we shared. And third, using the traditional text cross-check work will inside a tradition, but cross in different traditions, the traditional text is different, so maybe they can't understand each other. And finally, the late Qing power contact matters. Even with God faith, a missionary sighting can put the comprehension toward Christian forms. These limited do not cancel the method, but they remind us to use it carefully, critically. And if we want to real harmony without uniform, we need more than goodwill. we need methods that carry the weight of differences, and we also need honest awareness of their limits. Faber's work offers such a method, and its limits shows where further it's need. And that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Han, for your very interesting presentation. Any short questions or comments? Okay, I have a short question. So you have mentioned that there is this limitation that different terms in different traditions do not always fully correspond, and there are obviously terms that have different meanings and different connotations. So how do we solve it using the method employed by Faber, or what can we do to transcend this limitation? Do we just provide some kind of a comment when we translate these terms, or what should our translation strategy be?
Yeah, it's a very good question. There is a lot of debates and argue about this question in China, especially in how to translate God in Chinese word. And in Ernst Faber's thinking, he always just go to the words beginning, to go to the original word to the very long ago, such as the word first means and nowadays means to give a history of the word. And this is the first step. And the second step is to you choose which one is more easy to connect with each other in nowadays, not just in the history. We should use it in nowadays. So we should consider the history and the nowadays meaning together. So Ernst Faber should that, but you know there is a lot of argues on that. That Ernst Faber is just a way, 以逆制, he used that to do these things. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. If I may, maybe I will also continue with this line of thought. I have a second question that probably also will be interesting to answer to Professor Ng, but I want to hear your opinion as well. So is the method that you described, the Faber's method, is it similar in any way to the appropriation of Buddhist terms by the Middle Age China through the use of the Taoist terminology, or are there any differences between these two projects?
Buddhist, maybe you cite the Buddhist, maybe some word terms go to Chinese term and combine with even the Confucian's term, and in the end, just as now we side 有缘分, 缘分 is means from Buddhist, and even it comes to our daily life, and maybe, but the Buddhism, I'm not an expert in Buddhism. Maybe professor know more about the Buddhism. Yeah, but I just know some normal things. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So, okay, now we have time, about 15 minutes for general discussion. So please, any comments and questions to our speakers?
Well, speaking about the cross-cultural translation, I think one of the work that has been done, at least for me, is a very successful work, is on late Mama Zhang. Mama Zhang spoke on the Buddhist translation in the medieval period. So that would be a easy way to look for understanding some basic idea of how the Buddhists translated some Sanskrit to Chinese. And what I'm more interested is that how fiber differ from the Christian traditions in handling their benediction as well as interpretation. From Mario Richard Levy to people like James Lack, they also face all this similar problem in interpreting and translation. So I think that it will be very interesting to see how fibers differ or similar to their own tradition. Yeah, that was something that I would like to hear more, maybe in the future.
Yeah, Faber is very in the way is very interesting. Just as you introduce the Buddhism to, they all want to connect it with other religions or the thoughts from different tradition, and you want to know more about Christianity, how to interpret it, terms on their tradition. Maybe if I understand is right. As I showed before, because Ernst Faber is a New Test Christianity, so he uses the Bible interpretation in the New Testament trainings. He first learn a lot of work in German at first, and he learns the way means it's very similar, means 文法历史法 with our 以一逆制. So when he come to China, he found it is so similar, so he combine with each other. But the difference is that I know that he is, and the God is first, and others should how to say that 环绕中心. Yeah, so that is the differences, but that is unite. And I also want to say that our philosophy interpretation nowadays is also comes from the Bible interpretation, because the Bible interpretation just and then some 施莱尔马赫 use it to at first he do Bible interpretation, and then he make it different. He says Bible interpretation, to tell the truth, is very similar with our traditional interpretations such as 小学训诂 and 大学之治. There is very things similar, so they combine with each other, and it is very different is from the philosophy interpretation, because nowadays the philosophy interpretation is put more on the philosophy on the humans living and just on this way. It is different, more linguistic. Yeah, I want to say that. Maybe not very good. I should learn more. Yeah. Thank you, Professor, for your question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a question to Professor Ng. As far as I understood, the Buddhist thinkers, the Buddhist schools that you have told us about, they differentiated between relation to other religions and their attitude towards false Buddhist movements. And so I have two small questions about that. First of all, how are we supposed to differentiate between what is a false movement and what is a true movement. So you say that the difference is that one enriches and the other destroys, but how do we know what is enrichment and what is destruction? And the second question is, how should we regard the same false or destructive movements or sects in other religions, like in Christianity, different sects and cults? Do we treat them the same as the false Buddhist movements, or should we be more epistemologically cautious in this area? Thank you.
Well, two level of answer to responses. The first level is that, well, speaking of the pseudo Buddhism, what they call is a false movement is what they have in mind is I would say, but hesitate to say the words, use the word apologetic. Yeah, because they have what is the rightful teaching of Buddhism in their mind. I think this is very common in religious tradition across the world, because no one wants to believe that what they follow is false, right? So everyone came to have the kind of orthodox understanding or rightful interpretation of their own sacred text or Bible, right? So this is one level of answering your question is that of course they have their own criterion or criteria in discerning what is right and what is wrong. But what I want to see to emphasize in this limited presentation is that they make use of that. Based on this kind of criterion, they disagree with this kind of comprehensive harmony, meaning that they want to make friendly relationship with everything. This is not acceptable for the Buddhists. I think for others, major religion in the world, for example, Christianity, they may disagree with something that if you deny, for example, God is reflect Trinity. It's a Trinitarian God. I think they will not so ready to be in harmonious relationship with your belief, right? So that's the first level of my response. The second level is more related to the Buddhist ideology or Buddhist philosophy is that they have a two level of truth. One is they call the sacred truth or the ultimate truth. The other is called the experience truth or the skillful truth. Meaning that they can also make use of the force teaching or make use of something bad to transform it to get a good result. So, for example, in the Vimana Sutra, what has been taught is that, well, since people are so accustomed to lust and desire, so you may want to preach something like that. Oh, if you want to ride a fence, well, come to the church, something like that, right? That is because people are so addicted to wealth and material commodities. But this acceptance of what is the sectarian or derivative belief is not taken as the ultimate thing. They must be transformed in order to serve as a bridge or indication for further refinement and growth so as to lead to the final enlightenment. This is the second response. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. That makes a lot of things much clearer. Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Yeah, okay. I have one more question. Sorry to bombard you guys with my questions today. I think it's more to Miss Shuang Wang. I think it's rather simple. It's at the same time, maybe not as simple as I think, but what do you think about this, the influence of this racial discourse on the idea of nation building and state building in today's China? can we still say that there is some influence here? And is there any positive element in such a racialized concept that can be extracted and practiced today for intercultural understanding or maybe easing ethnic tensions? So yeah, thank you.
Thanks for your question. Well, actually, there's a lot to say for the influence of the Western racial discourses on modern Chinese national notion. Yeah, and because of my because my topic is limited to late Qing dynasty, so that I was focusing on the late Qing dynasty situation. But actually, for my thesis, I also talked about how it influenced in later period and also today's China. And so the simple answer is yes. These Western racial discourses deeply influenced China, and yeah, and it's a long-lasting influence, and still really you can see it everywhere, every day, and well, let me think where to start, because it's too much to talk. And well, so like the modern Chinese notion of nation is basically based on the idea of well of racial discourses, and that's yeah, and that gives the today not today's that gives the early modern Chinese intellectuals epistemic concept for understanding the Chinese people as a unity, like with all kind of different races. That's what we call the races, but actually it's like different minorities together and become the Chinese nation. And it works like it works as a very important character for later Chinese renovation and the fight against foreign invasions. And well, sorry about my language. It's really hard to organize.
Yeah,
but
I'm sorry. I think the question is just too broad. Yeah, so yeah, but I think that to put it in a shorter way, are there any discussions in contemporary China to maybe abandon this idea of nation as a kind of imposed racialized construct, and maybe to use another discursive tool to use instead of this nation concept, or is nation like not normalized in contemporary China, and there are no racialized connotations associated with that in a bad sense?
Well, for this, well, I well, for this question, I don't have much academic reference yet, but based on my personal experience, I think today's China, they are still using the past racial discourses from the late Qing dynasty, mainly. Yeah, and well, but it takes time to change, and always everything is transforming. Yeah, so yeah, thanks for your question.
Yeah, thank you for your response. So I think that we have to finish the session right now because we are quite limited in terms of time. I would like to thank our presenters once again. I think it was a very stimulating discussion on the general theme of epistemic understanding and maybe even epistemic justice. And yeah, it would be great to continue our discussion in the chat here, or maybe through our emails. But now we can have a 10-minute break and to prepare for our last session. So yeah, thank you once again and see you in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Professor. Bye.
I guess one thing that you may want to consider is that, well, speaking of Sulaiman interpretation, well, that's a very different way, mode of interpretation in the Christian tradition. Now, well, if you compare with the medieval scholastic tradition, that's more close to what Faber has suggested, at least by focusing on the terms rendition. But if you talk about Sulaiman, the basic idea or the theological framework is quite different because about the emotional or sentimental reliance upon the Jesus Christ in empowering in one's interpretive understanding. So you want to have some basic understanding of that. You may need to check. You may like to check Richard Palmer work on hermeneutics. He has a special and very accessible introduction to Slimaha understanding of interpretation that may enrich your discourse on Fabers. Yeah. You know, there's a one book about published last year or the year before last year or the year before last year on Fabers, right?
Yeah, it's from Hu Jianbing, and a book research on Ernst Faber, Hu Jianbing, and also get an honor in Taiwan. I don't know, a reward maybe or scholarship. I don't know. Maybe nowadays it gets a
Yes,
reward. Yeah.
I think he won something, some reward, which is quite he himself deserved that reward. Right?
Yeah,
He's
yeah, I
a
know.
fellow of the Royal Society, right? So you
Yeah.
may his base is in Hong Kong, so you may
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah. I meet him before in German.
all right, that's good. Oh, that's
Yeah,
good.
yeah. And I think you said, Professor, you said is very right. That because I know very limited about the Christian interpretation, so I don't know the differences of the Christian interpretation. I just know the differences of the Chinese interpretation. So that is the things I should read in the future, I think.
Yeah. Well, since Fabers come from a Christian tradition, so it may be better if you have time to consult the similarity and difference between Faber's own and his own traditions, right? So that
Yeah.
may be something that you may want to do. I'm speaking too much, it's too nosy, but I couldn't help because you have been in your presentation is so interesting. Yeah. Thank
Oh,
you for
thank
your
you so
presentation.
much, Professor.
All right, stay in touch, all right? I got to go because I'm really hungry.
Oh, yeah. I will
Bye
also
bye
eat
now.
something.
Bye bye now.
Bye.
All right, I think it's time for us to start our last session for today and the last session of our conference. This is the session that is dedicated to harmony in politics, international relations, and in ethics of war and peace. And we have 5 speakers for this session. Just to remind you, we allow up to 20 minutes for each presentation, and we can have a couple of very short and brief questions or comments after each presentation. But we have a more broad general discussion at the end of the session. And I will remind each presenter when there are 5 minutes and 1 minute left. So now I would like to give the floor to Professor Jessica Nyafi, who is an assistant professor at the Department of Political Science and International Relations at Nazarbayev University. And the title of the report is Traditional Chinese Philosophy in China's Foreign Policy Exchange, an examination of the integration of Taoism and Confucianism into China's foreign interactions. So, Professor Nyafi, are you here?
I am, but I'm having a computer problem and I can't get my PowerPoint to work. So can I?
Yeah, I think you can just send the PowerPoint to me via the Zoom chat, and I will just switch the slides when you tell me to do it.
Okay, so give me a second. So if somebody wants to go ahead and go, I can go after them because it's going to take me a second.
Oh, okay, then we can switch to our next presenter, Mr. Andrew Lee, who is a PhD student at the Graduate School of International Relations at the Ritsumeikan University. And the title of the report is An Existence of a Tianxia, Harmony Without Uniformity. So, Mr. Lee, are you here? Oh, yes, you are.
I'll wait for a second. Hold on. I'm a little bit close. You can see this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm currently at the airport, so I hope you can hear me. It's okay.
Oh yeah, we do hear you.
Okay, so let me move this. Actually, hold on. Okay, so I can start or
yeah,
it's okay now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, my name's Andrew Lee. I'm currently a PhD student at Ritsumeikan University in Japan. And yeah, my title is the an existence of Tianxia, harmony without yeah, uniformity. So of this presentation, I examines how the Tianxia worldview is that's deeply rooted in the ancient Chinese philosophy, and can illuminate a new ways of thinking about the global coexistence and of the international order. And the central question is can the Tianxia worldview that's traditionally a hierarchical moral order help us rethink of a coexistence in a world that's defined by a fragmentation and of a multipolar polarity. Like Western international relations or IR theories has long emphasized on anarchies, sovereignties, and of self-help. But from a Chinese tradition, Tianxia, it could offer a different, I guess, different vocabulary into this IR theories. So they envision of this Tianxia, they envision an order that's based on not merely on coercive powers, but on trust or Xin, reciprocal hierarchies, and having a more responsibilities. So for me, I tried to bridge the Chinese philosophy, particularly of Shenzhe thoughts, and with the English schools of the international relations. And I argue that the Tianxia when like reframed through the principle of harmony without uniformity, provides a framework from a pluralist yet ordered international society. So like first, like what is the existence of a tensha? Well, like what's the definition of it? Basically, it literally means all under heavens. That means and like traditionally it has like three major like interpretations. One is like geographically, that's referring like basically physical of the physical worlds, like basically surrounded by the like I guess identifying which is considered as the unknown lands. Second one is from a sociological perspective, and it refers like basically having the meaning of like winning the hearts of the people, like rather than like conquering territories. The third one is like that's related to political and of a systematic perspective, and it describes like how the interdependence between I guess the world system and like the actors within the group, and like it's like kind of like joins like the having like a tensha system that brings like a tries to have like a greater benefits uh inside the group. So then yeah, the last interpretations that's related to political and systematic, it's most it's right now considered like a related to the international relations perspective. And I mentioned that is like of tensha, especially in the Zhang dynasty, tensha was conceived as like a basically as a network of like having relationships with other, I guess, small kingdoms, small actors. Uh, and like there is some relationships between like a kind of like a central state or like kind of like a Shezhuan was considered as a leader and like would have like a somewhat as like a responsibilities and have a sense of I guess duty to maintain like a safety or like a stability of the group. So then yeah, it's of this like leader or like this Szechuan, there was considered as I guess legitimate or like accepted by others, and it was accepted. These leaders was accepted, but not by coercions, but from a sense of moral conduct and of reciprocity. And yeah, again, Tensha is not considered as from my perspective, it's not considered as like an empire or like a utopia. Like it's just has like I guess like an evolving system of a society within the actors that's related to I guess, of the interdependence between other actors. Like I also want to mention that from the Chinese IR's perspective, there are some scholars that mentions Tensha, especially from there are three big main Chinese IR scholars. One is can't think of it. Yan Zhetong, Jin Yajing, and one that I want to mention about is Zhao Tingyang, which mentioned about the concept of the Tensha system. Like he describes Tensha as like in a sense of a cotopia, like it's basically a shared world, not like as a utopia, but he calls it like a system of ideal realism that's built on three principles. The first one is like having like internalizations of the world. It's basically like where all states see themselves as a part of a one shared system. Second one is like relational rationalities. It's basically focusing on collective well-beings rather than focusing on like individual gains. The last one is coercion improvement. It's basically like as each actor's like progress, like improve themselves, like it basically also improves the others of the within the society. And yeah, Zhang Zhao like envisions like a global order that's based on a universal interdependence, not of a domination. However, like he admits that the world today remains of a non-world, basically that he argues that there is no Tensha currently, and that there's like a lacking of a shared purpose between other actors. And I also want to mention from a Western perspective, there are some scholars that mentions the concept of Tensha. And one scholar would be William Calhoun. Like he views Tensha as a hierarchical system that's basically value order over freedom, ethics over laws, and like having a lead governance over democracy. Like he calls it like a fundamental, basically a top-down system. Another Western scholar, Salvatore Barbonis, he argues that there is an existence of a current Tensha, but he says that the Tensha is not led by China itself, but like from the United States. He describes that there is this American Tensha, like basically a global order that maintains like the territorial status quo, like, but also like see that the United States is possible to like intervene with other states' internal affairs, and like he sees this Tensha as like kind of like a private club, and that there are some states that are accepted of this membership of this Tensha, and that there are some, I guess, like a membership fee to allow to be accepted of this Tensha. But like, however, like Barodas of this American Tensha, he basically lacks the actual meaning of a Tensha. Of he doesn't focus on ethics or of like having a virtue feeling of the actual Tensha. So then that's why and yeah, basically he sees that this American Tensha just is based on of an economic hierarchy and of a self-interest, which is basically not actually from a true Chinese philosophical way of a Tensha. So then yeah, I want to mention that there are some other scholars, Chinese philosophies that mention of Tensha. Yeah, Confucius believes that harmony, that there's harmony, that there's possibly a harmony under heaven, like arise from virtues and from moral cultivation. Like he does mention that Tensha in the Luni, as his teaching emphasized on universal ethical orders, and Mencius or Mengzi, he adds that the people are the most important elements, and like rulers gain like the legitimacies by benevolence or ven and the moral governance, and I will talk about Chandra later, but like briefly he just sees that cultivating rituals and principles or li'i is built will like build up the law and like the standards of the societies, which would eventually lead to like having a stabilized order of this I guess a better stabilized Tensha, and like without basically like, without more cultivations and like restraints of the actors, like the society will basically would lead to chaos. Just yeah, another quick mentions of other thinkers like of Lao-Tzu, Mengzi, and Han Weiser is just that Lao-Tzu favor like non-interference, basically Wu Wei, letting the natural flows of or Tao that would basically in a way maintain the balance. Mengzi's call for universal love. Han Weiser like emphasized on law and punishments, and like he like basically by those two ways that it will lead to like having a stabilized like of this tensha. But yet among these, like Confucianism like approach is gained like more as a lasting like prominence, like a better way to having a better approach of an act like a practical tensha, because I emphasize mostly on moral responsibilities, reciprocity, and trust, and which values like essentially on any order, especially from the international perspective. Like in short, like the Confucius approach like of this tensha is not about like uniformity, but it's also through the harmony through like of a differentiated relationship, or basically like a kind of like a asymmetrical relationships between each other. And yeah, I would argue that Chandra offers us a practical tensha. Uh, but yeah, many of these thinkers, many like believe that Chandra doesn't like talk about Chandra much, especially like especially from a Confucius perspective. They mostly mention about Confucius and Mengzhi, but like I believe that Chandra offers a better perspective, especially from the IR perspective. And again, Chandra is mostly famously known with the, especially in chapter 23, that's saying that people's natures are bad, and that their goodness results from deliberate efforts. Like Chandra argues that that humans are born basically with desires, especially with like love of profits, and like and left like unchecked, like these desires leads to like conflicts, chaos, and violence. Thus, like these human natures is not more by default, but like it's has to be like cultivated and like has to be transformed through like from rituals like Li, and like having a self-governance and be cultivated by norms and principles. And like one scholar, Eric Hutton, like explains that while she mentions that we don't naturally like enjoy restraints, but Chandra believes that we can learn to find restraints, both like enjoyable and variables. So yeah, again, even though there is each actor or each person has their own desires, there are some they are able to cultivate to restrain itself. And this process like of this cultivations and transformations, like through more efforts, becomes like a foundations of like trustworthiness, like in this political order. And yeah, for Chandra, trust cannot like exist in isolation. Again, it depends on rituals like of Li, moralities or Yi, and the social orders of, and also depends on the social order of the roles and the responsibilities. Again, like we argue that human beings are naturally driven by desires and self-interest, and therefore like they require like a structure and like some kind of a guidance. And yeah, in Chandra chapter 10.4, like same goes with chapter 9.19. He writes that if people lack alignment or fin, they will struggle among themselves. If they struggle, there will be disorder. Like in other words, disorder arises not from human nature itself, but like it's from the absence of having a shared norms and roles
5 minutes.
within 5 minutes. Again, yeah, Li is quite important to have like to maintain this stabilized society and order, which will lead to having this tensha. Again, like hierarchies have always been seen as negative, but like from Chandra, he does offer us a different perspective of a hierarchical order, which basically means that each actor does have some responsibilities and some obligations, especially from, I guess, great power country, like, I guess, like the United States or China does have responsibilities to, I guess, to be accepted by the small states or other actors. And that's why it's important to be, I guess, trustworthy between these relationships between great powers and small states. Again, again, there are different structures of hierarchies, but like structures says that there is a different. It just depends on how these states, I guess, react to each other and how they behave towards one another. And again, Chandra offers, I guess, a different ways of to lead to this tensha, and he says that there is like 3 ways of having this tensha: the kingly way or Wang Dao, like, and the second one is hegemonic rule or Bao Dao, and the last one is the tyrannical rule. But again, the kingly way is, he sees it as kind of an idealist way. Tyrannical rule is basically, it would lead to chaos, but the more practical approach for having a stabilized society and leading to a tensha would be from the hegemonic rule or the Bao Dao, and to continue from a Bao Dao direction, it would need to have trust between each actors, especially from the great powers and the small powers. And again, yeah, hold on, how many more minutes again? 4. But
2 minutes.
But yeah, again, 2 minutes. Okay, then yeah, I'll quick it. Again, Sanders argues that Shin is considered as important in order to have this order, and I guess Confucius also mentions that there is a need or like an importance of having trust between other actors to progress the society in order. And I guess again, yeah, without norms or principles, without Li Yi, then this trust would be basically lead to nothing and would lead to chaos, and won't have this existence of this tensha. Again, yeah, there is the importance of every actor has their importance, especially between the great powers, especially with the United States and China, that they need to restrain itself and have to follow this obligation and responsibilities to maintain this tensha. Again, to have this practical tensha, especially through Sandra's perspective of the Bao Dao, each actor needs to be trustworthy, especially between the great powers and the small powers. And again, trust is the most important to have this actual practical tensha, especially in the international perspective. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. We have some time for 1 or 2 short questions or remarks. So if anyone is willing to. Yeah, okay, I have a question. I'm not sure if it's really short, but I wanted to ask you if you think that this Tianxia concept actually possesses some kind of meta-theoretical inclusivity. So what I mean is that it seems to be self-centered in a sense that it doesn't tend to recognize other potential models of international relations, other international configurations. It basically amounts to saying that if you guys, other states, want to join us, then it's good for you. If you do not, then okay, you just be somewhere aside. But I'm not sure if this is how it works. I mean, we obviously need to have some kind of dialogue between the Chinese Tianxia model and the Western liberal model, and maybe other cultural models. So do you think that the Tianxia system has cultural resources to simulate such a dialogue?
I guess in a way, yes. Like I tried to I was trying to think Tianxia kind of like a universal perspective. Because yeah, there are some different, I guess, cultural meaning from especially from the Western's perspective and from the, I guess, non-Western's perspective. But there is, I guess, there is some golden rule that's, I guess, somewhat similar between I guess the Christianity, like Judaism perspective of the golden rule, and that's somewhat similar as from I guess Chinese or like Confucius perspective, that you should, well, basically the golden rule is like you shouldn't do what you want to do to other people, basically. So like I feel like it could be somewhat universal, that could be related to have a related, I guess, perspective of a Tianxia in a way. But yeah, I would say that there is some different, I guess there's multiple kinds of order that exist, especially of this world system. Of course, yeah, Westerns will have the liberal international order, and yeah, other states like China and maybe some African countries, and won't, they basically accept that there is an existence of a liberal international order, but they won't actually follow the liberal international order. So there is the existence of one liberal international order, but there's also a possibility of an other existence of another kind of type of order.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we can continue with this discussion later. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Jessica Nyafye, Assistant Professor at the Department of Political Science and International Relations at Nazarbayev University. Yeah, we can see you. So now I will start the presentation, and you just need to tell me when to switch slides, okay?
No problem.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay.
You might want to click because I don't think the title appeared. There we are.
Okay.
So thank you, everyone. So this is an ongoing project that I actually started with one of the other presenters on this panel, Rogelio, and Rin Qikang at the STCF program this summer. So to shout out to them for the help in starting this project. And so this is a continuation of that to not only look at traditional philosophy in China's foreign policy, but look at how it is integrated at the local level. And this is, I'm going to caveat here, still an ongoing. I've done a bit of the media analysis, and that's where we're starting this story today. So we're going to look at that. So next slide. So this is the sort of overarching research question: what philosophical foundations inform China's strategic narratives and foreign policy, and what do these narratives look like in local media? And this is important because this is part of what I study more broadly, which is the use of strategic narratives. And so in the case of traditional philosophy, which you've already heard a little bit about today, I'm going to be focusing on civilizational narratives from Chinese classics and how those are being interpreted in local media, and then moving forward also in local speeches from local leaders. So again, caveat, this is a new research project. It's still in the development stage. Next slide. So our main focus in this project is the idea of harmony in Chinese international relations. And harmony is really the linking thread between Confucianism and Taoism in foreign policy. In Confucianism, you have order, hierarchy, moral virtue, and governance in multilateral cooperation. In Taoism, you see balance, non-intervention, and yielding power in this idea of non-alignment and restraint with countries that China deals with. Next slide. So over the next couple of slides is just providing the conceptual foundation for which we build the foundations for the keyword searches and the baseline for the analysis that we're doing. And that is, what is harmony and what are the philosophical foundations that we are basing our study on. So when we refer to harmony and Confucianism, we're really referring to this idea of harmony without uniformity, the idea of multipolarity, avoiding hegemony, sovereign equality and mutual respect, non-interference, mutual learning among civilizations, and pluralistic inclusiveness. So we, for ritual-driven harmony, we're looking at institutionalized exchanges, bilateral and multilateral agreements, coordinated cooperation, multilateralism, etc. Balanced engagement is comprehensive and balanced development, coordinated growth, non-alignment strategies. And for moral leadership through example, we're looking at China's approach or solutions, this community of shared future and moral reasoning. So these are the sort of key words that we're pulling out of the text that we're looking for also in sort of local dialogue. Next slide. Additionally, we also looked at Taoist texts, so looking at the issues of non-action, again, referring to non-interference, non-alignment, strategic restraint, looking to yielding over showing strength. So dealing with concepts such as soft power and diplomacy over coercion. As well as yin and yang balance. So again, looking at this sort of assertive harmony, ideas of soft power versus hard power, and self-cultivation, which is largely about in Taoist ethics. So looking for terminology related to ethical leadership through example, and again, looking for wording and discussion that is about non-domination of the other countries. Next slide. And so all of this all sort of falls under the idea of, we're emphasizing the idea of the Tianxia system, all under heaven, relational world, being linked by harmony, respect, and a shared future, and leadership through moral example, not domination. So you can find a lot of this in modern CPC speeches and by the texts put out by China. But then the question is, does this also translate locally? So this is about China going out into the world. Do we see the world responding to what China is saying and the image they're trying to provoke internally? And this is largely emphasized in Xi's vision for a shared global future. So next slide. So what I want to summarize here is sort of the takeaway is that we're kind of looking for these ideas of harmonious world. Harmony is, of course, again, the central philosophy. We're looking at ideas of good governance and virtue, and that this idea of mutual respect and peaceful coexistence. And this reflects the shift from these power transition models to moral legitimacy at the international level. Looking at ideas of flexibility, dynamic balance, and yielding as strength. So China's policies of non-alignment and non-interference really echo a lot of the ideas we see here. Next slide. This is sort of backing in sort of actual quotes that we took to show how this is being used by the CPC. So things like peaceful coexistence, we saw from Li Keqiang. Peace is the prerequisite for development, the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence and the Bandung spirit, the Asian way of mutual respect, consensus building, and accommodating the comfort levels of all parties, providing the fundamental guide for countries. So we sort of have peaceful coexistence as one of the key themes we expect to see in the dialogue and might expect to see at the local level. Next slide. Again, dynamic balance and moderation. So we see this in China's Belt and Road Initiative, their current new Green Belt and Road Initiative, and they're promoting inclusivity, equitability, and demand-driven aid, and that China's aid rarely comes with political strings. So there's really an emphasis of non-interference that happens in a lot of these conversations. Next slide. And finally, so looking at consensus-based multilateralism and non-alliance. So this is particularly what makes them very popular in a lot of Central Asia, where there is a push for multi-vectorism. So this is why we especially expect to see maybe some of their ideas start to filter through into elite-driven discourse of the media and the elites, is because of this non-alliance strategy and the multi-vectorism of local government policies. So because there's sort of this refusal to join exclusive blocs lined up with these philosophies, promoting strategic autonomy and prioritizing dialogue and joint decision-making in institutions like the SCO, the BRICS, and the Asian Infrastructure Bank. So China is opposed to the idea of interference in international affairs of others, and abuse of the weak by the strong, and any attempt to impose one's will on others. China advocates partnerships rather than alliances and does not join any military bloc. It stands against aggression and expansion and opposes arbitration use of threat of arms. And that's from the China's National Defense in the New Era. Next slide. So in the initial sort of analysis of the philosophy, we kind of divided into three different stages under Xi's reign, looking at this emergence of the sort of starting to see Confucianism and Taoism philosophy in China's outward profile in sort of their go out forward strategies. The BRI, of course, is introduced in 2013 at Nazarbayev University, and the bilateral deals with Central Asia and ASEAN. In 2015 to 2018, describing this period as sort of expansionism with the implementation of the BRI, where we see a sort of shift in diplomacy, rapid increase in projects, new investment zones, and financial tools. So we're looking sort of for themes during these periods and seeing what the language is going on internally. And finally, the years of pushback. Since 2019, there was a bit of pushback. And so there's been a change in China's approach to their dialogue and even an increase in cultivating relationships and people-to-people diplomacy. So the increase externally of debt trap narratives, ecological damage, and dependency has really pushed for China to show stronger narratives and to push stronger narratives with elites at the local level to change these ideas and change these narratives locally. And so these are some of the things that we feel like might be affecting the way that narrative shifts might happen. Next slide. So the methods for this is really focused on large language models. So here I am hoping first, right now I'm looking at the large language model text analysis of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan media articles. I have over 14,000 articles from media sources, three main media sources that are elite driven, two from Kazakhstan and one from Kyrgyzstan, Kabar from Kyrgyzstan, and Tengra News and Kazinform from Kazakhstan, which are large media sources that are really reflective of elite narratives in Kazakhstan. And so I look at these large language models with data that starts as early as 2012 for Kazakhstan. Unfortunately for Kyrgyzstan, there's less data because they only started to digitalize their media since 2017, so they don't have a large archive before 2017. And so we identify philosophical terms like harmony, shared future, and virtue within these articles and see about looking at changes over time and where these exist. Next slide. So why Central Asia? So Central Asia is an interesting case, one, because of the strengthening relations, and two, because of the Belt and Road. These are key countries, part of the bridging of China to the West. They also are where a lot of Chinese infrastructure investment has been happening over the last few years, as well as investment into extractive industries and even into digitalization, particularly in Kazakhstan. So there's a large growing relationship between Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan in China. Next slide. And even more so that there's been a shift in favorability. So Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, so this is actually from Beyond the Silk Road, a report that I published last year with the Central Asia Barometer Survey. And Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan are both border countries with China. Despite that, they actually have at least until recently, very low people-to-people interactions with China. And so we've seen a shift over time where there was a decline in favorability from really the 2010s until 2019, a sort of flattening out of the trend, but over the last couple of years, we've seen an increase in perceptions of China. And so the importance then comes in of strategic narratives. Next slide. So, what causes public opinion to change is also a big part of this conversation. What strategies has China implemented that have led to a change in public opinion? And this is where my strategic narratives literature and the literature on Chinese philosophy actually come together quite nicely in seeing how changes in China's presentation of themselves are being reflected locally. And then hopefully more as we go along with this study, we can unpack more what's going on internally in terms of understanding if local populations, probably another survey, are actually interpreting China's visions in the same way that they're being presented in elite narratives in the country. Next slide. So the strategic narrative literature is a crucial tool for international actors aiming to shape public policy and perceptions. We often see on the opposite side of China, what China's trying to fight against are security and threat narratives that are being used to influence the public and create derision for competing states. And so there are means through which states like China can strive to impact the socio-political environment and disseminate through media. Next slide. And it's really because there's a power in discourse. The world, and there's actually been a lot of criticism of China's ability to really strive to be seen in this discourse better. So this is also another way to sort of mark, is China's soft power sort of shifting by the use of these philosophical narratives and if they're being adopted locally. So soft power is regarded as one of China's actually highest levels of strategic concern. And soft power as a concept is problematic because it is intrinsically privileging the West. So part of our study also helps sort of strive to look at some of these problems of is shifts in local media changing public perceptions? Is it changing China's soft power? Because largely material power does not equal discursive power. And so because of China's weak discursive power, we want to see if this is changing over time. Next slide. I have an initial study that we did a few years ago on the role of identity and strategic narratives on public perceptions, where we look at the Silk Road narratives that China has been putting out and the adoption of those locally. And so we do find evidence to suggest that when these narratives are made apparent to people and when they believe them, they are affecting favorability of China. So we already have evidence that suggests that these linkages are there. And we find evidence to suggest in this paper that when people identify the Silk Road as an important part of their history and culture, when they've been adapted to it, they are actually changing their minds about China, and we're seeing differences in their favorability. Next slide. So all that being said, these are sort of our relatively initial results, like I said, still in development, and really just a time series and looking at over time. What it really is apparent here is the shift to people narratives that we find in the Chinese foreign policy dialogue really seems to also be where the shift in narratives happens locally. What we can see here is the green line, the highest marks harmony. And actually we see harmony gets mentioned quite a lot in both Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan over time. Now these are thinned out. These are on day-to-day. I dated on by day and month. So these are smoothed out over time with the year pinpointed. So those are total mentions over time happen in each one of these. So we have mentions almost happening on a daily basis of harmony and of things like shared community. Next slide. So what we find is that there's a shift to people. So that's when we talk about the third phase is where we see the biggest shift in what's happening locally in terms of elite narratives. The changing focus on the BRI from purely geoeconomics to more people-to-people concerns is noticeable and is being adopted even at the elite level. So recognition of limits of their material diplomacy have actually had a positive effect on sort of their image in the way that they're presented abroad. Normative reframing has been a large part of this. So this framing to things like a community with a shared future of mankind. As part of one of our surveys, we even asked one of the biggest reasons that people in Kazakhstan in particular have favorable opinions of China is largely their non-interference policy. So this is an actual reaction we've seen from people looking at their answers of, you know, what makes you more favorable? And they like these ideas of non-interference. So when they see those in the news, they give more favorable opinions of China. Next slide.
Okay, 3 minutes.
And this is reflective of favorability over time as well. I don't have Uzbekistan data yet. We're working on that as well. But we see that this shift in time where we see these increase in narratives related to Chinese philosophy also seem to mark this shift in time where we see an increase in favorability. So since 2019. So next slide. So really the main conclusions right now are harmony kind of dominates the narrative. Harmony is by far the most frequently mentioned theme across both Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, reflecting China's consistent use of harmonious development and peaceful coexistent language. And it's being reflected in local media sources. So this aligns with those Confucian ideas of moral order and political stability and with China's five principles of peaceful coexistence. Next slide. And really, we also notice the China's people-to-people pivot. Really, you can see it in the way that they're perceived locally in the media. So you see notable increases in mentions of harmony, community, shared future, cooperation, including dialogue, win-win, people-to-people, and cultural exchange. There's even a modest rise in moral governance, dealing with issues such as virtue and responsibility. So China's rebranding after 2019 has really changed and shifted the way that they're being discussed at the local level. And finally, next slide. Moving forward, we also want to take this keyword analysis and look not just at media framing, but also looking at leader speeches, the local Ministry of Foreign Education, and looking more closely at policy documents. So this is sort of just a start of trying to take these ideas of China's like reframing of their foreign policy and how it's looking and being applied locally and where we see this in the local media discourse. All right, and thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So we have some minutes for a short Q&A session. Do we have any questions or comments?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
First of all, nice to see you, Jessica, and thank you so much for sharing your report. Just out of curiosity, I was wondering if you could share, maybe not just right now, if you have it like documented somewhere, if you could share your methodology for media analysis and how you handled the analysis through LLM. That's just out of like researchers' curiosity of how you do that. And I have a very short question. It's the question is, you mentioned that you've been analyzing media from Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, and I was just wondering if your tools analyzed the sources in Kazakh and Kyrgyz languages, or if it was Chinese language sources. So what was the language of the sources? Thank you.
So that's actually an interesting one we've been going back and forth with. So we do various studies on this, and we're working with local researchers as well. And so for Tanger News and for all three sources we use the Russian version of them, largely because we find a problem with the local. So Tanger News, Kazinform, and Kabar are all the elite level government driven. So all the articles get done in both Russian and Kazakh for the most part, but we find that they seem to cut off the Kazakh articles where they don't include the same amount of information that's in the Russian articles. And the same actually occurs in Uzbekistan. We have another, we're working with an Uzbek, and we find this to be a common problem when they have both Russian and Kyrgyz versions of the articles. So we've been using largely the Russian version of them. And like I said, with Tanger News and Kazinform particularly, all the articles appear in both languages because of the dual operating language of Kazakhstan. And similarly with Kyrgyzstan, with Kabar, because their government, they want everybody to understand them. I'm using R, and really with this one, I did a really simple keyword mention search. I'm also doing some K clustering, though I haven't finished that, and I'm hoping to map that out. But the 3 hours it takes on my computer leads to some time issues at times. But yeah, so right now I've just been doing a simple mention, so just seeing where they appear. I've also been playing around with AI to try to use it to try to do some analysis, and then backing that up with intercoder reliability by taking a percentage of what it looks like and seeing what it comes up with. But largely these results are just from the mention. So we've been playing around with a couple different techniques that we're hoping that in a final result will be there. But if you're interested in more methods, we've been doing a lot in trying to integrate more advanced LLMs and, playing around with AI stuff.
Yeah, thank you. So I have a short question. It's just that I am working in the same area right now. I am a participant of a grant project of the Russian Science Foundation, which is dedicated to strategic narratives of BRICS countries. So my question is, do you focus on the narratives themselves? Probably, maybe you are also employing the concept of strategic communication as synchronization of narratives, deeds, and images. I'm just really curious about the methodology of analyzing whether the narratives are believable and what the Chinese government does to make them believable. So I'm not sure if you also trace the deeds parts of this strategic communication system.
Well, that was actually kind of what we were doing in the other paper. We were linking whether or not they believed, and of course these are survey data, so it's largely parsimonious. And so we asked people, on one hand, do you believe that the Silk Road is part of Kazakhstan's history? And so in that case, we were trying to link culture with their beliefs about China and the Silk Road. And we find a positive association there. I think it becomes really hard with these strategic narratives in terms of figuring out if they're believable. I also have another study where we did an experimental survey on we used local vignettes from sort of the more Western private influenced media sources that have sort of a anti-Chinese sentiment. And we actually use those vignettes to see if people are believing them and if they're actually shifting people's opinion. And we do find marginal, hopefully that will be published soon, but we do find marginal effects of that in terms, and one of the pushbacks I had was like, well, is that we're using real vignettes. We're using things that are actually from Radio Free Europe, that we're using things that's like, but this is important because using these vignettes actually can tell us if the strategic narratives that are actually being put out there, not sort of made up ones, are actually having an effect locally. So we're hoping like the sort of feedback from that, like, and again, this is how we're trying to test it. It's really hard to figure out if strategic narratives are believable, I think, in general. And so it's just using experimental methods in some cases. In this one, I'm more just looking at the effects of China's narratives on elite levels. And for the elites, I'm not sure it matters whether or not the elites believe them, but the elites are going to do what they need to do to have the relationship they want to have with China in order to grow economic development. So I think a lot of this is then maybe then later on, like I said, I want to do surveys to find out what people say about these. And so survey methods are a legitimate way to see if people find them believable, and so that's the sort of next. We're marginally also looking at correlations between changes in elite level narratives and local perceptions using things like the Central Asia Barometer survey data. And so that can allow us to look for some correlations, though again, it can only be rough estimates of the actual relationship between the two things.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I think that we can have a more general discussion later. So now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, who is Dr. Arusyak Hovhannisyan, an adjunct lecturer at the Russian Armenian University. And the title of the report is The Revival of Classical Chinese Thought in the Ideological Foundations of China's Contemporary Foreign Policy. So, Dr. Hovhannisyan, yeah, we see your PPT. So you might start, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, great. First of all, thank you so much for organizing today's panel. And I got my PhD in Moscow, so I'm happy to virtually be back to Moscow for a while. And my report is sort of continuation of the previous two reports. And in the past, I've had the honor and pleasure to have in-person discussions with Andrew, Jessica, and Rogelio, because our research interests are very similar. And it's really a huge luck to find people who have research interests that are so similar to yours. And so my report today will be on the revival of classical Chinese thought in the ideology of Chinese foreign policy and in Chinese foreign policy discourse. And just to make a short note in the beginning, so the main goal of this presentation is to really show how classical Chinese traditions, and I will be focusing more on Confucian traditions because that is what I've done most of my research in so far. And my goal is to show how these traditions, these ideas and concepts are revived and integrated into Chinese foreign policy discourse. And so the focus is not on China's practical diplomacy, but I would like to focus on the concepts and academic and political discourse. And I'm going to show a very axiological or value-driven perspective on foreign policy. So just to give you an idea of what lenses I'm looking at foreign policy right now. So values, so what we very often kind of miss when we are studying international relations, because I'm from political science and international relations studies. And so what we sometimes miss is the cultural context for foreign policy. But values and culture are usually the very important context in which decision-making is done when it comes to foreign policy. So in today's presentation, I am going to talk about the role of, and kind of reiterating all the time, the role of values in foreign policy, because values, they provide the normative framework within which foreign policy is formed. They also are used to justify foreign policy decisions and foreign policy strategies. Values shape the conceptual context of decision making. They also serve as instruments to legitimize policies. And especially when it comes to China, and this is very prominent, values are used to shape the global attractiveness of a country. And that is what Jessica was talking about. So values, the promotion of certain values can very often be used as an instrument and can contribute to political objectives. So we are not idealizing these values in foreign policy. We are understanding that, so we're keeping in mind that values can very well be used as instruments in foreign policies. So talking about the role of values in Chinese political concepts, I like to talk about the triad of values. So there are three very distinct and very interesting groups of values that can be found in Chinese political rhetorics and also in the academic discourse. So the first one is the Marxist values, which is usually used for internal political consolidation because the state is run by a party that is based on Marxism. And then the liberal values, they help with China's integration into global economy. And the third group that I'm going to focus on with this presentation are the traditional values. So in particular, mostly it's the Confucian values. And they have this function of legitimizing foreign policy concepts and foreign policy strategies. And also they have the function of kind of upkeeping the cultural cohesion. Now, before I jump into the different ideas and concepts that are cited in political and academic discourse, I wanted to just briefly mention that one very important focal point after which we see these Confucian ideas and Confucian concepts being very vastly cited and used in Chinese foreign policy documents and speeches. So this very focal point is Xi Jinping's visit to Qufu, which was in 2013. And one of the Russian scholars, I think it was Alexei Maslov, he compared this visit to Qufu with Deng Xiaoping's Southern Tour. And he said that just like Deng Xiaoping's Southern Tour showed and was kind of like a symbol that Marxism and communist ideology on the one hand and open market economy on the other hand are not contradicting. Just like that, Xi Jinping's visit to Qufu really showed that Communist Party's ideology and Marxism are not contradicting with Confucian ideas. And so it was kind of like a symbolic reaffirmation that Confucian ideas are relevant once again. And this photo that was seen very vastly in different media is Xi Jinping at the Confucius Research Institute, kind of asking probably questions to the scholars about Confucianism and, you know, all of the classics. Now, jumping into the different kind of concepts that are rooted in traditional Confucian thought and in traditional Chinese thought that are being cited and very vastly used in foreign policy discourse. So today's panel is called Harmony Without Uniformity. And this phrase has become very popular with both political discourse and academic discourse over the last years. And in terms of foreign policy discourse, harmony without uniformity, and we have touched upon this, so other speakers have touched upon this already. So in terms of foreign policy, it means respect for cultural diversity, it means coexistence without ideological imposition, and at the end of the day, it's just an alternative way of thinking to Western universalism. And a lot of these concepts are used to kind of differentiate between the Western approach towards international relations and the Chinese approach towards international relations. And another interesting concept that Andrew mentioned in his presentation is the moral duty and material interest, the 义利. So in 论语, we see that 君子喻于义, 小人喻于利. So that gentleman understands or comprehends or thinks about duty, and the petty person only understands gain. And so there's this very interesting phrase, 义理观, in international relations, which means the proper views, like the view of duty and interest. So viewing international relations as this space for duty and interest. And very often Chinese scholars or political figures will emphasize that Western countries, they mostly do their focus on the interests, right, on national interests. But China, as a different kind of great power, is really emphasizing the duty, which is what the Junzi would do, which is what the gentleman would do. And so this is one of the kind of views on international relations that differentiates the Chinese view and the Western view. And Andrew, in his speech, also touched a lot on the questions of trust and being really building credibility with other countries. And this is a huge theme in Chinese foreign policy discourse. And I've been studying Yan Xuetong mostly out of all the big Chinese international relations schools. And so Yan Xuetong talks a lot about building credibility with other countries. So China should be building this trust and credibility with other countries, which is an idea that he got from Junzi. Now, the next two interesting kind of classical Chinese concepts that we can see reappearing are Datong and Xiaokan. So Datong, it is sometimes translated as the Great Unity, but basically it is an ideal society. So these two phrases, they come from Li Ji, and in Li Ji we have this passage that says that the Great Way, or Da Dao, when it prevails, the world belongs to all. So 大道之行也，天下为公. And then it moves on to describe this ideal society where you have universal harmony, the borders and disunity disappear, and the world lives as a single family. And this ideal society is, in one word, it's called 大同, so the great unity. And really this idea about the whole world being like a single family is inherently such a Confucian way of thinking. And in terms of international relations, sometimes this 大同 is quoted as new concept for building an international order that is based on global harmony. So which is the topic of today's discussion, the harmony. And then when it comes to Xiaokan, Xiaokan is kind of like the intermediate stage when we haven't reached the 大同 yet, but we already have moderate prosperity. And now with Xiaokan, it's much easier to find it in political speeches because it is part of Xi Jinping's 2 centenary goals. So the first goal is building a moderately prosperous society, or 小康社会, by Communist Party's 100-year anniversary, which was in 2021. So it has been declared as something that has been achieved. So China has already achieved 小康. And then the second goal would be building a strong, democratic, civilized, harmonious, and modern socialist country, which again, it does sound very kind of communist and socialist, but some of its aspects, like being civilized and harmonious, are very inherently, again, kind of Confucian ways of thinking. And now another very common concept that is used to describe the international sphere is 天下, and again, a concept that has been touched upon today. One interesting thing that I think I could add to the discussion about 天下 is that there is a distinction between the worldview of Chinese foreign policy concepts and Western concepts, in that Chinese foreign policy concepts are based on something that is called 天下观, so a holistic worldview, a worldview where the whole world is seen as a single space, right? But on the other hand, the Western approach is sometimes referred to as 国际观, so the international worldview. So while Western countries see the world as something that consists of isolated nations, right? We call it international relations because it is the relations between isolated different nations. So while the Western kind of concept of the world order is these isolated nations having relations and the 国际观, the Chinese worldview is very holistic and sees the world as one big space, which is 天下. And it is reinterpreted today as a global perspective where all societies belong to a shared community. And of course, I think there is one concept that came to everyone's minds. Another interesting thing is the idea of Chinese wisdom, so 中国智慧. The idea is that, of course, we all have seen China growing economically, and the Chinese economic model is very interesting in terms of learning from it for other countries. But also, China is offering its philosophical heritage and civilizational experience to build better global governance. And this is an idea that can be seen in the academic discourse a lot. And this is the idea that I think today's conference is also following, that we can use some of the Chinese kind of traditions, philosophical traditions, to help us better navigate in global governance. And Chinese wisdom is again positioned as an alternative paradigm that is different from Western ideologies. And now, just to show a very, very well-known example of a foreign policy concept that is rooted in these ideas, let's talk about the community of shared future for mankind, which is, of course, a core normative pillar for today's Chinese foreign policy. And the whole idea of this community of shared destiny or shared future emphasizes that states are very interdependent and that we are facing global challenges that require kind of uniting into one single space and uniting our efforts as states to address them. And this again presents an alternative to hegemonic competition by saying that cooperation is more sustainable than competition. These ideas are all very well marketed. They're very marketable especially for developing countries. And so the question that was talked about in the previous report, that China is using these rhetorics to become more and more attractive for different countries in different regions, for instance, Central Asia. This logic can be found in many Chinese foreign policy concepts, where these values make these concepts more marketable and more attractive for developing countries. And they are certainly—
5 minutes.
Oh, sure. They are certainly shown as more attractive than the Western alternatives. Now, moving forward, in the beginning, I talked about the three different kind of groups of values in Chinese foreign policy concepts: Confucian, Marxist, and liberal. And I think one interesting thing about Community of Shared Future for Mankind, aside from its very kind of Confucian and traditional Chinese core, is that we can see in this concept, we can see all the three different value groups kind of coexisting, which is a very interesting phenomenon of, again, different differences coexisting in one concept, which is very, very 和而不同. And there is something very common in these three traditions that we can see in the Community of Shared Future for Mankind, which is that human societies are very interdependent, and global challenges require collective solutions, and that sustainable international order must be based on cooperation, respect, and shared benefit. And so this idea of Community of Shared Future for Mankind is very Confucian because it's ethically grounded in Confucianism. It's also very Marxist because it talks about social justice and the justice between the different states and not exploiting the smaller states for your own gains and national interests. And also, it's interestingly very liberal because it talks about institutional cooperation and economic cooperation. And so jumping to the last part of my presentation, so I really like this phrase, which has been cited in many, many political and academic texts in China, is the 美人之美，美美与共. So it's phrased by a very renowned Chinese sociologist from the 20th century, Fei Xiaotong. And the whole phrase goes that each culture values, so this is a very kind of simple translation. Sorry if it's not very poetic, but it's basically each culture values its own beauty, but also we should be seeing the beauty of other cultures. And when we unite the diverse beauties, the different beauties, the Mei, we can achieve the great unity of all under heaven. So 天下 will be 大同. So I think that this phrase, which is again, this phrase 美人之美, 美美与共, can be cited in many texts. And so this is kind of like the quintessential core of the harmony without unity. So thank you so much for attention. If you would like to continue this discussion, although most of you have my contact information, but I've left my email here. And yeah, feel free to connect and continue the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Honi-san. Do we have any brief comments or questions? Yeah, okay. I have a short question. So you mentioned that there is the difference between the Western international relations approach, like it doesn't see world as a whole. It sees world as sum of individual parts, which is obviously also related to Faisal-Chong's conceptualization of Western and Chinese societies. And the Chinese approach is like the Tianxia approach, which is the holistic one. But is it really the case? Because, you know, we have different schools of thought in Western IR theory. We have the liberal approach with its idea of international community, and we have the English school, which also allows for a different conceptualization of space and international relations. And I also think that the Chinese approach is also not something monolithic. It also provides for different perspectives. Like Yan Sieton's approach is quite different from Zhao Qingyang's approach, I would say. So would you say that there is still some Chinese approach to international relations, and there is some way that the West views international relations?
Thank you for the question. It's actually, I think that's actually a very legit comment, and I personally would not agree that the you can kind of differentiate between the Western point of view and the Chinese point of view. But what I was arguing is that this is how Chinese foreign policy concepts are marketed towards developing countries. So, of course, there's pluralism of different concepts in the West. There are different kind of theories in China. Although I would say that there is still a predominant kind of a dominating political stance on things in China, because China is a very centralized country and there's always kind of like a dominating discourse. But I myself wouldn't argue that the two kind of views can be differentiated just like that. And actually, with my idea of these three value systems coexisting in Chinese foreign policy concepts is just to show that sometimes, not sometimes, but quite often, Chinese foreign policy concepts will have also liberal traditions kind of incorporated into their system. And one interesting comment that I can share is I was showing part of this research to colleagues at a different conference. And one of the colleagues who is doing research in Marxism said, I was listening to your presentation about Confucian values in Chinese foreign policy, and I was trying to find contradictions with Marxism, but I couldn't. Which means that these ideas are so well handpicked from Chinese tradition that these are the ideas that have been handpicked to not contradict with Marxism, but also to contain very popular liberal ideas about like mutual cooperation being mutually beneficial and all those sorts of ideas. So I wouldn't personally argue that these two stances are that different, but that is what is being marketed. And one interesting thing that I see over and over again studying this topic is just how Chinese foreign policy is really close to marketing techniques and just trying to find the most attractive ideas and show it to the world and showcase it to the world. And also by showing the difference with the Western ideas that might not be that popular in certain regions. So yeah, that is a very legit comment, and I would agree with you.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Okay, so we can continue with this discussion later, and now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, to Dr. Rogelio Leal, who is a fellow of international relations at the Indo-Pacific Studies Center. And the title of the presentation is Harmony Among Nations, Reconsidering Huang Lao Thought for Global Governance. So, Dr. Leal, please proceed. Your mic is muted.
I just said thank you for the presentation, and I ask it. It's all correct.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I truly appreciate. I've been following the session since early in the morning, and your patience and then just direction. It's very good, and your questions. So also, I'm very happy to just be here and be part of this panel, Harmony Without Uniformity. As well, I'm extremely content of seeing familiar faces that I met a couple of months ago or previously, some professors, other students, and so forth. But we all know that harmony without uniformity is a principle that lies at the heart of a Chinese intellectual tradition. So, with my presentation, Harmony Among Nations, I'm trying to reconsider Huang Lao thought for global governance. And this is quite new for me. I'm more inclined into contemporary Confucianism, but I'm trying to trace back some of ancient ways of looking at governance, and I think this is a way that I will do as a aspiring, I guess, political philosopher to revisit the Huang Lao school, which is a very rich yet often overlooked synthesis that has shaped or that shaped early Han governance and continues to offer insights for our global age. So let's begin. Well, I'll start with the roots. So, the Huanglao school was named after the Yellow Emperor, Huangdi, and Lao Tzu, so the founder of Taoism, which emerged, this Huanglao school emerges during the late Warring States and early Han period. It sought to reunite the cosmological wisdom of Taoism with practical techniques of administration or governance drawn from legalist and Confucian traditions. But as we see, also it has aspects of the yin yang theory, the dialecticians, the Moists, and so forth. So it's a synthesis of ideas. And in essence, Huang Lao thought teaches that effective rule depends on harmony between human order and natural order. So that is kind of like between governance and the Tao or the way. And well, this is so interesting to me because it's not just like one specific school, but it's a combination of the main schools of thought. We know that there existed the 100 schools of thought, and Huang Lao is often overlooked, as I mentioned before. So just by investigating or learning about it, it brings me some kind of relief that the other schools are trying to be more global in this sense. And this is why I engage in this idea of global governance with the Huang Lao thought. Now, Sima Qian, the historian, the famous historian, she says that this eclectic school, as I was mentioning, has a syncretism of different schools. And here, Du Weiming writes I believe it was a paper in the 70s or 80s. Um, he terms that as the legalized Taoism, because as I mentioned before, we have it's a mix of the Taoist school and the legalist perspective. So here he clearly says that, and I quote, while Zhuangzi elaborated Lao Tzu's philosophy of personal inner freedom, Shen Puhai and Han Fei Zi developed the sayings of Lao Tzu into different methods of political control. So here's where we see that this combination that I believe Du Weiming termed it as a legalized Taoism. And then he says that the legalists were preoccupied with Xingming, which is forms and names, which is basically a technique of government. And from here we see that scholar Georg, let me see, laser, Georg Muller, he also says that this idea of Xingming or forms and names was nothing other than an administrative procedure, so a way of governing, a technique of government. And with this technique of government, so rather than emphasizing a coercion or uniformity, what Huang Lao advocates is Wu Wei. And many of us, or if not all, we understand that Wu Wei is often translated as non-assertive or effortless action. And this means governing in accordance with natural rhythms, allowing social order to arise through moral example, minimal interference. So, in this sense, the ruler's self-cultivation, what many or what the early texts may call ruling the body and the state as one, becomes the foundation for political harmony. So when we have the ruler is inwardly aligned with the Tao, then we have a society that harmonizes outwardly without this excessive without the need for excessive control. So we see here that it's very important that whoever is in power needs to be cultivate the self. And this self-cultivation also comes from a lot from Confucianism, but when it's cultivated in a way that it's following a path without excessive interference or with effortless action, going with the natural way of the Tao, then political harmony can be achieved, and people, which is our main subject, they can harmonize outwardly. So historically, this philosophy or this ideas of the Huang Lao's this vision guided the early Han rulers, especially Emperor Wen and Emperor Jing, because they adapted moderation and restraint after years of warfare. And their application of Huang Lao principles brought stability, prosperity, and what later many historians called or governance through calmness. So this is something that we need in our contemporary world. Why? Because we see a world, and I'll go there, is like an era of global fragmentation. But before I go into that, methodologically, what Huang Lao governance rests on balance. That means that between, say, movement and stillness, or firmness and flexibility, unity and diversity, and it sees the ruler not as an enforcer, but not as an enforcer of uniformity, but as a harmonizer of differences, a mediator of the dynamic patterns of life. And for today's world, this ancient philosophy, I believe, speaks with surprising relevance in an era where of global fragmentations, and there are competing powers and ecological strain. Huang Lao reminds us that harmony does not require sameness, and it calls for adaptive leadership, moral authority, and respect for the natural and cultural diversity of that sustains global coexistence. And so, in this sense, Huang Lao's vision of harmony through the Tao offers more than just a historical model, but it provides a living guide for ethical balance and sustainable governance among nations. And while building on this foundation, I kind of want to suggest that Huang Lao thought offers not only a philosophy of ancient governance, but an actual model for ethical global order, the one that embodies what the Chinese classics call harmony without uniformity, the theme of this panel. Now, as we can see here from Pirenboom, he says that the Boshu, so the book, the Huang Lao, is concerned, or like in general classics, it's concerned with the normative question of how to live and more importantly, how to govern. So this in Huang Lao's worldview, the cosmos itself is self-regulating. It's a self-regulated system where balance, sorry, arises from the dynamic interaction of differences. And of course, as I mentioned before, it's a syncretic philosophy that in this dynamic interaction of differences, we see yin yang, and then such as the movement and stillness, firmness and gentleness, and so forth. And this vision can be extended to the political sphere. Nations, like the elements of the cosmos, coexist with an interconnected whole. Earlier in one of the presentations, one of the presenters was saying about like how this cosmovision through Tianxia, for instance, is about like different nations, but actually, even though there's separate nations, we or as nations, they coexist within an interconnected whole, or Tianxia, for instance. So harmony is achieved not through the domination or enforced uniformity, but through recognition of each identity's position within a larger natural and moral order. Now, applied to global governance, this offers a profound alternative to the modern logic of competition and control or gaining through coercion. The Huang Lao ruler leads through moral virtue and adaptive sensitivity. In this sense, we might call this resonant governance. So, guiding by example rather than compulsion, and in international relations, this principle suggests that moral authority, self restraint, and alignment with the collective good are the true foundations of leadership, and rather than the pursuit of hegemonic power, something that in the case of China, many countries, especially those from the West, are looking at China as trying to pursue this hegemonic power, and China insistently repeats that they are not trying to do that. Whereas other countries, the ones that are blaming China for doing this, they actually, in a way of like trying to establish or keeping that hegemonic power, and they're afraid to lose it to the Asian giant. Now, as many of in I think everybody in this last section of the panel has mentioned the concept of Tianxia, and this approach aligns with the broader Tianxia vision, the idea of all under heaven as an inclusive moral and political community. Yet, what Huang Lao does, it adds a distinctive dimension. So it teaches that the order of Tianxia must remain responsive and flexible because of the obvious ever-changing nature of the world, of society, of the people. And we see this reflected in the Yin Yang School, in the Book of Changes of the non-stop, the Book of Changes as it is translated. So the tension must remain responsive and flexible, mirroring Tao's spontaneous balance. So in modern terms, this means global governance should not impose one single model of political development or morality, but cultivate coordination among diverse systems and civilizations. Harmony, in this sense, is a dynamic equilibrium, not a static consensus where true harmony emerges from inclusivity and collective responsibility. And just before I conclude, one of the reflections is that in our multipolar world, the Huanglao method, what it urges is to see governance as ecological rather than mechanical. That means that it's more relational, it's more adaptive, and guided by balance. Basically, Huanglao is that itself because it's relational, it's adaptive, and guided by balance of different traditions, by balance of different schools of thought. It's not taking just fully the one school of thought or the other, but it's balancing them out. And just as the early Han rulers maintained stability through moderation and harmony, nations today, what they can do, they might promote a more lasting global order through moral integrity and moral respect. So this is something that also going back to one of the early slides, this moral integrity and and mutual respect also need to come from the leaders themselves. And harmony among nations, thus, is trying to revive the Huanglao ideal of aligning the moral, the natural, and the political under the principle of harmony without erasing diversity. One vision that a vision that's still vital for ethical coexistence in the 21st century. And finally, the Huanglao tradition teaches that true harmony within a state or among nations cannot be imposed, but must be cultivated through alignment with the Tao, with the flow of things, with the flow of nature, with the flow of globalization, with the flow of the political conflicts and so forth. Obviously, we're trying to fix that. Then the early Han rulers again embodied order rather than enforcing it. So they embody it. They didn't enforce it, allowing the natural rhythm of the Tao to guide governance toward balance. And as the Huainan Tzu says, heaven and earth do not speak, yet through them all things are transformed. And this is basically expressing transformation without coercion and harmony without uniformity. And applied globally, this vision, I would say, calls for a moral clarity, restraint, and mutual responsiveness rather than trying to achieve domination or imposing a specific dogma. And genuine peace and ethical governance arises when humanity learns to move with rather than against the greater harmony of the way or the Tao. And that will be it for me, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Dr. Leal, for your presentation. So do we have any short questions or comments? Yeah, okay. I think I have a short question. So I think that Huang Lao is a political teaching that tries to balance the the global government, the global governance with a local self-governance or local approach that is more based on a laissez-faire effort. So how do you think we can provide the same model in our contemporary world to balance this emphasis on global governance and the collective solution of global issues, and this idea of autonomy and laissez-faire government on places? Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks for the question. I believe this is more of a political philosophizing. Obviously, one school of thought is that, started more than 2,000 years ago, is not going to change how the world is like it's not going to change in a blink of an eye how we are treating the world or how the world is being governed, because there are more things that we need to take into consideration. But what I think it can do is just to try to think of in this syncretic way, syncretism, in terms of like we can even just use it as a model, like how the Huang Lao was used, taking a little bit from everywhere back in the Warring States period, and during the Han Dynasty. And we could do that something similar, like earlier Lucia was stating, where we're taking from Marxism, from liberalism, from Confucianism, and so forth. So this is more or less what I think China is doing, and many countries, in terms of how they are addressing their domestic and international relations, because one it's not like a one size fits all type of thing, where democracy in Europe is much different from democracy in Latin America. So I think more than providing an actual technique of governance, which is what it is, Huang Lao, it's more like using it as an example of how it became at some point a fundamental school of thought in order to bring about order and through self-cultivation and morality of the leaders.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions to Dr. Liao? Okay, so I think that we need to give the floor to our last speaker for today, and that happens to be me. So I give floor to myself. Just a second, I will show my presentation. Can you see it?
Yes,
Yes.
it
Yeah,
has
thank you.
loaded.
Thank you. So my topic is peace without uniformity, from Chinese just peace theory to global peace building ethics. Honestly, this is quite a new line of thought for me. So I have been working about I have been working for about a couple of years on the topic of Chinese ethics of war and peace, and I mostly focused on the just war theory. So now I have shifted towards the peace building ethics and ethics of peace in general. And the conclusions that I have in this presentation are very preliminary. So I will be happy for any comments. So, all right, what do we mean when we talk about peace building and peace operations in general? Well, we have a standard classification of peace operations. We have conflict prevention, which is rather obvious. We have peacemaking, which means that we try to limit the violence between two parties and bring them to the halt in order to create conditions for peaceful dialogue. We have peace enforcement, which means that we come and beat with a stick someone who beats his neighbor with a stick in order to make him stop. When we have for peacekeeping and peacemaking, and peace building, and these are usually referred to different stages. Like peacemaking is making someone stop. Peacekeeping is making sure that they do not break the ceasefire, and peace building is usually something that we do after the conflict is finished to create some lasting conditions for peace. But in recent years, peace building has been interpreted as a broader concept, as something that we should employ and something that we should investigate in order to prevent conflicts. So I think it's a rather broad understanding of peace building, and I will be using this broad understanding in my presentation as well. The issue with the global peace building is that it has traditionally been based upon the Western liberal model and liberal international peace architecture. And the liberal model implies specific political and economic development, while alternative non-liberal socio-political configurations are thought to be a potential source of instability. And under such conditions, liberal model emphasizes just war theory as normative grounds for kinetic conflict resolution. But this emphasis on just war resulted, on the one hand, in numerous discussions of such issues as humanitarian intervention and responsibility to protect. And these discussions seldom have led to any fruitful outcome. And on the other hand, it has resulted in many unilateral interventions not sanctioned by the United Nations Security Council. And this lack of transparent mechanisms caused erosion of the liberal peace architecture, its contestation by key non-Western states, and ultimately its fragmentation into several overlapping spheres, which embody different approaches to peace building. And under such conditions, success of peace operations of any kind will largely depend on whether we will be able to find similarities, connections, points of complementarity between these different models. So in other words, we need some kind of harmony in our fragmented peace architecture. And obviously we can use different cultural traditions, different cultural approaches to the issues of war and peace to find some commonalities and maybe to develop some hybrid models. When we talk about Western warfare ethics, just to contextualize, we usually imply a spectrum of positions. On the one end of the spectrum is pacifism, with this stance that war is always immoral. And on the other end of the spectrum is militarism, with the idea that war is morally laudable, that it brings glory and power and all the good things. And we also have realism, which is something that is usually placed outside of the spectrum, because realism says that war and ethics are two things that do not have anything in common with each other. And in the middle between pacifism and militarism, we have just war theory, which obviously states that wars are sometimes moral, but they have to follow a strict set of conditions to be considered moral. And this framework is also applied to the Chinese tradition. I think that we can say that there are at least 3 generations of Chinese warfare ethics scholarship. The first generation is what I would call intuitive pacifism. This is a general approach to Chinese traditional culture, quite often based on a superficial reading of classical works and the assumption that if Confucius talks a lot about harmony and doesn't talk much about war, then he must be a pacifist. It also actively uses narratives about things like Zhenhe voyages or peaceful expansion of China in history, etc., etc. And I think that the works employing this approach can be divided into at least 3 groups. First is Orientalist scholars. The second group is Chinese scholars trying to defend China against Western discursive aggression by trying to prove China's peacefulness. And the third group is scholars who are not very meticulous about the use of the term pacifism and related terminology. For instance, we have a famous statement from John Fairbank about the pacifist bias of the Chinese tradition. But what exactly a pacifist bias is in terms of ethics of war, it doesn't seem to be equal to pacifism. So the next generation is the generation of the just war theory argument. For the last several decades, scholars have been revisiting the Chinese tradition to acquire a more nuanced understanding of the classical Chinese thinking on war and peace. And some of them have claimed that the Chinese tradition contains many elements similar to the Western just war theory. On the one of the issues with the works that follow this approach is that they do not always make a distinction between whether Chinese classical philosophy contains just war ethics and whether it can be applicable to contemporary cases. So in other words, there might be some just war theory elements in the Chinese classical thought, and there might even be a more or less well-thought, authentic Chinese just war theory, but it doesn't mean that it can be directly applicable to contemporary discussions, given that there are many changes both in ways of war, say technological advancements, and in international configuration. And I think that the lack of such distinction resulted in lackluster reception. As I have said earlier, just war theory is usually associated with humanitarian intervention, infringement of sovereignty, etc., etc. So many Chinese scholars wouldn't want Chinese philosophy to support the just war discourse. And finally, the third generation is what can be called the generation of the pacifist rebuttal. I think that one of the more sophisticated responses to the just war argument in Chinese theory, in Chinese philosophy, has been made by Curtis Hagen. And to understand it, let's first have a look at the just war interpretation of Mengzi. While the just war interpretation of Mengzi is much more than that, I will just discuss the most famous case, which is the Yan state incident. So basically, we have the state of Yan, which is in chaos because its ruler abdicated in favor of his minister, and the factions are fighting each other, and Yan's populace is suffering, and it's on the brink of civil war. And a minister from the neighboring state of Qi asks if it is proper to send Qi forces to restore order in the Yan state. And Mengzi basically replies that, yeah, it is proper, but it can only be done by a proper authority, which is the agent of heaven. Nevertheless, Qi invades Yan, but that does not bring order and peace to Yan, because the Qi forces pillage the country, and the Qi neighbor states see what has happened to Yan, and they prepare to attack Qi. And Mengzi actually says to the king of Qi, "Your Majesty sent your troops to campaign against oppression. The people of Yan met them like rescuers in times of flood or fire, bringing baskets of food and jugs of drink. How then could you have thought it proper to kill their elders, to bind their youths in tatters, to destroy their ancestral temples, and carry off from them their precious vessels?" This is the Yan incident, while there are several other passages that are related to Yan, and as I have said, there are many more passages in Mengzi that are related to the just war theory argument. I will focus on them. So on the basis of these passages, we can certainly see some similarities to the Western just war theory. So basically, for Mengzi, the intervention into another state, it can be a proper thing to do, it can be legitimate, but it must check some criteria. It must have just cause. Obviously, the justice cause is the large-scale suffering of populace. It must be performed by the just authority. The justest authority is Son of Heaven, but we also have the so-called Agent of Heaven, which is basically the Confucian ruler, the ruler who listens to the Confucian teachings. Obviously, we must have a right intention, which means that we must be willing to protect people, not to hold land populated by the people. And we must also provide the post-conflict transformation of the state. Well, in Confucian context, it obviously means the establishment of the Confucian benevolent government. And most importantly, this model is sanctified by the ancient sage rulers. So we find a lot of references in Menzi that the sage kings Tang and King Wu, they banished the tyrant kings. But he also says a lot about the sage kings that are even more ancient, like the sage king Yao, and they also perform the same just war practice. At the same time, now we come to the Curtis-Hagen rebuttal of the just war Confucian theory. It can be said that the conditions that Mengzi provides for the just war to be called just are very unlikely. First of all, other states have to support intervention, and the targeted state, populace, must explicitly support intervention as well. So we have seen from the passage that they welcome the invading army with the food and jugs of drinks, etc. And finally, probably the most unlikely condition is that the intervention should be bloodless. Ideally, the tyrant king is the only victim of such an intervention. And so, according to Curtis-Hagen, these narratives about sage kings justifying the just war practices, this is just sage king myths as a narrative tool used to dissuade contemporary rulers from intervention and to encourage their self-cultivation and to stimulate their interest in their own state building. I think that Curtis-Hagen's position is a very interesting one, and I obviously recommend reading his book, Leading with Virtue. But I disagree with him on several points. I do not think that it is very constructive to say that Mengzi is a pacifist because he obviously supports just war in several cases, even if such cases are not very likely to happen. But generally speaking, I think that we might want to conceptualize Mengzi as a just peace theorist. So just peace theory is something that has gained scholar attention in recent years, and it is usually placed between pacifism and just war theory. In order to emphasize that while it supports invasion in some cases, it places emphasis on other aspects like mediation and conflict prevention and stuff like that. And I think that Mengzi actually fits quite well into this just peace theory. I think that several other thinkers in classical China can also contribute to its development. And I also think that this just peace theory can be a very helpful source of inspiration for contemporary Chinese peace building practice, and more largely for constructing a hybrid model of peace building operations and peace building in general. So if we have a look at the Chinese peace building model and the Chinese classical just peace ethics as seen in Mengzi, I think that we have at least several points that are that really stand out as similar. So the first point is that we have an emphasis on conflict prevention and mediation, both in the classical Chinese thought and in contemporary China. In contemporary China, I think that the one of the recent examples is the creation of the International Organization for Mediation. The second aspect is emphasis on development. In contemporary China, this is enshrined in the concept of developmental peace, which capitalizes on the development peace nexus by claiming that economic and social development is inherently linked with peace and stability. And I think that this conceptualization holds true for many classical thinkers of China as well, because they also have quite a lot to say about the need to develop your own state instead of trying to enrich your state by invading other states. And I think that another aspect that is that can be found both in the classical thought and in contemporary approach is greater tolerance to socio-political difference. Contemporary China do not impose the Western political model of liberal democracy on the state that it tries to negotiate with. It is much more relaxed in this aspect than many Western states are. And I think that we can also tentatively say that the same holds true for the classical Chinese approach. While there is no significant difference between the political models proposed by the classical Chinese thinkers in terms of all of them propose monarchy, I think that they are also more tolerant to different customs that influence political life of other states, etc., etc. And so, as I have to finish now, I just want to wrap things up by saying that I think that there is a great potential in putting different traditions, different ethics of war and peace into dialogue with each other. And I think it is more productive to focus not on the conditions for the just war theory and trying to match these Chinese conditions with the contemporary conditions for just war. I think it is much more productive to focus on the just peace and its conceptualizations in different traditions. And I think that my presentation is just a call to perform this comparative and intercultural philosophizing. So thank you for your attention. That's the end of my presentation. So now we have about 10 minutes for Q&A session. So if anyone have questions. Yeah, please, Dr. Leal.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation on this piece, just peace theory. I think it's very good to again go back to ancient traditions and trying to reassess them for modern or contemporary times. So I have as you were talking about different wars and you had this spectrum, I have kind of like a comment and or question, and we'll follow up by another one. So one of the things is normally when we talk about war and Chinese philosophy, we looked also not at Mencius principally, but at Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu. I don't know if you are planning to incorporate something because Sun Tzu's The Art of War is not about basically engaging in war, but trying to de-escalate or minimize casualties and so forth. So that's kind of like one comment question. And then my actual question will be that China hasn't really engaged in war, at least in the modern or the contemporary times. So when that happens, because I think it is very likely that it will happen at some point in the next 100 years or 200 years, which is, a very short period of time. When or if that happens, hopefully not, do you think China will lose credibility, or does it just like as being, this harmony, or they want to share this prosperity among the world, or will that credibility depend on why or the reasons why the war has started or they engage in the war?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. I think they are very, very, very timely. As for the art of war and the similar corpus of strategist texts, I think that there is a great piece on them by Ping Cheng-lo, who claims that they are not actually immoral guys as they are sometimes conceptualized in the Western scholarship, that they are really close to the just war theory as well. That yeah, they certainly try to prevent war by saying that war is the last thing that the state should engage into, because it is very costly and very dangerous. Yeah, I think that when we try to analyze ethics of war and peace in Chinese tradition, we definitely need to engage these thinkers as well. And yeah, I'll probably do it. And as for your second question, I would agree that that whether China loses credibility and whether it loses its moral authority in the eyes of the global South, or the rest of the countries, yeah, it largely depends on what kind of conflict China will be engaged in, whether it would be construed as aggression against another state. So yeah, I think it depends on whether China can provide persuading narratives about its reasons and about the inevitability of the conflict. But yeah, it's just a lucky guess. It all depends on the actual conditions and whether China will actually engage in any kind of war. I think it would prefer not to. I think it would try to focus on, soft power or strategic communication, or even political or information warfare, you can call it differently, in order to prevent escalation into war. But yeah, it will largely depend on the context. So yeah, I hope that answers your questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions to all of our speakers for this session? Or maybe to a particular speaker? Yeah, so I have a philosophical question once again about the Chanxia system and about the possibility of global governance, and how we can approach the construction of this global governance, because the United Nations Security Council seems to be a bit dysfunctional at the moment, and the world is fragmented, not just in terms of peace architecture, but it is fragmented more generally into different spheres and different regions and different scapes. So how can we, probably as scholars, as the scholarly community, contribute to mending the world, if we can even do it? So I would love to hear your opinions.
I can briefly speak about this, especially since a lot of us are incorporating Confucianism as part of our studies. Well, Confucianism is basically was Confucius was trying to prepare his disciples to be political advisors, and I believe many institutions are now going in looking for answers. But I mean, many political institutions or actors are looking for answers within academic institutions. But the conversation shouldn't just be on how much someone publishes, but actually whether those politicians are looking for the expertise of those scholars. So I think being very optimistic, those of us who are engaged in academia and interested in global affairs, in international relations, it's important to continue this conversation, but inviting not only for the academic community, but inviting government officials, public servants to participate in workshops, in seminars, and so forth, so they can actually get a perspective from, the theoretical parts that they can be implemented, and then from their way of experiencing things, they can explain to us, well, we can do this. It's not just so easy because this happens. And by the way, I'm in Moscow, so maybe we can meet up. I'm doing a fellowship at GIMO, and I see that GIMO is very active with engaging with the like political or public leaders, public servants. So I'm seeing that happening here in Russia, whereas in many other institutions it might be more difficult because they just see scholars. By mean days, like people in government, they just see scholars are part of like let them teach history and theories. But where it comes to the important is how it's implemented, when it's implemented, and who is listening to those, to us, to the academic community to create a better world, even though it sounds very idealistic.
Yeah, let's hope that they will listen to us. Yeah. Yeah, please.
Because this was a philosophical question, let me have a philosophical answer. So I think that one thing that we always tend to forget is that a lot of things are not perpetual and we're not there for forever. When we talk about the international world order, or we talk about international relations theories or international institutions, sometimes we forget that there were times that were not that long ago when these institutions didn't exist or those theories didn't exist, and the order was very different, the rules, the way that countries would interact was very different. So I guess I'm not usually very optimistic, but I try to be. So I guess we could all be a bit more optimistic in that if something is not working right now and we see so much instability and so many different problems arising in international relations. So I guess we could be a bit optimistic and just keep in mind that things can change and we can also contribute to the change. Although I do agree with Rogelio that very often scholars are just overlooked by actual politicians, and that has happened to me and my colleagues a lot when scholars would be proposing, like making suggestions and proposals, and governments wouldn't kind of listen to them because they would have their own vision, which was different. And I guess we could always keep in mind that things change all the time, and the river is running. And Mrs. Lee, Professor Lee would always tell us you can't get into the same river twice, right? Everything is changing. So I guess hopefully we will be able to see more stable institutions. So the UN is not working. Okay, we might see the emergence of new kind of institutions or ways of building international relations. And I think this type of conversations like the one that we had today at this panel, are very important because we can see all the different perspectives towards world order and towards international and interstate relationships. And so this discourse, I guess if we have more of this discourse, it might be more influential. And so, and I would like to thank everyone who's organized today's panel, and especially Oleg, you for being so resilient today. And me and my colleagues were having a small chat on the side and noting that you have been so great, really being at this panel from the morning and until right now. And I think Rogelio also said that. So we really, really appreciate that. And thank you so much. And thank you so much to the Institute of Philosophy and to SDCF for having this very valuable conversation today.
Yeah, thank you for your active participation and for your most interesting presentations. Yeah, so I think that we need to finish our last session, and that means that we need to do our conference closure. So I'm not sure if Professor Woolley is here. I think that she might be a bit busy with your, MBA graduation. But we have our Professor Victoria Lysenko, who is, once again, I want to say that she is the head of our Department of Eastern Philosophies, and she's the head of our UNESCO chair. And she's obviously the main organizer of this conference from our side. So I would like to give the floor to Professor Lysenko for her closing remarks. So, Professor Lysenko.
Do you see me or hear me?
We both hear and see you.
Yes.
I cannot see myself. Well, if you see me, it's already enough. So, Alec, I also express my greatest gratitude to you for organizing this extraordinary panel. And I find myself reflecting on the intellectual journey that we have shared today. We began as an exploration of a classical Chinese concept, and that has revealed itself to be something far more profound, a living methodology for intercultural philosophy that speaks directly to the challenges of our divided and at the same time interconnected and constantly changing world. Our keynote speakers and first session presenters laid essential groundwork by returning us to the sources, from the foundational principle of harmony without uniformity itself, through Van John critical engagement in Lun Hen, to the playful wisdom. I have to ask your apologies for my barbaric pronunciation of Chinese terms, because I am indulgent. So you have to forgive me for this. So playful wisdom of Zhuang Ji Fish and the cultivated balance of the Shon Gong, we have discovered that classical Chinese thought never conceived harmony as erasure of difference. Rather, this ancient text understood harmony as the dynamic integration of diversity, whether in cosmic order, social relations, or the cultivation of self. What strikes me most powerfully is how these classical explorations transcend mere historical interest. When we examine harmony as a first in accordance with principle Li, or consider Zhuangzian order-based playing, we encounter sophisticated philosophical tools for thinking about unity and multiplicity, structure and spontaneity, coherence and creativity. These are not uniquely Chinese problems. These are human problems, philosophical problems, and every tradition has tackled with these problems in its own way. This brings us to what I consider the heart of our conference, the papers that explicitly engage into cultural encounters. Here, we move beyond studying Chinese philosophy about harmony to practicing intellectual philosophy through the lens of harmony without uniformity. The presentations on Buddhist modernizers, Taixu and Yang Guang, showed us how Chinese thinkers themselves navigated religious pluralism, establishing boundaries while remaining open to dialogue. The examination of Sino-Christian encounters through comparative hermeneutics, moving from Yi Niji, I'm sorry for pronunciation, to mutual interpretation, demonstrated that intercultural philosophy is not a modern Western invention, but has deep roots in Chinese intellectual practice. The final session on international relations brought our discussion into urgent contemporary relevance. Here we saw scholars were engaging Chinese classical thought as genuine resources for addressing global governance, peace building, and foreign policy. Perhaps most provocatively, the paper on late Qin appropriations of racial discourse reminded us that harmony without uniformity is not a static formula, but a concept tested, challenged, and transformed through historical crisis. This methodological innovation, treating classical concepts as dynamic rather than dogmatic, is itself a model for intercultural philosophy. What unites these diverse papers were the examination of Daoism and Confucianism in Chinese foreign policy, or reconsidering Tianxia concepts, or developing theories of peace without uniformity, is a commitment to intercultural philosophy as a practical enterprise. These scholars demonstrate that classical Chinese concepts can enter into genuine dialogue with Western international relation theory, creating hybrid frameworks that transcend both civilizational particularism and false universalism. Why intercultural philosophy matters above all? Colleague, what we have witnessed today is intercultural philosophy in action, genuine philosophical work across traditions, harmony without uniformity. Itself becomes a methodological principle for this work. We seek the richer harmony that emerges when traditional encounter each other with both rigor and openness. This approach has never been more necessary in a world torn between aggressive nationalism and homogenizing globalism, between civilizational clash narratives and native universalism. Intercultural philosophy offers a third way. It insists that we can maintain our particular commitments while engaging with others. It demonstrates that translation across traditions, though difficult, is possible. We have examined today Confucianism, Daoism, Buddhism, Christianity, and their interaction. We have moved from ancient texts to contemporary policy, from metaphysics to international relations, from textual hermeneutics to global ethics. This diversity is not incidental to our topic. It is our topic. Intercultural philosophy is not something we merely study. It is something we practice. As we conclude, I invite us all to carry forward the spirit of harmonious diversity. Let us continue to mine our respective traditions for resources while remaining genuinely open to learning from others. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Lysenko. And with that, we can finish both today's panel and our conference for this year. If you have any questions about the panel, about the certificates of participation or possibilities of being published in one of the journals, or if you just want to say hi, you can write to my email, which is kocherov@gmail.com. Well, basically the email that you have sent your application forms to. Yeah, and we all hope to see you next year as well, maybe even in person. So yeah, it was good to see you all. And once again, a big thanks to Professor Elizabeth Woolley, although she can't hear us now. I will send her the video and she will know that I thank her. So yeah, thank you guys and have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
See you again.